Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if abandoned Deku Reincarnated in Sword Art Online, Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Sword Art Online, Integral Factor by Anthony Tyler 9. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Izuku looked through a window of a shop as he saw a game that he'd wanted to try the beta out for a long while. Sword Art Online. He knew that he couldn't spend time with friends. At least not when he was quirkless. Nobody liked the quirkless as a whole, so he managed to play video games as an outlet for everything his life had done to him. Video games through RPGs were the best kinds of games for him since he could make the decisions of what to do to further the story. Buying the game with his allowance, he managed to snag the game from the place at a very cheap price, and since he'd have the game early, he could have the full game when it fully comes out. All he'd really need to do is just download a large file holding the full game with its graphics. He had the nerve gear as well as other things to prepare for playing the game itself, but he was happy to even have enough money for it. His mother worked very hard and gave him an allowance in order to keep himself safe inside their home. She couldn't come home from work because of how much a nurse was needed at the Musutafu General Hospital. Arriving at his home about an hour later, he pushed his belongings into his bedroom before plugging in the game to his computer and laid down on his bed. Before he decided to begin playing the beta test, Izuku left the bedroom and made dinner for his mother. He knew that she wouldn't allow him to play his games unless his chores were all done and completed. So as he left the bedroom to complete his chores and make dinner for her, he cleaned the house and made sure everything was done before returning back to his room. It was nearing the evening as Izuku laid himself on his bed as he placed his completed dinner on the desk next to his bed. He smiled to himself as he placed the nerve gear on top of his head as he laid down on his bed before plugging the nerve gear into his computer. "Link start," Izuku said, as a white light encroached on his vision and multiple colors invaded his sight. He finally arrived at the character creation screen as he began to make his customized character. He smiled as he found the perfect parameters in order to make his custom character perfect for himself to use. Once he was finished making his character to play the beta, he was thrusted into some more lights before arriving at the world of Sao. He looked at his surroundings as he smiled at the completed fist floor of SAO's Aincrad structure. He saw multiple NPCs moving about their days as they spoke to one another in silent speaking from where he stood. Moving through the first floor's main city of Town of Beginnings, Izuku made his way towards the blacksmith NPC so he could get some weapons and armor. He knew that wearing armor and holding weapons increased his basic stats, that he was formed with the game's basic stats for everything he worked on. Grabbing a sword and shield, he walked away from the area as he entered the first floor plains. He looked at each and every beast monster that was on the first floor as he worked on training himself to use the weaponry. Taking a deep breath, Izuku activated his sword skill as it glowed a beautiful green color before he swung it downward on one of the boar creatures. He watched as a damage stat point showed up around the boar as half its hit points were taken from it with 15 damage dealt. Izuku smirked to himself as he continued further to damage the creature until he defeated it. Once he got the congratulations for defeating the boar, he got some call as well as some item drops to increase his weapons and armor. Thinking he can take on multiple quests to gain levels fast, he took off towards the first floor boss room. Izuku only had a few days before the game would undergo an update for the full game to be added onto the beta. Rushing through the levels to get a good amount of skill points, Izuku placed each and every one of them separated in different skills. Dexterity for defense, agility for speed, intelligence for smarts, as well as strength points to increase his ability to use heavy and hard-hitting weapons. What Izuku really wanted, however, was to get enough points to create himself a bow and infinite arrows. And as he continued on with the small quests, he finally managed to unlock his favorite weapon. He had taken classes on how to use a bow and arrow throughout middle school as he found that he had a very good passion for the sport. With that weapon given to him and subsequently upgraded a bit so that he could do high damage to his enemies, Izuku headed for the dungeon underneath Tolbana. Moving throughout the entire dungeon, Izuku found multiple boars and wolves that he could kill and move on to the next area. He smiled to himself as he let his true self be shown as he destroyed his opponents before he heard something in the distance. "Help!" A feminine voice called out as he immediately took off. "Don't worry, I'm on my way," Izuku said, not thinking that the girl would hear him. Running through multiple enemies and killing them whilst he ran, he finally found the girl who he was hearing. She was just shorter than he was based on his character model, but she had green eyes similar to his own. Her hair was short but black in color as she held her knife in her hand, looking very scared of being defeated by these monsters. Rushing in without thinking, Izuku leapt into the fray, throwing his blade out and sending a few of them away from her. Spinning to swing his blade into another monster, he activated his sword skill, causing his blade to pass through its pixels and kill it. "Get back!" Izuku called out to the girl, who immediately nodded and moved back. "Horizontal slashing cross," Izuku called out as his blade spun in a square shape. "Wow," the girl muttered as the slash finished the enemies off. "Sai, are you alright? I could have sworn that you were in trouble," Izuku said, as the girl nodded. "Thanks for saving me." "I don't know what would have happened if you didn't save me," the girl said, as Izuku nodded to her. "That's fine. You would have just respawned at the town of beginnings. After that you would have just lost all your experience that you've gained before being killed," Izuku said, as the girl visibly sighed in relief. "Well gee, good thing that I didn't die like that," she said, as Izuku gave the girl a once-over. "What's your name, if you don't mind me asking?" Izuku asked, as the girl happily smiled. "My name is Kaharu. Nice to meet you," Kaharu replied before trying to get his name. "The name is Deku. Let's get you out of here," Izuku said, as Kaharu nodded. Following the path down the road, they eventually found their way out of the dungeon. But as soon as they were about to leave, a large group of wolves appeared in front of them both as they growled angrily at the two. Pulling out his sword, Izuku prepared for a long fight as he pulled Kaharu behind himself as she looked visibly scared. But before he could even fight them, multiple sword skills tore through the group before a singular man was shown to the two of them. "Are you both alright? I thought you two were outnumbered by a lot of mobs," a voice said, that was both scratchy and a little pessimistic. "I was trying to get Kaharu-chan out of the dungeon. We just came across the wolves on our way out," Izuku replied. "I see, well make sure that you are trained to fight on your own. I'd hate to see some good players get beaten by floor 1 mobs," the man said, as Izuku nodded at them. "So what is the name of our savior?" Izuku asked, as the man chuckled. "The name's Kirito. Nice to meet you, Deku and Kaharu," Kirito said, before they reappeared in the town of beginnings. Once there, the trio had split up as Izuku and Kaharu walked through the town of beginnings to help her get prepared fully. Once they were done with their preparations, Izuku looked down to her as she smiled up at him now that she had her supplies. "Thank you again for saving me, twice now that you stood in the way of the enemies. Do you think you can train me on how to defend myself against the monsters of Aincrad?" Kaharu asked. "I'm sure that I can help you learn how when the main game comes out," Izuku said, rubbing the girl's head. "Well, I guess we should return back to the real world now. They should be ending the beta early today," Kaharu said, as she signed out. "Yeah, see you when the game fully begins," Izuku said, as Kaharu nodded with a smile and disappeared in motes of pixels. Izuku smiled at the entirety of Aincrad's first city before turning off his nerve gear from the inside, and his consciousness returned back to his body. And once he looked at how dark it was outside, he saw the time on his alarm clock and noticed that it was only at 2 a.m. Shaking his head, he just decided to sleep and wait for the beta test to be complete and prepare for the full game release. As it turned out, the full game release was about a week later, as Izuku was coming home with injuries all over his form. As he entered his home, he walked over to the bathroom hoping that his mother wasn't home right now. Bakugo had gone harder on him as of late as he took off his shirt and pants to prepare for a shower. But looking at what he looked like now underneath all the clothing, he cringed slightly at all the burn marks marring his entire form. Getting into the shower, he continued to wash himself clean as well as use the hot water to clean out the open wounds he had. I can't believe Kachan had used a knife this time. He never uses a knife against me. I guess that is what I get for doing better than him in cooking class," Izuku hissed out. As the hot water increased the temperature of his burns on his front and back parts of his body, he cringed even more as they burned in pain. But pain was something that Izuku was used to as a quirkless individual, but he couldn't help but think of this as training for people who can use flaming quirks against him. If he can't handle a singular burn or other forms of weapons, how will he become a better hero? Finishing up his shower, he looked at himself in the mirror as the steam cleared up for him to see. Multiple burns that were on his torso and legs were shown angrily glaring at him in a red color as he placed the burn cream on his body to heal them up. He then pulled out some gauze and bandaged himself up with them as he flinched softly at each cool bandage hitting his burns. With that finished, he left the bathroom in new clothing as he entered his bedroom. His only safe haven within his home that Kachan isn't allowed in whenever the boy is around, especially since if that were allowed, Izuku wouldn't feel safe at home. Connecting his head to the nerve gear, Izuku prepared to enter the video game world of SAO as he thought about making his time there useful. Link start, Izuku called out, as he entered the world of Sword Art Online. He was also unaware of how the news were talking about how everyone shouldn't be allowing their children to use the nerve gear. Especially with how 10,000 people were now trapped in the game Sword Art Online, with no way of escaping at this point in time. Inko Midoriya came home to see this news outlet stating this as she rushed over to her son in his room and heard him call out for Link start and thrusted the door open. Izuku don't, she called out but finds that she was too late. Logging into SAO, Izuku managed to enter the character customization screen as he began to make changes to his original character. He looked at the straight hair that he just didn't like before turning it into his curly mess of hair. Instead of having it be the green and black color he normally has, he changed it to the white color since he's suffered enough stress of his life IRL. Once he fixes some parts of his character to be dangerously close to how he looks normally, he begins the game as he entered the town of beginnings. Looking around the area for if he could find Kaharu, he eventually finds her as she is looking for him. Walking in her direction, he gains her attention as she rushed over to him, and before he can even speak to her, she interrupted him. "Do you know where Deku-kun is? He said that he'd meet up with me today to train me." Kaharu said, as Izuku smiled at her. "The name is Enkidu. And I am the person you're looking for, Kaharu-chan," Izuku said, rubbing the girl's head. "Deku-kun?" she asked as Izuku nodded. Just call me En please," Izuku said, as the girl nodded. "So where are we going first?" she asked as Izuku had her follow him. "First off, we are going to head to the local blacksmith NPC so we can get some weapons and armor. Once we get that stuff, it will increase our health and damage output. Then we can begin your training," Izuku said, with a smile. "Okay," she said, smiling at him. 4. They walked through the streets of Town of Beginnings before finding the blacksmith and gained their supplies. Kaharu did notice that Izuku created a bow at the start instead of using a sword and shield, and he'd given her a knife. As they walked out of the whole building, they placed their new armor on as Kaharu watched as her health went from only 1000 HP to 1200. She happily looked at him before noticing that his health was far lower than hers as she tilted her head at him. "Aren't you supposed to have a whole lot of health at the start?" Kaharu asked as Izuku nodded. "I made my character have lower health in exchange for higher DPS. Since I will be mainly using a bow, I wanted to make sure that I can kill any enemies we come across very swiftly," Izuku said, as the girl tilted her head again. "But what happens if an enemy gets in close quarters with you?" she asked as Izuku smirked. "I will be taking an important quest to give me a specific weapon to help with that, not to mention I could use it with my bow," Izuku said, as they arrived at the first plains zone. "Alright, for the first opponent you have this boar. Just pull your dagger back in whatever stance you feel is perfect for you. Then when it starts to glow, then launch at the boar and think nothing more than hitting it," Izuku said, as the girl nodded. The two decided to go on a few more quests as they waited for the game creator to give a speech in the Town of Beginnings for new players of SAO. Izuku had leveled up to level 4 whilst Kaharu had managed to get to level 3 since she was in a party with the boy. They were looking over their personal skills that Izuku kept track of, and since he was going for a SDPS build, he made her more of a TDEF build. SDPS is speed damage per second build, TDEF is tank defense build. Once they were completed with their quests, they turned them in as they returned to the plains zone where they found two people standing looking over the entirety of the plains zone. Walking up to the two, they found that they were talking to one another about what they'll be doing once they finish their day of playing. One of them had a pizza coming and needed to be there at the door to get it and have it to eat before coming back online to play again. The second one the two immediately recognized as they rushed over to the taller boy whilst he took notice of the two. "Hey, You too, what brings you here? And who's the white-haired boy? Kirito asked, as Kaharu pouted at him. This is Enkidu, he was Deku in the beta test. Kaharu said, as the other guy stood up. Wait, you three were in the beta test? ? He called out. Why yeah, I only was on floor 1. Kaharu said, as Izuku spoke up. I had originally made it to floor 8 before I couldn't get any further. Izuku said, as Kirito whistled. Wow, you got pretty far. Not as far as I did, but that's pretty far for the beta. How high level were you? Kirito asked. I was around level 45 at the time. I mostly focused on leveling up before taking on floor bosses. Izuku said, as Kirito nodded. Floor bosses can be tricky bastards if you don't get high enough level to make their damage null and void. Kirito said, chuckling. Hey Kirito, not that I want to sound like an idiot, but where is the logout button? Their newbie asked. It should be right here. Kirito said, questioningly as he stared at his logout button. What's wrong? Izuku asked, as the two looked over at him. Hey, our logout button is gone, check both of yours. The red-haired boy said. Checking over their logout buttons, Izuku found that his was missing, and the same was for Kaharu as she looked more scared. And before Izuku could console her enough to be out of her growing panic attack, all three of them noticed something in their bag. Opening it up, they found that it was only a mirror, and looking at it confusedly, all three were suddenly forced to teleport back to Town of Beginning's main plaza. Looking around them, they found more and more people appearing in the plaza. Kaharu stayed near Izuku as she found him more protective than most. Hey Kirito, the red-haired man said, looking quite disturbed. What Klein? Kirito asked, looking at him. Should the sky be red? He asked, as everyone looked up. And sure enough, there was a hexagon in the air showing the word error. And soon more and more showed up, and eventually there was enough for the entire sky to bleed out a crimson-colored individual who hid their face from them all. His clothing attire showed that he was very intelligent, not to mention how he had red all over his body with a name on top. Invincible object. Attention players. My name is Kayaba Akihiko. And as of this moment, I am in control of this world. The creator of SAO said, as his voice was oddly echoey. Okay, what is he going to tell us? Klein asked, as Izuku replied for Kirito. Maybe he will tell us what in the world is going on, probably informing us about why he's doing this. Izuku said, as they all looked to the creator of the game's avatar. I'm sure most of you have already noticed that an item missing from your main menus. The logout button. The giant being, Kayaba said, pulling out his own logout button. Let me assure you, this is not a defect in the game. I repeat, this is not a defect. This is how Sword Art Online was designed to be. You cannot log yourselves out of SAO, and no one from the outside will be able to shut down or remove the nerve gear from your head. If anyone attempts to do so, a transmitter inside of the nerve gear will discharge a microwave signal into your skull, destroying your brain, and ending your life. Kayaba said, as multiple people below began showing their distrust. You can't be telling us the truth. There's no way. Impossible. That's nonsense shit. Players all replied in growing fear and trepidation. He's gotta be nuts, right Kirito? Klein asked, worriedly. He's not. The transmitter signals in the nerve gear are just like microwaves. If the safety's disabled, then they can fry your brain. Kirito responded. Couldn't someone cut the power? Klein questioned, before Izuku interrupted. That won't work. The nerve gear's got an internal battery. Izuku said, remembering a small battery sign on his headset before beginning the game. Gwa, this is crazy. It's totally crazy, Klein said, throwing his arms about in frustration. Despite my warning, the families and friends of some of the players have attempted to remove the nerve gear. An unfortunate decision to say the least. As a result, the game now has 213 less players from when it began. Kayaba said, as everyone looked downright fearful. And deleted from both Aincrad and the real world. Kayaba finished, as Kirito looked downright concerned. 213. No way, Kirito muttered. At this point, it's safe to assume the likelihood of a nerve gear being removed is minimal at best. I hope this brings you a little bit of comfort as you try and clear the game. There is no longer any way to revive someone within the game, if your HP drops to 0, your avatar will be deleted from the system, forever. And the nerve gear will simultaneously destroy your brain. Kayaba said, as Izuku, Kirito and Kaharu gained a vision of what could happen in their heads. All three of them imagined themselves failing to defeat a mere boar with low health, and when their bodies suddenly become encapsulated with motes of pixels, they die at the same time. Izuku gripped his fist as he growled silently to himself, Kaharu being the only one to hear him being unnaturally and uncharacteristically angered. There is only one way to escape now. You must clear the game. Kayaba said, as everyone entered in uproar whilst Kayaba ignored their outcries. Right now, you're all gathered on floor 1, the lowest level of Aincrad. If you can get through the dungeon and defeat the boss, you may advance onto the next floor. Defeat the boss on floor 100, and you will clear the game. Kayaba informed as Klein looked downright hopeless. Even the beta testers didn't make it that high. Klein cried out, as he felt hope slowly ebb away. Last but not least, I've placed a little present in the item storage of every player. Please, have a look. Kayaba said, as everyone looked in their item storage. A mirror, Kirito asked, as Izuku did the same thing. And as soon as everyone pulled out the mirror, everyone suddenly gained a glowing form as their view was obstructed from each other. The entire plaza of the Town of Beginnings was eventually covered in the white light as everyone soon realized something was off about each other. You all right, Kirito? Klein questioned, looking at the much shorter boy. Yeah, wait, who are you? Kirito asked, as Izuku soon came into frame with Kaharu. I'm me, who are you? Klein replied as they were now in their real bodies. Enkidu, are you all right? Kaharu asked, as both boys looked over. They looked at the boy in question as he was covered to the brim in burn scarring on his upper neck and face. There was even a slashing scar on his cheek that ruined his freckles on his cheeks, but from their point of view, there was something ominous about his dull emerald eyes. Wait, emerald eyes. Wait a second, is that you, Klein? Wait a second. Question mark. Is that you, Kirito? Both boys called out, looking at one another. Enkidu, are you all right? Kaharu asked, as Izuku looked himself over. I'm fine, I never thought that this was how I'd be seen by everyone. But whatever, Izuku muttered to himself after answering Kaharu. But how? Klein asked, as Kirito explained. The scan. There's a high-density signal device inside the nerve gear, it can see what my face looks like. But how does it know my height and body type? He questioned, not really to anyone. Oh, so through this calibration thing, it asked you to touch your body all over like this, remember? Klein retorted. Oh yeah, I remember now. You're right. That's where it got our physical data. Kirito said, as Kayaba spoke again. Right now, you're probably wondering, why? Why would Kayaba Akihiko, developer of Sword Art Online and Nerve Gear, do this? Ultimately, my goal was a simple one. The reason I created Sword Art Online was to control the fate of a world of my design. Kayaba said, as everyone glared at Kayaba's avatar. Kayaba, Kirito thought to himself angrily. As you can see, I have achieved my goal. This marks the end of the tutorial, and the official launch of Sword Art Online. Players, I wish you the best of luck, Kayaba said, before thinking of one last thing to tell everyone. Before I go, there is one last piece of advice I will give all players of Sword Art Online. Anyone wielding the power of a quirk will not be capable of using it in my world. You will try and beat this game through your own hard work and dedication to defeat all 100 floor bosses within Aincrad. Kayaba said, before disappearing. 1. Almost immediately everyone was looking at the now clear sky with fear, but Izuku and Kaharu were already moving away from the main plaza. Izuku knew how bad it would get for everyone in the Town of Beginnings in a situation like this, personal experience from out on the streets running from nonsense IEs. As soon as he got himself and Kaharu a good ways away, they were hidden in a small alley as they regained their breath. This isn't a G game anymore. I don't want to die, Kaharu said, as tears fell from her eyes. Kaharu-chan, don't worry. Everything will be fine, Izuku said, as he remembered All Might's final words to him on that rooftop earlier that day. Can one become a hero without a quirk? No, I should think not. It's all right to dream, kid. Just make sure that it's realistic. You could try and become a police officer, doctor or firefighter. As a policeman you get a lot of hate from taking the bad guys to prison, but at least it's a realistic job for you. I'm sorry. All Might's voice rang in Izuku's mind. 1. Kaharu looked up at Izuku, tears streaming down her face as Izuku stared into her own with his now glowing emerald orbs. Because we will escape, Izuku said, as she looked a little better before hugging him. Izuku led Kaharu out of the town of beginnings as they rushed to get some early quests done so they both can move on to Tolbana, the first village on their journey. As they moved through the fields of the first floor of the Aincrad construct, they fought multiple monsters as well as gained experience throughout their journey. They even came across a girl who was trying to learn about each and every monster so that they could help out the other people stuck in the game. And Izuku, being the kind person he was, decided to do the mission himself as Kaharu wrote down their attack patterns. Izuku for these fights used a mace weapon so that he could have Kaharu write down each attack pattern of the monsters. For the next few days of searching through the plains, and leveling up along the way, Kaharu and Izuku found some more missions for them to complete whilst searching for the boss room. But as they moved throughout the entirety of the first floor, they just simply couldn't find the labyrinth that led to the boss monster's room. They eventually make it towards Town of Beginnings again as they came across a young man with weirdly spiked hair asking for people to join a small guild. Izuku and Kaharu had decided to stick as far away from the guilds since they'd rather stay outside of a guild. Izuku had stated to Kaharu early on in their adventure on the first floor that if they joined a guild, most of their experience would be shared with their guildmates. Not something either of them wanted this early on into the death game of Sao, and they were gaining levels pretty quickly. But that swift leveling would eventually dry up since people were now getting those quests for themselves and not allowing anyone to use them. Monopolizing the entire quest industry at the start of the first floor was not a good thing, and Izuku was forced to bring himself and Kaharu on harder mission quests as well as ones that didn't give that much experience. They'd come across another person on their travels as they asked them for information on certain questlines in the game. Their name was Argo, an info broker who gave information for some call and some information on beast attack patterns in return. Izuku and Kaharu were happy to do missions from Argo since she had been much more receptive to the two giving her call and getting information about certain quests. They were leaving the Town of Beginnings when someone walked over to them both as they were preparing to leave. "Hey, I need you two to get something for me really quick," the spiky-haired boy said, as he walked up to them. "Kibao, if this is about me and Kaharu joining your guild then the answer is no," Izuku said, sighing in exasperation. "Hey, I don't ask you both to join my totally awesome guild all the time," he said, slightly miffed. "Really, I distinctly remember you begging me and Kaharu to join your guild literally last night over our time at the inn," Izuku said, as Kibao just looked a little sheepish. "Well, you two are really prepared for this whole game, as if you know what to do. I would like to have people like you in a guild such as mine," Kibao said, as Izuku shook his head. "What did you want me and Kaharu to get? Aside from joining your guild?" Izuku questioned. "Okay, so there are some healing potions that me and some of the guys need since we're going to raid a small dungeon nearby. We want to be fully prepared for it. We're well leveled, but wanted to be extra sure," Kibao said, as Izuku thought about it. "I don't know, it sounds like you're going to owe us a favor after this," Izuku said, looking to Kaharu. "I don't mind, so long as nobody dies on this dungeon raid," Kaharu said, as Izuku nodded. "Where is this questline to get healing potions take place?" Izuku asked, looking in Kibao's happy eyes. "It's over by the first town discovered by Kirito. Tolbana. You'll find an NPC asking for those to enter a small forest through one of the teleport monuments. Use that and you will enter the forest. I need at least 5 healing herbs. I will do the rest from there," Kibao said, as Izuku nodded. As Izuku and Kaharu entered Tolbana they found the NPC handing out the quest for entering the forest for 5 herbs. Smiling at the NPC they entered conversation with her as she told them to defeat the monsters in the Smiling Forest in order to get 5 smiling herbs. Moving to the monument they activated it and moved to where their quest was going to begin. Looking at a loading screen for the two of them, they thought about what they should do for a plan. Izuku was clearly going to hang back, but based on their stats right now he was more perfect for the frontline defensive role. In the time it took them to level up to around 15, Izuku was around level 19 and with around 3,500 health points to use. Kaharu's was only around 2,500 and she was getting concerned with her ability to be Izuku's shield for when he is taken advantage of by monsters who become smarter. Izuku had informed her time and again that she will be perfect as his teammate as he would rather have someone watching his back instead of having to watch hers. Ever since they left the town of beginnings about a month ago, they had not left one another's side, especially in terms of bedrooms. Very wary about who might take advantage of the two of them being unconscious to start a fight between the two of them. Arriving in the forest, they stood across from a large horde of monsters that Izuku had been able to take care of on his own in the past. But with how the two of them were over-leveled for this quest, some of the monsters were leveled to be near their own level. So this fight was bound to give them even more herbs for the quest Kibao had given them, enough to hold onto some of their own. And entering the fray, the two took down monsters at the same time as they never stood a chance. They'd even come across a monster that was similar to a polar bear, but with way less health than a polar bear actually had. Within seconds they teamed up on the monster and killed it swiftly. And with that done, they looked at all the herbs that the monster was guarding and collected enough for Kibao as well as for themselves. They saw a small portal on the ground nearby and stepped into it as they were brought back to the NPC as she smiled at them. "Have you finished the Smiling Herbs quest?" she asked, as Izuku spoke. "Yes, we've gathered the required 5 herbs," Izuku said, placing the herbs in her hands as she vibrated slightly. "All right, the experience you both gain is 58 experience each. You also get 25 healing crystals, and a couple of black stone ores to upgrade your weapons. Come again some other time," the NPC said, as Izuku and Kaharu left her. The two walked over to a nearby inn as they decided to rest for that specific day in order to give Kibao the quest items. Going to bed early that evening, the two were preparing to get up in the morning as they wanted to get some leveling done before they find the boss room. And as they went to bed that evening, the time passed faster than they thought it would as before they knew it they were waking up. Leaving the inn early in the morning, the two made their way over to where Kibao was clear to be waiting for their return. Using the teleport monument, they arrived in the town of beginnings as they saw him waiting near the front gate. Kibao noticed their arrival and walked over to the two of them as they both stopped in front of him. "So did you get the herbs?" he asked, as Izuku nodded. "I even got them transformed into healing crystals. You got yourself at least 13 healing crystals, I gave you some of my own crystals by the way," Izuku said, as Kibao nodded. "Thank you for your donation, Enkidu. We will use them sparingly after all we heard about Diavol's party finding the boss room yesterday evening," Kibao said, as Izuku and Kaharu stared at him in shock. "They found the boss room?" the two asked, incredulous. "Yeah, they came across it by accident. But they were able to leave the room quick enough to not die. It's at the bottom of the Tolbana labyrinth. They're going to be holding a meeting in Tolbana to prepare for the attack. This will mark the very first strike back against Kayaba," Kibao said, leaving. After hearing this information, the two walked over to the teleport monument and teleported over to Tolbana. Arriving a few minutes later, the two had moved towards the amphitheater so that they could see what the meeting was going to be about. Moving through the stands, they both found that there weren't many people at this meeting. If anything, there was just barely enough people for a full raid on the first floor boss room. Looking at the stage, the two found the person who had claimed to have found the first floor boss room. He was wearing gray and blue armor as well as a sword on his back with a shield with it. He had short blue hair with gray-blue eyes as he stared at everyone. If he were to be seen up close, he'd be taller than Izuku by a fair margin if Izuku had to guess himself. But the man then spoke to them all with a voice demanding attention as well as he gave them a determined glare. "Hello everyone, my name is Diavol. And in this game, before it was turned into a death game, my role was a knight," he said, as everyone stared at him. "Dude, this isn't the 1200s. You really need to get your head out of your ass," one of the people here said. "Haha, I know, but I wanted to release the tension between all of us. Especially with the information that I had come across with my own party in search of the first floor boss room," Diavol said, Quieting everyone. Now that everyone has become quiet, I can begin the meeting to take down the first floor boss. Ilfang the Kobold Lord, Diaval said, with a very determined expression. Based on information that we gathered on the boss, his main weapon should be a large bone axe for attacking and a leather shield to defend himself. He is over 2 meters tall with blue-gray fur on his body but with copper-red eyes. He hides a weapon on his back, and we don't know what kind of weapon it will be, but based on our beta tester information he should have a talwar and use regular sword skills. Diaval said, as the entire group nodded along. So he shouldn't have anything new about himself this time around. Izuku muttered, gaining Kaharu's attention. You've fought Ilfang before, she asked, as Izuku nodded. I completed around at least 8 floors before the closed beta test had come to an end. So I've had time to fight Ilfang on my own multiple times for solo leveling. Izuku replied as Kaharu nodded. So what, is there something off about this boss monster? Kaharu asked. Ilfang the Kobold Lord favors his bone axe for a majority of the fight. When he gets to a very low level of health, he will switch to his talwar blade, which would resemble a cutlass from the Assassin's Creed games. But that is where everything goes wrong. He used katana skills in the beta, so the fact that Diaval hasn't stated that he should be using them is very concerning. Izuku said, as the two continued to listen to him. For the remainder of the meeting, Diaval spoke about how they should all work together in different groups. One large group would be the tanks who take the damage that the boss gives them since they'd have the most health. Then the attacking groups were supposed to be split up into different teams of Teams AF. Izuku and Kaharu were both placed in a duo team that was Team D, where they keep an eye on the battle and replace Teams AC should they be overwhelmed. With Izuku and Kaharu nodding along with Diaval's plans, that was at least until Kibao entered the conversation as he jumped down from the top of the seats. Hey, hold up a sec, a very familiar and clearly annoying voice called out from the stands. I can't believe this guy. Izuku exasperatedly sighed. My name's Kibao, you got that? Before we take on the boss, I want to get something off my chest. Kibao said, as Izuku placed a hand over his face. This better not be what I think this is about. Izuku muttered as Kaharu looked to him. What are you talking about? She asked. Just listen to him, and you'll hear it from the man himself. Izuku said, as he looked so done with Kibao for the moment. We all know about the 2,000 players who died so far, yeah. Well, some of you need to apologize to him right now. Kibao said, pointing to the small crowd. Is he serious? Kaharu questioned. Nope, he's definitely serious. Izuku muttered as he listened to Kibao. You mean the ones who were ex-beta testers, right? Diaval questioned seriously. Of course I mean them. The day that this stupid-ass game started, the beta guys just up and vanished, right? They ditched all us new beginners. Kibao said, as he continued. They snagged all the good hunting spots, and they grabbed all the easy quests too. They were the only ones getting stronger in here, and this whole time they ignored us like we're nothing. Kibao said, waving his hand in a dismissive wave. HRRN. Hell, I bet there are some of them here. Come on out, beta testers. We should make 'em apologize to us, and we should make 'em give us all their money and the items they got. Kibao said, pointing at both ends of the group. Izuku openly glared at Kibao as he stood up, allowing everyone to look at him. Even Kaharu stared at him in shock. Kibao though just looked even more smug as Izuku walked down the steps as he grew closer and closer to Kibao. By the time Izuku was right in front of Kibao, the young man had actually opened his eyes and looked into Izuku's eyes and looked a little shocked. You say that I should apologize to the 2,000 players that died only a month into this game. Well, how about this? I gave you all the information you needed to fight the monsters on each area within floor 1. None of you would be alive if it weren't for the beta testers giving out all the information broker books on the monsters within this floor level. Izuku said, lifting a small notebook from his pocket. So what about that? Kibao asked, as Izuku fixed him a glare. Well, if you read the freaking thing, you should have seen that every single monster was written in it. Explicit details about each and every monster that I've come across on my journey to search for the first floor boss. I handed my book to Argo, the info broker by the way, and told her to copy my notes and hand it out to everyone on the server. But still 2,000 people died. Izuku said, as Kibao was now losing his edge. So what? It's not like you helped us physically. He retorted. Izuku had enough of Kibao's incessant pointing blame and just punched him in the face, causing the boy to fall back with a yelp. Kibao got up ready to attack Izuku when he saw his downright furious expression as he walked up to the downed boy. Would you just shut up? I and the other beta testers put our lives on the line just to get this information. 2,000 people died and all you care about is US beta testers giving an apology and handing the items and weapons we got fair and square over to you. That's not how the world works. Izuku growled. If I might interject. A very masculine voice called out. My name is Agile, and I would like to state the fact that Enkidu is correct in his wording. The beta testers did have Argo hand out these little notebooks out for all players to use against the monsters. This book had their attack patterns as well as their full health and skills that they could use. But the simple matter is that some of you still died with this information. The fault does not lie in the beta testers but in the idiots who thought that they could continue to take on the threats with lowered supplies before leaving. I came here to learn about the boss, not sit here and point fingers at anyone. Agile said, as Izuku nodded. With that said and finished, Kibao walked back to his seat with a pout as Agile walked back to his seat with a neutral expression. Izuku however walked over to Kaharu and patted her head before leaving the area. He needed to cool off after screaming at that idiot of a player. Walking around the town of Tolbana, Izuku just let out a massive sigh as he sat down at a specific bench in the town. Rubbing his temples, he thought about how he could have had Kibao remember what he and Kaharu did just the other day for him. Gathering supplies for him and his group to take on a dungeon without any backup required since they were well leveled. He wasn't alone for long as he heard movement next to him as he leveled the newcomer a neutral expression. It was Kirito as the young man looked at him with a concerned expression on his face before he spoke. Hey, are you alright? I've never heard you scream like that towards someone before. Kirito said, as Izuku shook his head. I'm just trying to calm down from that. I've never felt such utter anger before, and I just let it out against Kibao. I know his type of people. Izuku said, as Kirito scoffed. I've never liked people like Kibao by the way. Kirito said, as Izuku chuckled. I used to have a friend who was very similar to Kibao, except he was way worse with both his personality and actions. Izuku said, as Kirito thought about it. Was this person the one who gave you those scars on your body when the game started? Kirito asked. Him and a couple of others. But that is a story for another time. Izuku said, cracking his neck. Well, Diaval asked Kaharu to get some weapons and healing items from the vendors over there. You might as well talk to her about your anger problems. Kirito said, before leaving. Standing up from his seat, Izuku walked over to where Kaharu was looking over the weapons and armor from the vendor. She had a look of complete distrust as well as concern written on her face when she noticed Izuku walking towards her. Tears of happiness rushed from her eyes as she rushed to him as she pulled him into a hug, apologizing for him having to call Kibao out like that. He told her that it wasn't her fault that he went out there to speak to Kibao like that. He just let the anger he held within his heart get out in that moment. He allowed himself to let his rage out for that moment and went a bit far when he punched Kibao in the face. Okay, so how many items and weapons did Diaval ask you to collect? Izuku asked, as Kaharu thought about it. He said that he wanted everyone to be fully prepared, so he asked me to collect some herbs from the local vendor. But I don't have enough, she said, with a pout. Here you go, that should get you enough supplies to give to Diaval and then some. Izuku said, as Kaharu looked at him. Have you been saving this entire time? She asked, as Izuku nodded. Can't be broke in this game, otherwise we'd starve out there and getting multiple quests just to live here. Izuku said, as the girl rushed off, a blush on her face. A few hours later, everyone was waiting outside the labyrinth as they stood near their groups looking over their gear. Izuku looked over at Kaharu, who held her knife in her hand as she trembled slightly at having to face off against a floor boss for the first time. He placed a hand on her shoulder, letting her calm down with his presence right there for her as she took a calming breath of air as she slowly stopped trembling. "Thanks, Enkidu," she said, as Izuku patted her head. "Of course, we are both party members. I couldn't live if you were incapable of fighting whilst scared," Izuku said, as Koharu asked him a question. "How are you so determined? How are you not as scared?" she asked, worriedly. "I've faced death before. But there is also the fact that I've faced people who are way worse than a puny floor boss," Izuku said, as Koharu thought about her next question. "Are you scared?" she eventually asked. "Every day. I am afraid of losing all of my HP and being incapable of ever returning to my mom. But if there is one thing that I fear above all else, is not being able to save a single person, because I think being a hero is the kindest thing a person can be," Izuku said, as he led the two towards the labyrinth. "All right everyone, we are going to head into the labyrinth and find the boss room, and whatever you do, do not attack for yourselves," Diaval said, as the entire raid party entered the labyrinth. Rushing through the labyrinth, Izuku and Koharu rushed through multiple hordes of monsters as everyone pulled ahead of them. Killing a wolf in a single hit, Izuku turned to look at Koharu, who had managed to kill another wolf in a single hit as well. She smiled at him determinedly as she took off to take on the next threat as Izuku kept an eye on her six. Fighting through the small monsters and even the kobold henchmen, they arrived at the kobold lord's room. Diaval opened the door as everyone entered the room to find Ilfang sitting on a throne with a very bored expression. He eventually took notice of them all before he grunted and leapt off his seat and landed in front of everyone. Rearing his head back with his body leaning slightly backwards, he roared out to the heavens as his health bars showed up. Once the health bars showed up, everyone began their attack on the boss with the tanks up front. They rushed in and started to dish out multiple blows to Ilfang from close quarters whilst Izuku pulled out his bow and shot his arrows at the monster. Koharu watched Izuku's back as she took down multiple kobold henchmen on her own whilst keeping an eye on Izuku's back. Kirito and his teammate had teamed up to take on Ilfang as well as they landed decisive blows to the boss. Once Team A backed away, Izuku and Koharu entered the fray as Izuku pulled out his blade and clashed with Ilfang's bone axe. A massive shockwave had blasted out from their clash as both of their faces came close to one another. Izuku gritting his teeth and Ilfang growling at him through his own set of very clearly sharp teeth. Izuku pushed his weapon upright as Ilfang fell backwards, his attack parried as Izuku called out to Koharu. "Koharu, switch," Izuku called out, as the girl rushed in with a knife skill. "Canine," Koharu called out, thrusting her weapon upright. The knife she held moved up through the skin of the boss as he moved backwards as if he was sliced up the body, holding onto his wound. Small splashes of white blood hit the ground as Ilfang had growled out even more as Izuku and Koharu pulled back watching the monster. He pulled his axe up over his body as he tossed it back behind him and dropping his shield at the same time. Diaval chose this moment to come in as he charged a sword skill, and that was when both Kirito and Izuku noticed something very off about Ilfang. The weapon he pulled out was not a talwar, it was a nodachi, and they knew how this was going to go down. As Ilfang pulled out his weapon, which was very clearly not a talwar, he jumped around the place, landing devastating blows to both the tanks and the other groups. He landed in front of Diaval as he sliced across the young man's chest and through his waist, causing the young man's health to dip into the deep red. Kibao had also noticed that Diaval was heavily injured from the attack, but there was a paralysis skill evoked on Diaval. He rushed to try and save him but was cut off by a kobold minion as he grunted before looking at Izuku, who looked very shocked. "Hey, save his ass," Kibao screamed, as Izuku shook his head. Ilfang rushed to deal the finishing blow on Diaval as he sat crouched with his shield, the only thing holding him upright. Looking up, Diaval saw his life flash through his eyes as Ilfang's weapon was coming towards him. Lowering his head, believing that his decision would cause him to die, he and everyone heard a loud clang in the room. Looking over at where Diaval was, they found Izuku standing in front of Diaval with his blade in his hand blocking the nodachi. "Enkidu," Diaval gasped. "Gee, get moving Al already," Izuku said, as Diaval shivered slightly as he crawled away. "All right big guy, you want to fight someone smaller than you? Then fight me," Izuku called out, as he jumped out of the way of Ilfang's fist. Moving through the field, Izuku showcased his massive speed that was on par with Ilfang's own as they both bounced around the place. Izuku jumped from one pillar to another with Ilfang coming right after him since Izuku was the only other person who was still in the green for health. Landing on the ground, Izuku kept his back to the monster as they jumped from the pillar they were on and went to slam their weapon on his back. Just as everything went in slow motion for Kaharu, she was running towards Izuku as she worried about his safety. She then watched as he moved in slow motion around the Nodachi that Ilfang had and moved his arm around in a motion she'd seen before. Detroit Smash, Izuku called out, activating a martial arts skill. Izuku's hand glowed an ominous yellow color as he slammed his fist into Ilfang's face, causing the monster to fall to the ground instantly. Shaking its head, it turned to look at Izuku as he immediately threw another punch at its gut, sending it flying back into its throne. As soon as Kaharu had arrived next to Izuku, she saw that his health was now in the yellow as she gave him a healing item. He nodded at her in thanks as he entered a combat stance next to her as she reciprocated his action. Kirito and his ally had stood next to them as well as they entered a combat stance as well, and as soon as Ilfang roared at them in fury, the squad had rushed at him. Izuku jumped into the air as he pulled his sword behind his back as he simply threw it at Ilfang's eye, causing the creature to hold its eye in pain. Kaharu then rushed up and used Canine again, shifting her body to where she could go up Ilfang's body at an angle. Kirito and Asuna then rushed into the fight as they landed multiple blows with their rapier and anneal blade. They consecutively landed attacks on Ilfang as his last HP bar reached into the red color, and Ilfang then swung his arm out, sending Asuna away. Kirito then attacked Ilfang with a combo attack with his sword skills as he jumped into the air to finally end the attack. Swift Sword, Kirito screamed out as he landed the final blow. As soon as this final attack landed on Ilfang, the monster of the first floor screamed out in agony. As he flew into the air, he started to glow ominously before he exploded into white motes of light and pixels as a large congratulations was shown to everyone. Congratulations! You have finished the first floor boss. The second floor has been unlocked for you all to defeat. The game showed to everyone. As everyone was resting after a hard-fought battle, Izuku and Kaharu were staring at the stairs leading to the second floor of Aincrad. He smiled at Kaharu as she was hugging him close to her as tears fell from her eyes as she trembled in her own hug on him. When I saw why you protecting Diavol, I thought that I'd be losing you. I don't want to see why you die. Kaharu said, crying into his chest. Kaharu, I won't leave you alone. Izuku said, as the girl looked into his eyes. But what if? Kaharu asked, as Izuku placed a finger on her lips. Don't worry about the what ifs. Just worry about the now. Izuku said, as Kaharu nodded, keeping her face in his chest, blushing slightly. Izuku looked over at Agile and Kirito as the two smiled at him. They walked over to him as Kirito started to talk to him about what he won through the final attack bonus of the fight. He spoke about how he thought that if Izuku hadn't gotten in the way of Ilfang, that Diavol was going to die. Izuku shook his head as he patted Kaharu's head softly, causing the girl to tighten her hold on his body. That was some fine swordsmanship. Congratulations. Agile said, as he patted Kirito on the back. Kibao, however, lowered his head in anger. Stop cheering, he called out, quieting everyone. Why did you nearly let Diavol die? Kibao asked, looking at Izuku and Kirito. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, now incredulous. Nearly let him die. Kirito asked. That's what I said. Admit it. You knew the technique the boss is gonna use, you could have told us. Kibao said, as Izuku looked at Kirito. Then Diavol would have stood a chance. He wouldn't have had to nearly die. Kibao complained as another player came up. I know why they knew. They called out. They used to be a beta tester. Think about it, he knew the boss's attack patterns. He knew, but he kept it from us. The person called out with a furious expression, pointing towards Kirito. And I bet that they're not the only beta testers here. Come on, show yourselves. The random player called out. As the other players of the surviving raid party looked at one another, questioning their allies, Kirito stood up and glared at everyone. And before anything else, Izuku moved to be in front of Kirito himself and spoke out to everyone present. Are you all seriously going to listen to him? What makes you think that you can call us out and say that we kept that information away? Question mark. We never saw that move in the beta test when we went against Ilfang in the closed beta. He used a skill that doesn't appear on floor bosses until around floor 7. Izuku said, as the players shook their head. Then how do you know about that? Question mark quote. He called out, because I've made it to floor 8 in the closed beta. Izuku said, causing everyone to look at him with both crazed and unhappy expressions. Floor 8. That's got to be a lie. There's no way anyone made it that close to a 10th of Aincrad in the closed beta. The beta testers never made it to floor 10. The player called out, just because most beta testers didn't make it to floor 10 like myself, doesn't mean that it's impossible. Izuku called back, as laughing from Kirito was heard. He. Ha 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 ha. So you guys think that I used to be a beta tester? It's not cool to put me in the same class as those noobs. Kirito spoke as Izuku looked at him in shock. What did you say? Question mark quote. Hibao questioned angrily. You heard me. Most of the 1,000 people who scored a slot in SAO's closed beta were rookies. They were so green. They didn't even know how to level up. Me, I'm nothing like those guys, man. During the beta the first made it to floors that were higher than any of the other testers, that's a fact. Kirito said, as he walked to have his back to the crowd. I knew about the boss because I fought tons of monsters with way more sword skills on higher floors. I know a bunch of other things too. More than you can ever imagine, more than any info broker. Kirito boasts with a very dark expression. If that's true, then you're worse than a beta tester. You're a goddamn cheater. That's what you are, Hibao exclaimed. Cheater. He's a beta tester and a cheater. That's a beater. The crowd called out as Kirito opened up his menu and equipped his item drop. A beater. Yeah, that's good. I like it, Kirito said, as everyone gasped except those who were close to him. Okay, you can call me a beater. Just make sure you don't confuse me with those beta testers anymore. Kirito said, as his black garments appeared on his body. Izuku watched as Kirito and Asuna walked away, and Kaharu looked up at him as she pouted a little bit. He looked back at her as she was pouting at him as he patted her head again, causing her to blush and look away. You really shouldn't be looking at other girls, you have me right here. Kaharu mumbled as Izuku looked at her. What did you say? Izuku asked, as the girl blushed even more. Nothing. Let's just get to the second floor, she said, dragging him away. Hey, we're not done here. Hibao called out, as Izuku turned his head with Kaharu stopping. What do you want, Hibao? Izuku asked, slightly angered. You're not going to join that filthy beater, are you? Question mark quote. He called out. What, do you think that teaming up with you will be any better? Izuku asked, before turning his back to him. What's he got that is better than us? Hibao cried out as he glared at Izuku. Well, he's a decent human being for one. And another thing, I was the one who punched you earlier, Hibao. I'm so glad that I did, because you're even more of an idiot than I first thought at the meeting. Izuku said, leading Kaharu up the stairs to floor 2. Arriving to the second floor, Izuku and Kaharu took a look at the place as they saw the vast plains in all directions. The grass was a wheat yellow color as they saw multiple cow-like monsters grazing on the grass as they moved about the place. There was bee-like monsters around the place as well as they buzzed about the place looking for whatever their code programmed them to search for. Looking at the place with an odd expression, Kaharu spoke up to Izuku about to talk about whatever he spoke to Kibao about. So are we going to talk about how you treated Kibao earlier? She questioned. No, he reminded me of someone that I don't like anymore. And I will not be talking about it further. I will tell you about my past soon, just I don't feel like exploring it right now. Izuku said, as Kaharu nodded. I didn't know it had to do with your past, but if you need someone to talk to, just know that I am here. Kaharu said, with a smile. The two took off into the vast plains of floor 2 as they searched for some monsters to kill for item drops. From what Izuku learned in his time just leveling up in the beta, he needed to take down certain beasts from this floor in order to unlock certain gear and weapons. So as he pulled Koharu along, not literally, metaphorically, they found and defeated more than a few onrushing cows grazing nearby and chased them around in order to get some of their hide for armor. They would go after the wind wasp in order to collect some of their stingers to be used as an ore to create newer and more powerful weapons. Once they had collected their items and gear, they prepared to head out from the first of the plains when they heard movement from the teleport monument. Turning to glance at whoever was appearing behind them both, they found Kibao looking worse for wear as he panted. He looked up at the two for a moment before looking away for a moment as he took a deep breath for whatever he was going to ask them. "Hey, I know that we don't really like one another," Kibao started as Koharu interjected. "One of us has a very bad viewpoint of the other, but what do you need?" Koharu asked. "See, could you both get me some items so that I could get some equipment for my guild? I just want my people to be prepared for this floor," Kibao said, as Izuku stared into his eyes. "You will find the items you need on these monsters," Izuku said, pulling out a notebook and handing it over to Kibao. The young man tenderly took the notebook as he checked the contents of the monsters the two had come across during their time there. He brought out a smile as he prepared to thank Izuku for the valuable information about some monsters on this floor when Izuku rose a hand. "If you want to make up for what you said down on the floor 1 boss room, then you better make sure that you don't bring that up again. As much as I would love to smack you around the place, there is a time and place for that. I will have the full notebook about the monsters on this floor within a week, just be sure to hand out the real notebook when I give it to you for everyone," Izuku said, as he pulled Koharu away. "Have a great day, Kibao," Koharu called out, as the young man nodded. Exploring the area outside of the plains, Izuku and Koharu made it to another area that was a vast wasteland. They found new monsters in this area as they were similar to some of the other monsters from the regular plains. One was similar to the onrushing cow but was a darker color and very much taller and seemingly more powerful than the smaller cow. There were two different kinds of this new monster as one was much taller than the other. They were both called the Trembling Ox and the Large Trembling Ox respectively, the only difference was their health points. Another monster was the Glaring Shrewman, a small mole-like creature that had a hood over their head. And they were very swift monsters that could deal damage very fast, and you could be overwhelmed without backup. They teamed up to take on each new enemy type as they wrote down their attack patterns, both feeling satisfied with the information they went to collect even more info. They came across multiple monsters and wrote down their attack information as well, whilst they walked all around the second floor. The monsters the two came across were called Horror Bats, Keenfin Tadpoles, Lesser Taurus Swordsman and the Lesser Taurus Striker. Each of these monsters had very unique attack patterns that if taken lightly could cause massive damage. Moving back towards the middle of floor 2, Izuku and Koharu came across Argo as the young woman info broker was searching for new information. She noticed the two coming towards her as she smiled at them whilst having her whisker tattoos show off how proud she was for the two. Once the two converged on Argo's location, they sat together and told one another about the information they had gotten since being on the second floor. "You got a lot of information about this floor in one day. That's amazing. How can you both move so fast on this floor?" "It's only been a few hours," Argo exclaimed happily. "Well, we had nothing better to do, so we decided to collect information about the second floor for those who are still on floor 1. We gave Kibao some information about the first zone of floor 2, we were planning on giving him some more information," Izuku said, as Argo nodded. "Want me to be the one to give it to him? I know how much you both hate one another's guts," Argo suggested. "Sure thing, Argo-chan, just let me get some of this information fixed up and you can pass it on to the others," Izuku said, as the girl happily nodded. Whilst Koharu and Argo spoke to one another away from Izuku, the young man focused his time on clearing his mind as well as writing down some adjustments on the information. He wanted Kibao to not claim that he and Koharu weren't helping him out through information gathering, so he is putting as much information as he could about each monster inside the notebook. If the young man decides to take his anger about the beta testers and Kirito out on him and Koharu, he can easily pull up the notebook and inform him how he is breaking the rule he'd made. Once he finished up with the information gathering and writing, Izuku stood up and walked over to Koharu and Argo. The two were playing patty cake. It was adorable for Izuku that he made his menu take a picture of the adorable action between the two girls. After giving Argo the information, she skimmed through it as she laughed a little at some information. Well, that's all I'm here for. You can find Kirito searching for the second floor boss information around this area. Just make sure that if and when you collect that information, that you tell everyone so we can plan around the boss monster's attacks. Argo said, as she rushed off. The two remaining members of their small coalition just shrugged their shoulders and walked to find Kirito. They would find Kirito as he was killing one of the monsters on the second floor when he sliced through one of the monsters. Izuku placed a palm on the young man's shoulder as he turned around to slice through a new monster before stopping. Koharu just looked fearful that Kirito would just attack Izuku on a whim before he stopped as Kirito just glared at Izuku. Don't sneak up on people. You don't know whether or not they'll attack you for that. Kirito scolded. Sorry, but we wanted to assist you in finding information on the second floor boss. Izuku said, as Kirito nodded. You can help me find it. I was searching for the nearby dungeon that was close to the labyrinth. If we can find information about the boss monster, it'll be in there. Kirito said, as Izuku and Koharu nodded. Let's begin the adventure to figure out the boss monster's weakness. Izuku and Koharu called out, pointing in the direction Kirito told them the dungeon was. Arriving at the natural cave dungeon guide, the trio entered the cave. The thing they were searching for was information about the floor boss, and they weren't disappointed when they all entered the dungeon. The entirety of the cave systems was covered to the brim with dripping water and crustacean monsters. The trio entered their own combat stances with their weapons of choice, Izuku holding his bow, Kirito holding his anneal blade, and Koharu holding her anneal knife. Rushing into the fray, Kirito and Koharu started harassing the monsters whilst Izuku sniped them from afar. They continued this little plan of theirs until they reached the end of the natural cave, finding a lonely chest in the middle of the room. Koharu was about to enter the room to grab the chest before she was grabbed by Izuku and Kirito, causing her to let out a yelp and yank back. As the trio entered the room with one another this time, they watched as the room was closed off as a boss monster had appeared from a small part of the floor opening up. Entering a new combat stance, Izuku pulled out his own anneal blade and stood next to both of his party members. This is the boss monster protecting the information about the second floor boss. We need to be highly careful about how we go about this. Izuku said, as Kirito retorted. There's 3 of us, I'm sure that we can defeat him. Kirito retorted. Well, better to be cautious than be arrogant. Koharu yelled as the trio dodged the first strike of the boss monster. Izuku leapt backwards as he bounced off the wall and landed a glancing blow against the boss monster's right arm. Kirito retaliated from the first attack with a slice across the monster's legs, causing it to fall to a knee. Koharu came in from above as she landed a powerful strike into the monster's eye, causing its health to dip into the yellow from their combination. She jumped back, landing in Izuku's arms as he put her down next to him as the trio glared at their opponent. The giant of a Taurus creature from outside the cave, but this one had a name above its head. It stated that its name was Caleb. The trio glared at the giant Taurus monster as he glared down at them, and unknown to the trio he opened his mouth. They assumed to roar at them. But he then spoke some words that caused them all to pause slightly at how warbled they appeared to be. I will not allow you to kill Asterios. The Taurus called out. What the foo? Kirito was about to speak before the Taurus attacked. A few hours had passed as the trio stood outside of the dungeon. As they licked their wounds, they had managed to defeat the mini-boss monster. But it came at the cost of being nearly killed for that information as they trembled from its final words to the trio. Master Asterios will avenge me. The creature warbled out. So is anyone going to talk about how the monster was talking to us? Koharu asked, as she stared at Izuku and Kirito. Nope. The two boys shook their heads with a quick reply. What? Why? This is groundbreaking information. Koharu called out. Koharu, this is a game. The simple fact that enemies can speak to the player was not something that was groundbreaking news. Izuku said, as Koharu pouted at him. Don't treat me as a little kid. I've played games as a kid growing up. I just thought that monsters talking in this game would be groundbreaking as a whole. Kaharu tried to reason. Kaharu, if anyone were to know that the monsters we fight and kill on a regular basis could talk, they wouldn't try to kill them. Just converse with them and try and find a way to move about it. They might just create a religion speaking about keeping them alive. All when they are just a bunch of ones and zeros. Kirito said, as he looked at her in a deadpan expression. There's no way people would do that, right? Izuku? Kaharu asked as Izuku shook his head. Kirito is talking about the extremes people as a whole could do. Do you remember what the news talked about 3 years ago about the animals with quirks that started a fire in a home? Izuku asked, as the girl nodded. Well, the people defended the dogs, and guess what happened? Izuku said, as the girl thought about it. I don't remember any more news talking about them anymore since the first incident. Kaharu said, as Izuku nodded. That's because a hero put them in prison. As it turned out, the people who were the quirk dogs were actually villains who disguised themselves as dogs with quirks. Izuku said, as the girl looked very pale. The people who were defending the dogs were then arrested for aiding the villains on multiple counts of murder. And they were subsequently placed in prison for defending them. Izuku stated as the girl looked saddened by the information. As the three just stayed quiet from that moment on, Kirito eventually broke off from the two as he stated he needed to talk to Argo about some information he'd found earlier before meeting them. As the two sat outside of the natural cave's entry place, Kaharu then remembered something that Izuku informed her about from the start of the game 2 months prior. She had been thinking about it ever since she had seen what he really looked like underneath the mask he'd created. But now that she looked closer at him, she noticed how the scarring on his face was more burn-based than anything. Well, minus the cut scar on his left cheek. Thinking that this was the perfect moment to ask about that, she opened her mouth to speak when they heard the sound of fighting in the distance. Getting up from their spot on the ground, they both rushed towards the sound of fighting going as fast as they could. If they could stop whatever this fight was brought up by, then this means that they could prevent it from happening again later on. They turned around the corner of a tree and found multiple people from Kibao's guild fighting with a group of people. For the last time, the Aincrad Liberation Army has called dibs on these hunting grounds. Leave this area so we can continue hunting. One of the leading members of the force called out. We have been here longer than your guild. We have hunting rights by being here first. The small party of players called back. This now belongs to the Aincrad Liberation Army, so get your own hunting grounds away from this spot. The guards said, angrily waving their weapon around. Hey, watch where you're throwing your weapon. You might hurt someone. The party members called at them. I don't care whoever gets hurt, this hunting zone is in the hands of Kibao. If you have a problem with it, then you take your problems up with him. The person said, as they shoved the party members down to the ground. Izuku and Kaharu watched the exchange for a bit before jumping into the fray as they glared at the group. The guild members then looked at the two with a harsh glare before realizing that they were Kaharu and Izuku. They walked over to them as they tried to hide the fact that they were stealing a hunting ground from another player. Hey, Kibao wanted to let you know thanks for giving us the information about the monsters of this floor. We were able to be fully prepared for the monsters. All that's left for us is to search for the floor boss. The leader of the small group said. So, you weren't trying to steal a hunting ground from this group over here, who clearly stated that they were here before you? Izuku asked, as the leader just scowled. I know that they're lying. We found this area completely empty of their party. They came out of the woodworks claiming that they were the ones using this field. The guy said, as Izuku just gave him a deadpan expression. What is really going on here? Izuku asked, with very narrowed eyes. As Izuku was interrogating the Guild of Aincrad Liberation Army, Kaharu was over with the victims of the attack. She had been questioning them whilst Izuku interrogated the Allah Guild, and the information she'd heard from them was harrowing. The Allah had come out of nowhere claiming that their hunting ground was theirs and they had just returned to start a quest to get the supplies that are required from this spot. Kaharu was about to look behind her to tell Izuku about the information she'd found but was surprised to see Izuku punching the leader of the small group from the Allah in the face. knocking the young man down to his ass as Izuku glared down at him as well as the others who'd placed spears up to his neck. "You cannot attack one of our own without provocation." The three members growled. "Oh, I cannot attack your party leader because of no provocation." "Well, I was provoked the moment he shoved someone else's party member without being provoked in the slightest," Izuku said, angrily grabbing the spear by the blade. He pulled it away from his face as he glared into the trio's eyes as they became suddenly very fearful of him. The aura he was exuding was one of both power as well as fury, murderous intent, her mind supplied as she was rooted to her spot. The others from the party she had talked to were rooted in their spot in fear as well, not sure if they should be moving from their spot. "If I find that you guys are stealing spots from other players that need to do their quests in these kinds of areas again, do not piss me off. Because I will fight you all on my own," Izuku growled as he broke their weapons, turning them into pixels of white energy. Walking away, Izuku gave the group some items that he'd gotten from that quest earlier the other day and let them go on their way. He helped Kaharu up from the ground as she just walked behind him, her thoughts about the scars on his face forgotten once again. They continued down their path until they came across Kirito and Argo talking with Asuna, and Kaharu looked at Izuku. Her face became pale slightly before she shook her head. She knew that thinking of Izuku like he was a murderer was not a good thing to say, so she decided to say something else that was on her mind. "Do you think Kirito-kun will get together with Asuna-san?" she asked, as Izuku choked on air. Walking up to the trio, Izuku and Kaharu made their presence known as they arrived, placing their weapons in the ground. Looking over at the two, Kirito smiled as he went back into a conversation with Asuna, the girl who was Kirito's party member on the previous floor boss battle. Argo, however, was looking kind of squeamish as she was looking at every single possible area that was not Izuku, Kaharu, Kirito and Asuna's faces. Izuku gained a concerned expression as he placed a hand on her shoulder, forcing her to look at him with her brown eyes. Izuku held her still in his grip as she slowly stopped panicking before she gulped down her fear before determinedly looking at him. "What's wrong, Argo-san?" Izuku asked, as the girl looked away. "Kibao and most of the raiding party had entered the boss labyrinth without the information that we were supposed to deliver to them. They don't know about the three bosses that we'd have to fight before anything else," Argo said, as Izuku gained a serious expression. "That's are they freaking crazy?" Asuna called out, bewildered. "They'll do anything to get the boss item drop, we need to inform them quickly," Kirito called back. With that said and done, everyone took off towards the boss battle arena. Izuku leading the charge with his sword as he sliced through many of the opposing enemies that they'd come across. Kirito kept pace with him as the two took on the main offensive attacks as they pushed through the forces of monsters. Eventually, though, the group arrive at the boss room and push through the doors to find the entirety of the raiding party being tossed around like ragdolls. Rushing in, Izuku sent a powerful kick at the Taurus boss monster, saving a small group from being killed. "Get back, I'll handle it from here," Izuku called to the small group. "Hey, that was our kill," they retorted. "You were about to die, now is not the time to be calling dibs on kills," Izuku responded as he dodged a swiping attack from the monster's weapon. "What's wrong? We were strong enough to fight it on our own," the group called out to him. "This boss fight isn't even a one on the raid. It's a multiple boss battle," Izuku said, as he jumped down from the boss. Returning back to the small group, he yanked them to their feet and tossed them aside from another attack that Nato the Colonel Taurus threw at them. Izuku threw out his sword as he parried the attack as fast as he could. There was no way he was going to be losing to this kind of boss monster. Jumping around the giant monster, he landed glancing blows at best, since his element of slashing attacks wasn't something that held an advantage. Switching to his bow, he began firing multiple sword skill arrows at the beast as it was pushed back from his assault. He chanced a glance back at the group as they had returned back to their allies to heal up. Letting his shoulders relax for a moment, he turned to meet up with the rest of them. But apparently that was a plan by the group, as Izuku noticed something familiar about them all. They were wearing the same gear that those people monopolizing the hunting fields were. Izuku then realized the mistake of coming here. Kibao wasn't just attacking the boss monster early, no, he was preparing their tomb. Before Kirito, Asuna and Kaharu could react, the door to the boss monster had closed behind them all. Dot 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 dot. Izuku, Kaharu and Asuna moved about the field as Kirito searched for a way to get out of the boss monster's room. But it appeared to be no luck for them as they tried to move throughout the room, and as they fought the boss monster, Nato, had been defeated. Izuku took a deep breath as he felt his left leg suddenly feel like it was incapable of being used at the moment. Kaharu, noticing this, rushed to him and asked if he was alright before she noticed him cringing as if he was in pain. Looking at his health points, she saw they were in the green, so there couldn't be anything causing the pain on his face. "What's wrong, Izuku?" Kaharu asked, worriedly. My leg. It feels as though I've put it through a meat grinder," Izuku said, as he was lifted from the ground. "Well, I found the way out of here. Let's go," Kirito said, pulling his arm over Izuku's neck and hauling him out. "We need to figure out what happened to him. There's something wrong with his leg," Kaharu said, concerned. Leaving the boss room, they moved through the labyrinth as they finally reached the outer layer of the labyrinth. Moving Izuku over to a small rock nearby, he was seated on it as he moved his hand over it in order to see what was wrong. That was when he remembered something that happened in his past between him and Katsuki, and how it turned out. He cursed to himself internally as he self-loathingly talked horribly about how he could have forgotten about such an injury. Looking up at Kirito, Asuna and Kaharu, he knew that his time of keeping his past life secret was coming to a close. He took a deep breath before calling the trio over to him as they moved in to sit next to him to think about a battle strategy. "What's wrong?" Kaharu asked, as Izuku looked into her green eyes. "I need to inform you three about my life before Sao," Izuku said, as everyone gained serious expressions. "Why, you don't have to tell us. We really need to focus on the game right now," Kaharu said, as Izuku shook his head. "Why, you won't know how to deal with my leg if I don't tell you why it hurts so much," Izuku retorted as the girl just sat down and looked into his emerald eyes. "You all might already figure it out, but I was born quirkless," Izuku started, as the group minus Kirito just looked at him in confusion. "You're quirkless?" Kirito asked, confused. "Yeah, I was announced quirkless by my elementary school when I was just 4 years old," Izuku stated, venom leaving his lips as he said it. "We're not going to like this story, are we?" Asuna asked. "No, you're not," Izuku said, as his vision faded to long-distant memories he'd wish he'd forgotten. Dot 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 dot. Izuku was running through the school grounds as he tried to find a way to escape his old friend. The young boy, Bakugo Katsuki, had taken a liking to beating him up all under the pretenses of making sure he knew his place. Izuku spent most of his time in elementary school essentially playing keep away with Katsuki as the boy had really wanted to hammer it into his head about his dreams. Izuku had just announced to the class that he was quirkless, and that he still dreams of becoming a hero without a quirk. And that was something that his old friend just couldn't take. Everyone in their class was raised into thinking that someone quirkless couldn't become a hero, much less hold a long-standing job to pay for most of the bills in this day and age. Izuku, however, thought otherwise and kept his training up through running away from Katsuki and his goons whenever they felt particularly trigger-happy on beating him up. The boy had met his match, however, when the explosive quirk boy used his own quirk to fly around the place. And as Izuku rushed down the small alley, as fast as his little legs could take him, he was pushed into the ground by a small explosive shockwave. His eyesight had been terribly damaged that day as he left the alley with so many cuts and bruises on his body his mother thought he'd been beaten by a villain. Over the next few weeks, Izuku would come into the home with multiple injuries, and it got to the point that his mother was very fearful for his life. So much so that she tried to change his school life many times, but the pay for it was too much for her to handle. With her being a single mother and not being there for her son all the time, money was becoming more and more of a problem in her life. So she just decided to say freak it and let him stay in his school. There was no other place that would accept quirkless students anyway. Izuku, however, stayed away from her most of the time to the point that she thought he'd lost his love for her. But Izuku would come home every day and tell her he loved her every time he came home from school. Izuku, however, did this to hide the amount of pain behind his smile. The pain of losing his best friend, all because he thought quirkless meant worthless. Izuku knew that quirkless was just a title, and that he could become a hero without one. There were many heroes out there who didn't rely on their own quirk after all. Pushing through the pain every day was becoming so tiring that Izuku forgot to cover his wounds one day. It was 10 years since Izuku had drifted from the Bakugo household and staying as far away from Katsuki as possible. And it was a certain birthday for the boy, as he had actually managed to enter his class without being beaten down on. But he knew that it would be coming. The beatdown this time would be one that he'd remember for sure, as he had noticed Kachan training himself up even more lately. That mean he was preparing for something truly devastating to Izuku, and he can only hope and pray that Kachan doesn't do anything too horrifying. The day was mostly pretty good, all things considered. Nobody talked to him. But that was mainly because of the fact they didn't want to be seen conversing with a quirkless individual. Izuku, however, knew that something was off today, since Katsuki had been getting closer to his seat than usual. And by the end of the day, the boy had immediately taken his chance to escape as fast as possible. But it was all for naught, as the explosive quirk boy had jumped from the second story of the school, out of the classroom window, and kept himself hidden until the right moment. When Izuku was seen rushing outside, looking everywhere but up, he struck. Izuku was about to look up when the sound of explosions as well as burnt caramel smells entering his nose and ears. Before he could even react, he was slammed into the ground as he let out a yelp of pain before looking behind his head at Bakugo. The boy had held his hand tantalizingly close to his left thigh, and the boy growled angrily at Izuku as he spoke to him in a very malicious tone. "Happy birthday, Izu-chan," he said, before a very loud explosion went off. "Og!" Izuku screamed in agony. Screaming in utter agony, Izuku flipped Bakugo off his back as he scurried over to a wall. He had adrenaline pumping through his veins as he breathed heavily and grunted in more and more pain as the adrenaline ran its course. Looking down at the blood trail that had been given to him by Bakugo, Izuku looked closer at his leg only to find something utterly horrifying. His left leg was nearly seared clean off his hips as he looked up at Kachan, the boy glaring and smirking maliciously. "Hey, your birthday beating isn't over. Izu-chan, come back over and take it like a man," he said, using his explosions to get closer to Izuku faster than he could react. Waking up in the hospital, Izuku looked over at his leg in order to hope that he didn't have it amputated. Upon closer inspection, his leg was still there, but it was more mangled than he'd wished it wouldn't be. Letting out a very weary sigh of exasperation, he looked over to his right to find his mother angrily yelling on the phone before realizing something else. His mother was very blurry to him, and he couldn't really see her all that well considering she was right next to him. Rubbing his eyes to make sure that everything was just being blocked by his overabundance of tears, he noticed there weren't any tears falling from his face. Kachan had made him partially blind, and from the sound of things, the hearing on his left side of his body was very wrong as well. In fact, when he turned his head to the left, he could only hear his mother's muffled words on the phone because of his right ear. But covering that one up, all he was greeted to was complete and utter silence. He felt his heart begin to race as he thought of what happened earlier that day at school and how he knew he shouldn't have gone to school. "Izuku, can hear me?" Inko asked, as Izuku could only hear garbled words from her. What are you asking?" Izuku questioned back as Inko looked even more sad. "Izuku, partially, on one side," Inko said, as Izuku connected the dots. I can barely see anything, but at the same time. I can't hear anything from my left ear. And most of what I can hear is from the right side, but that's all muffled." Mutter, Izuku said, eventually falling into a mutter storm. "Izuku, I need you to listen. Your left leg has been irreparably damaged. It's already been amputated," Inko said, as Izuku just stared at her. What are you talking about? I can still feel it," Izuku said, as Inko shook her head. "Izuku, your leg was nearly hanging by a singular strand of skin. The paramedics had been forced to cut the last strand to prevent you from dying. Why, your left arm was seriously mangled as well, Inko said, pointing at his left arm. Looking down to his left arm, Izuku was now worried since he couldn't see his left hand anymore. Lifting the blanket, he felt around with his right hand before noticing how there wasn't a hand but a mere stump of his left arm hanging on the bed. Looking into his mother's eyes, he never heard the heart monitor rushing harshly to the point that he was having a panic attack. Before he knew it, he was sedated for the evening, his mother being forced to leave the hospital until they could further treat him. The reason I had pain in my left leg was because it was amputated before I even was stuck in this game. My leg is just a prosthetic, Izuku said, pulling the pant leg revealing his prosthetic leg. Why, you lost your leg and half your arm? Kaharu asked, completely shocked. But you used your left arm and legs multiple times in the past, Asuna said, as Izuku showed the prosthetic on his arm as well. I've had parts of my body replaced with prosthetics, and it's very terrible, by the way. My mom doesn't get much pay from her job because of my quirkless status, and with her being discriminated for caring about me, she doesn't get enough money to pay for better prosthetics for me, Izuku said, as he let out a sad sigh. Gee, that's so horrible. Why would your friend D do that to you? Kaharu asked, hands covering her mouth, tears falling from her eyes. Because he was never my friend to begin with, Izuku said, venom coming out again. Kirito took this moment as the time to chime in as he looked into Izuku's eyes. You are clearly able to see properly right now. What gives on that department, not to mention your hearing? Kirito questioned. I've been so cautious about everything in the past 10 years of my life that I've gained a sixth sense of sorts. It allows me to feel when someone is watching me from afar or whether someone wants to do bad things to me, Izuku said, as Kirito nodded. Well, we should probably go see what the freak Kibao was trying to do, locking us inside the boss room, Kirito said, helping Izuku up. Yeah, I have a few words to speak to him about as well, Izuku said, as the group angrily walked towards the teleport monument nearby. The group of 4 had made their way over to where the raid squad were located. Kaharu had taken it upon herself to assist Izuku whilst walking towards the building on the second floor main town. He was still feeling the phantom pains within his leg that he could barely walk on his own without nearly falling over multiple times over. But eventually they arrived at the building where they heard the sounds of people talking over one another. Entering the building, they all made their way towards the front of the raiding party as the people all took notice of the 4. Kibao suddenly took notice of the group as well as he stood up and rushed over to them with worry written on his features. Are you all okay? What happened to Enkidu? He called out, worried. Your people just left us inside the boss room all on our own. They tried to get us all killed, Izuku spat, as Kibao looked at him weirdly. I know we have our differences, but that is a very huge accusation, Kibao said, glaring at Izuku. I have every reason to accuse you, Kibao. I've never really liked you ever since the first floor boss meeting. People from your guild are trying to take control of the hunting fields that lower-leveled players were already at. And now they tried to kill me, Kaharu, Kirito and Asuna, Izuku said, as Kibao stared at the 4. Are the rest of you going to say the same thing? Because I will need proof about this, Kibao said, as Kaharu glared at him. What kind of evidence do you need? Enkidu had experienced phantom pains during the fight against Nato, the first of 3 floor bosses for this floor, Kaharu said, as Kibao looked in her direction. There's 3 bosses that we need to face for this floor, he asked, looking over at someone who looked very scared. That's right, Kibao, and the guy who informed you about the floor boss probably didn't warn you about that, right? Kirito questioned. He didn't tell me that there were at least 3 bosses that we'd need to fight, he only told me that Nato was the only boss monster in the labyrinth, Kibao said, as he looked over his shoulder. Whilst everyone talked to one another after clearing up the misunderstanding between Kibao and his forces, Izuku moved to sit down in a corner as he felt his left thigh as he let out a small groan of pain as Kaharu sat next to him. He looked into her worried eyes as she glanced at him every now and again in order to make sure that he was fine. He shook his head at her as if he knew she was going to ask if he wanted to stay behind on this boss monster raid. Don't even ask me to stay back here, Kaharu. I will be assisting in the defeat of Nato the Colonel Taurus, Baron the General Taurus and Asterios the Taurus King. Izuku said, as Kaharu nodded. Just wanted to be sure how you wanted to react to that. She said, as Izuku shook his head. It was about a few hours later after the whole meeting had finished that Izuku and Kaharu had left the building. They were moving towards the inn nearby so they could get something to eat and some medicine in order to help Izuku with his pain problems. They couldn't even get a few feet away from the building before someone appeared behind them and approached with malicious intent. Turning to greet them all, Izuku looked at the newcomer with a glare as they looked back at him with a glare of their own. What the freak was that? You just got me kicked out of the aula. He called out. It's not my fault you didn't inform Kibao of the floor boss monsters. That is all you. Let's not forget about the fact that me, Kaharu, Kirito and Asuna just saved your asses. Izuku said, as the guy growled even more. You cannot tell me what to do. He said, as he pulled a blade on Izuku. We're in a safe zone, we can't fight. Izuku said, plainly, I don't care. You are ruining my chances of getting close to Kibao. The guy screamed angrily. That's not my problem, isn't it? Izuku said, as the guy growled. As Izuku watched the young man attack him, Izuku noticed something very familiar about the guy's preparational attack. He was coming in with a very clear right-handed punch, and as he compared the newcomer with someone he knew in the past. Specifically, Bakugo Katsuki, he realized that Bakugo didn't know that he was Izuku, and he used this to his advantage. Dodging the first attack at him, the guy looked at him weirdly as he glared again, going to attack again. Using the same arm to attack again, Izuku dodged to the left, grabbing the young man's arm and tossed him over his shoulder onto the ground. Gah, the young man called out. I hope that we're done here. Izuku said, walking over to Kaharu. We're not done here, Enkidu. What kind of name is that anyway? I think that your name should be Deku instead. He called out, as Izuku looked over his shoulder at the boy with a very harsh glare. If you call me that name, I will make sure that you don't see the outside world ever again. Izuku said, as the boy's glare became something of mirth. You don't like the nickname, Deku. Do people outside this worthless game call you that? He questioned as Izuku continued to walk away. I don't have time for this kind of conversation. Izuku said, Kaharu looking at him worriedly. The young man continued to follow the two of them as Izuku's patience with him was starting to wear thin. His hand was lowered to be placed where his sword was, and Kaharu was now noticing how close Izuku was to retaliating against someone this annoying. From what she'd known, he was very patient, and if he was already this close to using his weapon on them, that was bad news. But before the guy could come up to them both, Izuku turned around and sliced his sword in between them and Kaharu. Kaharu noticed how Izuku's emerald eyes suddenly changed to a very dark red color as he glared down at the other boy. You have been trying my patience. Do you really want me to fight you right now? Because I can and will kill you if you want. Izuku yelled angrily. I don't care about your worthless patience, I just want to know how you managed to dodge my attacks. Nobody's ever done that before. He called back. It's because I know someone who always leads with a right punch. If you really want others to not know how you fight, don't telegraph your attacks, you dipshit idiot. Izuku screamed as he punched the boy in the face, knocking them to the ground. Entering the inn with a quiet fury, Izuku left Kaharu to deal with the person outside. He wasn't hungry anymore as he went to go lay down and try and calm himself down from the outburst of anger. He'd never really let his anger go, at least until earlier on the day everything happened. He'd gotten told to kill himself by his old friend turned nonsense Y, and he was downright furious. But because he couldn't do anything to his nonsense Y, he was culled into silence. Now he had to deal with another person who was as hot-headed as his old friend and probably not as nice as him as well. Taking in a deep breath, Izuku sat down on the inn's bedframe as he thought about what he should prepare for in the upcoming boss room raid. Koharu entered the room not too much later than he had as she sat next to him giving him a side hug. While Izuku was still mad at the guy for being such a douchebag, he was still trying to bottle up all his anger and fury. Something that Koharu had very clearly noticed from his outburst outside of the inn, now that she was shown rubbing his back. As soon as he stopped planning, tears fell from his eyes as he slammed his fist onto the desk, causing an immortal object icon to appear on it. I'm sorry for that. I've never had an outburst like that. Izuku said, tears still falling. Don't worry, I was just surprised from that. You don't get the chance to let your anger and hatred out all that much, do you? She asked. No, I don't have anyone to confide in at home. My mom and I have been growing distant with one another over the last 10 years. Izuku said, as he sniffled. When we get out of here, how about you regain your relationship with her? Then you can introduce me to her. Koharu asked, rubbing her shoulder on his. I think I'd like that. Izuku said, as he gave Koharu a hug. Hey, what are friends supposed to be for? She asked, as Izuku chuckled. I don't even know the meaning of friends. I've never even had a true friend since I turned 4. Izuku said, as Koharu hugged him tighter. Well, I guess this means I should make up for the 10 long years without a very good friend. She said, as Izuku chuckled. A few days had now passed since everyone had the boss meeting. Kibao was leading the charge for the ALA guild with another leader of the Ala Lind. The man was blue-haired, but he was the more logical of the 2 leaders within the Aincrad Liberation Army. He had made the groups for this kind of attack on the boss monsters as Izuku and Koharu were on a team with Kirito. The trio looked at the boss monster of Nato the Coronel Taurus as Kirito and Koharu turned their heads to look at Izuku. The young man had pulled out his bow as the 2 smiled at him, expressions determined to win. We'll defeat this boss and move on to the next floor, Koharu said, as Kirito piped up. The next floor is my favorite of all the floors Aincrad has to offer anyway. He said, as Izuku nodded. Why is that? Koharu asked, confused. Elves, Izuku and Kirito said, stars in their eyes. The raid party attacked Nato as the Taurus Coronel had thrusted his blunt weapon at the groups of parties attacking him. He swung for a horizontal strike as one of the tanks had rushed in to parry the attack, swinging his mace out and clashing with the blunt weapon. As Nato was tossed back slightly, everyone launched their attacks on him as his health dropped down to half the first health bar. They repeated this kind of attack pattern on this boss until he reached the lower half of his full HP bar. Once he was really low on power, he suddenly used a power that was not in the notebooks that were written about his power set from the beta. He somehow activated a quirk in the game and had turned his blunt weapon into a flaming blunt weapon. He gifted himself an element that he could use against the raid party. Hey beta players, since when could Nato do that? Kibao growled out from the back. He never did this in the beta. He basically only used sword skills. Izuku returned the growl. Well, someone please explain how he managed to use a quirk in this world then. Another player called out. Kayaba never said that the bosses of each floor couldn't use a quirk. Izuku called out as he thrusted his blade at Nato. Once the boss had reached the red of his final health bar, he growled out before roaring to the heavens and throwing his massive axe. Once everyone ducked under the flaming weapon, Izuku thrusted his blade through Nato as he let out a wailing roar before turning into pixels. As most of the raid party had begun to celebrate, the ground lit up with a massive light as a new boss monster came out to play. This one was Baron the General Taurus. He was red in color and slightly taller than Nato, who had been brown in color and had white markings. Baron though had golden-colored tattoos on his arms as he huffed out some steam from his breath before igniting his very large hammer with ice. Well shit, he can use ice quirks too. Kibao groaned out angrily. Don't get pissed about it, Kibao. You heard Kayaba on the first day this happened, we can't use our quirks. We have to learn how to defeat opponents without our own quirks. Izuku said, as he spun his blade around in his hand before pointing at Baron. You think you can defeat me? I will show you your place, humans. The Taurus general yelled. Since when could the floor bosses talk? Kibao asked, bewildered and surprised. Don't take your eyes off of it, idiot. Izuku called out, as Kibao noticed a very comically large hammer about to hit him. What? He asked, his eyes now pinpricks. He then was pushed to the side as the hammer slammed into a tank player who had managed to get to him on time. As Kibao stared at the tank player, he watched as he suddenly had a paralyzed status effect placed upon him from the attack. The hammer then slammed on the tank once again as it killed him instantly through crushing his entire form, turning him into pixels. Baron had the time to even taunt Kibao at that. 1 down, 40 more to go. He growled out, smiling evilly. Ja aasooooooon. Kibao screamed in utter horror. Izuku rushed into the fray as he pulled Baron's eyes away from Kibao. The giant Taurus being swinging his hammer at Izuku as the young man thrusted his blade into the giant hammer at the middle to parry it. He dodged a swipe from the Taurus general's tail before running up its back and slamming his sword into his face, causing him to let out a yelp of pain. Falling backwards onto the ground, Baron let out a shrill scream, causing Taurus pawns to appear on the battlefield. With most of the raid party distracted, he focused his eyes on Izuku as he threw his weapon out and about with reckless abandon. Many players got hit with the paralyzing effect of the attack as they were held in place by the Taurus minions. But Izuku had saved a few of them with his sheer speed as he traversed the battlefield and had managed to save Kaharu from being attacked from behind. She ran with him as they led the boss away from his subordinates and fought him with Kirito and Asuna. The 4 of them kept him busy whilst the rest of the raid party had been distracted with the small fry of the lesser Taurus. Once they had managed to take his health down into the red, Kibao came in with a running start as he threw his mace towards Baron. The mace flew through the floor boss's head as he suddenly fell backwards, turning into pixels. Now that they knew about Baron's lower health pool, they expected the Taurus King, Asterios, to have the least amount of health. Boy, were the raid party members who weren't Izuku nor Kirito wrong. Asterios appeared in the middle of the arena as the other members of the army of Lesser Taurus had disappeared. As he appeared in the middle of the arena, his health pool looked very similar to NATO's, but had the bars available to him was far higher. He had a grand total of 10 health bars, and he stood before them with a huff as he walked toward the group. You kill my men. You kill my pawns and family. You will not be leaving this labyrinth with your lives. I hope you all know this. Asterios said, his voice gruff and very scratchy. We will take you down and head over to the next floor, Asterios. Izuku called out, activating a passive sword skill. I will place your heads on a pike. He called out, rushing them all. Asterios stood taller than both NATO and Baron. His height was attributed to the 4 horns on his head that splintered off into different ways. His black skin with white hair showed that he had aged, but at the same time, he could wield all his strength. He growled at them all before swinging his spiked hammer at them in a sword skill called Hammer Slam. Jumping in the air to prevent the stunned effect for 30 seconds, Izuku, Kaharu, Kirito and Asuna had leapt into the fray. Kibao was not far behind as most of the raid party had joined the battle in order to bring the battle to an end. They knew about the fact that Asterios had a lightning ability that could both cause damage but paralyze his opponents. Izuku had figured that out when he first fought the Taurus King in the beta. Running around the battlefield, Izuku pulled out his bow and fired multiple shots at Asterios, who merely glanced over at him and didn't even blink at them hitting his skin. He moved towards the others as all the shots exploded on his arm, causing massive fire damage as well as some bleed damage. But Asterios shrugged the continuous damage off as he continued to fight off the giant horde of players. Swinging his spiked hammer, he had managed to damage the tanks severely. They wouldn't be capable of taking another hit from that, as he went for the same attack. But Izuku, Kaharu, Kirito and Asuna had jumped in when he thrusted his hammer out and parried him, causing him to backpedal a step. Izuku leapt into the air as he slammed a golden-colored fist into his face, causing the boss monster's eyes to bug out from the sudden pain and attack. His first health bar had finally been dropped as they all needed 14 more health bars to go before they could finally call the raid a success. Jumping back, Izuku ran around the place with his crew as Asterios let out a massive roar and started to use his lightning attacks on the entire raid party. Everyone dodged and weaved through the attacks as Asterios had been attacked by all of them during his moment of using his skill. But then he used the skill on his body as he suddenly increased his own speed and power by absorbing the electricity of his own skill. He blitzed the entire raid party as he swung out a tail and hooked fist out towards the group as he dealt massive damage to them. Some even were paralyzed due to the electricity's effects of paralysis. But as he was distracted with the rest of the raid party, he had lost sight of the main four who were like annoying flies to him. Izuku, Kaharu and Kirito appeared in front of him as they pushed Asuna, who was on their hands, straight into his face. Asuna piercing his eye with her rapier as he roared out in pain, silver blood falling from the wound as he now had an infinite continuous damage debuff. The raid party had then broken free of their paralysis debuff as they rushed at the now half-blind floor boss. They landed hundreds of blows on him as time became a moot point for them all as they wanted to just end the floor boss already and move on. But finally, they reached the last health bar on the beast as he struggled to stay standing. He stumbled about the arena as he growled angrily. Izuku was prepared for a quirk to be used as he watched the floor boss suddenly use 3 quirks at once. Lightning, which was a skill he could use back in the beta, was a full-blown quirk for Asterios now, but with flames coming from the Taurus King's left and ice coming from his right, the Taurus King roared out to the heavens. Izuku rushed forwards as he pulled his blade towards his chest as he ran to the floor boss, who had just noticed his increased speed. He ran towards Izuku with as much fervor as the young man did as they threw their weapons at one another. Izuku parried the attack quickly as he increased his speed with the blade as he attacked at precise points in Asterios' defense. Whilst the giant monster just used very telegraphed attacks and over-reliance on powerful attacks. Finally, Izuku jumped into the air as Asterios had let out a massive beam of electrical flaming ice at the young man. Izuku decided to reveal a new skill he'd earned through a quest he'd done on floor 1. It was something he kept secret to himself since he didn't want anyone finding out about the quest to get it for themselves. He flipped into the air as he activated the skill, causing him to pull out a small notebook that flipped its pages to a certain one as Izuku held the book out in front of himself. He smirked at the boss monster, who stared at him in confusion through his mouth blast. Magic sword skill. Asaranarith Metrian Zinthos. Izuku called out, a black mirror appearing in front of himself. As the black mirror appeared in front of his face, the flaming electrical ice beam had blasted into the mirror before being reflected back at Asterios. And as he felt the pain of electricity, flames and ice burning his skin and body, he was brought all the way down to a singular point of health. Izuku fell down towards the boss as he pulled out his bow, intent on dealing a finishing blow with that weapon of choice. Green power emanated from the bow as Izuku fell in slow motion towards the boss monster. The green power moving around the boy in waves as they moved like water around him before forming a giant dragon behind him. Sword skill bow. Shining finisher. Izuku softly muttered. The shot was fired as it flew through the air. It twirled in the air as it suddenly spiraled towards Asterios' face before landing in the middle of his forehead, piercing through his rough hide and coming out the other end of his face. In a beautiful motion of art and explosions, Asterios watched as the boy landed on his face as Asterios' body became suddenly engulfed in explosions. He chuckled out a happy smile as he stared into the eyes of Izuku, who had been unaware of how his eyes became slitted. So you are the child of a dragon. I can't wait to see how you develop as a warrior from the next floor beyond. Show them the true meaning of a draconic quirkless human, Asterios said, before turning into pixels. As the congratulations had shown up for Izuku, the young man had looked at the item in his inventory. It was only stated through a title of Draconic Deliverer. He tilted his head at that before shaking his head. Putting the title away in a different area where it couldn't be seen for the moment, he saw the item drops. He was given a skill called Scale Armor, allowing him to have scale-like armor for 15 seconds, giving him impenetrable defense for that time period before he would lose it. Izuku smiled at it before he noticed a new weapon drop from Asterios himself, although he seemed to be stuck on the words of the boss. Pressing his finger on the weapon drop, he found a coupling of chains with blades on the end of each set of chains. They wrapped themselves around his body as the blades floated around his head. They were golden in color as Kaharu ran over to him. You did it. I can't believe that you defeated the floor boss, Kaharu said, hugging Izuku. Thanks, but I couldn't have done it without you, Izuku said, patting the girl's head. This caused the girl to blush slightly before she just hugged him tighter with a pout, and the boy could feel something being pressed onto his chest, causing his face to blush harder. Shaking his head before any bad thoughts could come in, he looked at everyone else before seeing Kibao's facial expression facing him with a glare. "Did you just cheat again?" he asked, as Izuku glared back at him. "I got the final kill on the boss monster Kibao. If you could get your head out of your ass, you might even get a boss drop soon," Izuku said, turning away from Kibao. "I will get the next floor boss's item drop. Just you wait, Enkidu," Kibao called out as Izuku smiled to himself. "Then make it a challenge," Izuku called back before moving on to the next floor by going up the stairs. Kaharu watched him with stars in her eyes as she glanced at how the golden chains with silver sharp edges merely floated around him. She ran after him when he started to get further away from her before Kirito and Asuna followed after them. But they were talking about something rather important. "So, why do you think Enkidu was blushing when Kaharu was hugging him?" she asked, looking like she was in a teasing mood. "Kaharu has the hots for him, that's all I can say," Kirito said, placing his hands behind his head. "Oh, come on, tell me everything," Asuna said, in a gossiping mood. "Since when do you want to enter the relationships of others for gossip?" Kirito asked, a little worried. "Since now, let's go, before they lose us on the next floor," she said, pulling Kirito away. 1. Arriving onto the next floor of Aincrad, Izuku and Kaharu stared at their surroundings as Izuku himself gained stars in his eyes. Kaharu noticed how excited Izuku was becoming at this floor as she took a glance at everything around herself. The entire floor that she could see was covered in a thick foliage and forestry as Izuku moved further ahead of her. She watched as through his excitement that he bounced around the place with energy she'd never seen from him on the earlier floors. "I can't believe it, Kayaba actually kept what the third floor looked like the same. I can't wait to help the Dark Elves again," Izuku said, as he hopped on one leg happily. "What are you talking about, Enkidu-san?" Kaharu asked, walking up next to him. "What am I talking about? This is the place where the NPCs become much more akin to allies depending on the decisions we make. This is where the NPCs become more human in the player's eyes," Izuku said, as Kaharu gained a curious expression. "What do you mean that the NPCs become more human?" she asked. "The NPCs become more human in how they interact with the player. They answer questions you ask that don't pertain to the actual story. This will be the longest story arc of the game, lasting from floor 3 to floor 9. Izuku said, as Kaharu just stared at him in shock. "Wait, so we will be taking part in a story arc of the game that lasts multiple floors?" Quote. She questioned incredulously. "Yep, and it's one of the best stories ever created by video games in the world," Izuku said, placing his hands on her shoulders. "Do you know what happens at the end of the story arc?" Kaharu asked. "No, I never was able to complete it before the beta ended. Actually, I was on my way there when I saved you," Izuku said, as Kaharu blushed. "So I stopped you from ending the story?" she asked. "Yeah, but it feels much better to go through the story again. Each time going through it makes my skin tingle," Izuku said, as he led her around. It was about a few minutes later as they both traversed the third floor that they found Kirito and Asuna. Kirito was acting similarly to Izuku as he talked about becoming friends with the NPCs of the floor and furthering the story. Kaharu had then seen how similar in terms of how Izuku and Kirito had wanted to continue the story of the elves. She followed them with Asuna next to her as the two girls talked about who they would team up with. But before they could do anything else, a massive fog had pushed through their group with Izuku moving back next to Kaharu. The girl placed her hand in his to make sure that they didn't get separated from one another as they lost Kirito and Asuna in it. Asuna called out Kirito for touching her rear as the young man rushed off from the girl with a treant following after the two. "You think Asuna knows that she ran into a treant?" Izuku asked, as Kaharu just giggled. Izuku and Kaharu pushed through the fog as they killed monsters and leveled up at least 4 times. As they pushed through a small dungeon on their way over to where the first mission for them to take part in begins, the two heard the sounds of sword fighting in the distance. Looking at one another, they immediately rushed out to see what was happening through the now clearing fog. In the middle of a clearing, they found a black armor-wearing dark elf fighting with a light elf in light armor. They heard that the two were in battle as they moved through the field with great speed and landed blows against the other. "So who do we save first, N? I kinda feel as though we should save the dark elf," Koharu asked, as Izuku nodded. The dark elf was attacked by the light elf whilst she was delivering a package to the dark elves. "So they are the good ones in this floor, let's go save her," Izuku said, pulling out his blade. Rushing into battle, the two jumped in as the dark elf was about to be finished off by her opponent. Just as the blade was about to hit her, a new blade came in blocking it as she got a look at her savior. Izuku stood before her with a determined expression on his face as he glared at the light elf with some slight anger. Koharu then jumped in, slicing across the elf's leg, causing him to jump away with a slight pained grimace. Standing next to the fallen elf girl, they entered a combat stance as they glared at the light elf. "We won't allow you to end her life. If you want to get to her, you will need to break through my defense," Izuku growled, as Koharu nodded. "We will keep her safe from your nefarious deeds," Koharu called out. "You all think you can defeat a high-ranking high elf. I will have your heads," the elf called out, rushing to them. "I thank you for your assistance, saviors. But I will assist you in this battle," the dark elf said, as she entered a combat stance. As the small group had attacked the enemy elf, they had launched multiple attacks at him as he slashed at them with a broadsword. As he slammed his sword in a downward strike, Izuku blocked the attack and countered with a punch to the gut, sending the elf backwards in a stumble. Koharu came from behind as she stabbed the elf in the back, literally, and jumped away as he swiped his arm around to smack her. Their ally in the dark elf woman had moved forward with her rapier as she landed multiple puncture wounds on the elf. As the elf moved backwards in order to retreat, Izuku pulled out his bow and used a sword skill in order to kill the elf before he could escape. When he fell to the ground, disappearing in a few motes of pixels, Izuku turned to their new ally. She was dark-skinned with black hair and violet eyes. She wore armor that didn't really fill out her form but covered her most vital parts of her body. She bowed to them with thanks as she lifted herself to speak to them, but before she could speak, she found a key on the ground. Picking it up and placing it inside her pocket, she patted her thigh in order to make sure it stayed before letting out a sigh of relief. "Again, I thank you for your assistance. May I know the names of my saviors?" the dark elf asked. "I'm Enkidu, and this is Koharu. You can call me En though," Izuku said, as the dark elf nodded. "My name is Kismel. The tongues of man-folk work in many ways," Kismel said, with a smile. "Nice to meet you too, Kismel," Izuku said, as Kismel nodded. "Our commander will surely reward you for your deeds here. Allow me to show you to our camp," Kismel said, as Izuku and Koharu followed after her. "Hey Kismel, what is this key you both were talking about?" Koharu asked, as Kismel gained a forlorn expression. "Yes, I suppose I might tell you. This key is a sacred relic from long past, spoken of my people, the people of Lucilla," Kismel said, looking at the forestry. "Lucilla?" Izuku asked, curious. "Others tend to call us dark elves. But that is merely a term to describe our race. My people were born to life from the sacred Lucilla tree. We take pride in this, and hence call ourselves the people of Lucilla. Indeed, this matters not to you menfolk. You may call us as you wish," Kismel explained. "Sorry, but thanks. Lucilla does have a nice ring to it, though. Sounds like some sort of nocturne," Koharu said, as Kismel looked at her. "Is Nocturne a kingdom of man?" Kismel questioned. "It's a type of music you might play on a piano, on an instrument. I learned them as a kid. Back at home I often played them," Koharu said, as Kismel nodded. "So you are not merely a warrior, but a master of music as well. It is a great honor to be compared to the songs of a master," Kismel questioned before complimenting. "Hey Kismel, are you really an NPC? Were you really born here in Aincrad?" Koharu asked, worriedly. "I was, though I was born far after the time of the Great Separation. We are born on these separated lands and destined to die here. No one doubts this, yet the forest elves think otherwise." Why is that?" Kismel confirmed and questioned Kaharu. Kismel, you're much easier to talk with than other people from Aincrad. I'm surprised how much like us you seem, Kaharu said, stuttering over her wording. Yes, you warriors of man hail from lands far beyond, don't you? Kismel asked, curiously. Do you know about the real world? Izuku asked, curiously. I am unfamiliar with the names of your kingdoms, but yes. Mankind cast their last and greatest spell to summon in warriors from far beyond. And now you are all forced to fight to unite the fortress in the sky as one. That is why you do not mix well here, yes. Yet with you here before me now, I do not see how you differ much in matters of language or custom from the people of Aincrad. I too find surprise in how markedly easy it is to sit here and speak with man-folk from faraway lands. Kismel said, with a smile. Over the course of a few hours, the trio had finally arrived at the campsite where Kismel had led them to. They found that the commander of the group of dark elves was searching for Kismel as he felt proud for her survival. He pulled her away as Izuku and Kaharu felt themselves fall to their knees from all the running and fighting. Moving over to sit down on a wooden log, they thought about everything about this new questline they were undertaking. They knew that the dark elves were the good guys, but the fact that they are required to kill elves from their opposing side felt kind of bad. Are we going to have to kill the forest elves during some of our quests? Kaharu asked, as Izuku nodded. It's not something I like to do within this questline, but it is really fun interacting with both sides in battle. They say some really funny things, Izuku said, with a chuckle. Wow, I can't wait to see how the story develops then. Kaharu said, as she decided to get some sleep. I will keep watch over you. Make sure nobody tries to enter combat with you asleep like you are. Izuku said, as Kaharu swiped a hand at him. Just make sure to get some sleep yourself. She muttered. As the two were sitting and sleeping respectively, they never felt the presence of someone watching them both from afar with a smirk on their face. They were green in color based on their skin alone and had a sense of foreboding aura surrounding themselves as they began to giggle to themselves. It's only a matter of time before I collect all the keys to release our great god. I will collect all those keys and revive our leader. The elf giggled to themselves. Izuku and Kaharu woke up on the ground as they stretched their limbs ready for their new day of questing. They knew that Kismel would be coming back today since they were doing the whole quest for the Dark Elves. And as they got up, the two looked around themselves and found that the sun was just rising out in the distance. And before doing anything else, they decided to do a little bit of sparring so that they don't get completely rusty. After all, one shouldn't lower their guards because of something as complacency. As they entered a small field just outside of the campsite of the Dark Elves, the two started the fight function of Sao. So whoever lands the first hit is the one who buys dinner. Kaharu asked, smirking. You're just trying to get out of paying for dinner, huh? Izuku asked, placing his sword on his shoulder. You can say that again, but I will say that if I do lose to you, I will pay for dinner. Kaharu replied as Izuku nodded. Alright, just make sure that we aren't in the yellow. We need the health for the questline that Kismel has for us, okay? Izuku said, entering a combat stance. Sure thing N. Kaharu said, smiling happily. As Kaharu still had her eyes closed from smiling, a blush came over Izuku's face as he shook the blush off. He knew that she'd try anything to get him off guard and take advantage of it. So when she rushed at him, he immediately placed up his guard as their weapons clashed with one another in the middle. Jumping back, Kaharu jumped from the trees surrounding the two as she tried to ascertain his weakness in his fighting style. Izuku kept moving around so that his back was not facing Kaharu. He knew that she'd capitalize on his weakness if he kept his guard lowered. When she leapt from another tree, Izuku pulled out his bow and pointed it at where he believed that she'd be jumping to. And as he pulled the line enough to let go, he watched as the arrow had flown right past her face, but just barely nicking her skin. He scoffed at how she leapt away from the tree he shot at before hiding in the leaves of the trees above him. With that he decided to put away his weapon as he decided to use a skill he'd gotten a few weeks before. It was a meditation skill. It allowed him to regenerate any lost stamina, and have it replaced so long as he keeps up the meditation. As Kaharu jumped from tree to tree, he heard her silent steps on the tree's bark before she jumped down towards him. As soon as she was within striking distance, she had pulled out her knife as she prepared to land her first strike against him. But as soon as she was too close to dodge feasibly, she noticed Izuku's eyes opening up as he swiftly struck her before she could even realize what had happened. When his blade had swiped upright and sliced into her leg and went up, she watched as her full health had gone down to at least 75% from that first attack. Landing on the ground, she pouted as she glared at Izuku angrily. "You didn't say that you would use that skill," she said, pouting. "And I never said that I wouldn't use it either. I win again," Izuku said, patting Kaharu's head. "Well, I have nothing to say about that," Kaharu said, raising a finger to retort before realizing she didn't have one. "Come on, we need to meet up with Kismel. We have a job to do," Izuku said, helping her up from the ground. "Okay, but can you pay for tomorrow's lunch?" Kaharu asked. "Sure thing," Izuku said, as he led them back to the elf camp. The two returned back to the camp to find Kismel standing at the entrance with a smile. They returned her smile with one of their own as the dark elf had shown them around the camp. She wasn't there last time to give them a tour of the place, but now that she gave them a tour of where everyone was. She told them about how it was their job to protect the keys to prevent the Fallen One from returning back to the land of Aincrad. And how the forest elves were attempting to bring him back in order to bring about the end of Aincrad. The two looked at her with confusion as the NPC turned to look at them. Noticing their confusion, the woman just smiled at them before leading the two over to a tent where her commander was located. Entering the small tent, they found themselves standing before a very tall dark elf who stood at 6 feet 11. His body was covered in armor, but they could easily tell from how large the equipment was, he was literally filled with muscles. When the commander noticed their presence, he spoke up to them as well as Kismel with pride. "I thank you both for saving my lieutenant. She was someone that I worried we'd lose early on to those bastard forest elves. For that, you have my trust in this mission," the commander said, as Kismel nodded. "You're welcome. We couldn't have been able to find you guys if it weren't for Kismel leading us to you," Izuku said, with a bow. "Do not bow to me, I am not someone to be bowed to. I need you two to do something for us. We have whereabouts of the forest elves' base of operations. We need you two to take care of them for us," the commander said, as Izuku thought about it. "What are their defenses like?" Izuku asked, as Kaharu looked at him. "Are you sure that's something we can ask?" she meekly questioned. "Yes, we need all the information we can get," Izuku said, as Kaharu stayed quiet. "Their defenses are surrounded by a magical barrier. We can get it down so you three can go inside and get the key they stole from us," the commander said. "Okay. Anything else we should worry about?" Izuku questioned. "Aside from being careful around those bastard elves. Keep your eyes and ears open, you never know," the commander said, shooing them away from his tent. As soon as the three left the tent and decided to ultimately leave the campsite, they walked over towards the entrance to the forest. Stretching their limbs, they prepared to head out before hearing Kismel speak to them before she'd be heading out. "Enkidu, Kaharu," Kismel called out, running up to them. "What is it, Kismel?" Kaharu asked, worriedly. "I just came here to thank you both for assisting us with our mission. We don't really get help from human folk every day, so it's nice to meet some people who really wish to help us," Kismel said, as Izuku patted the woman's head. "Don't worry, Kismel, we would never leave someone to fend for themselves. After all, a hero is someone who helps when they are not asked," Izuku said, smirking. "Well, I still thank you for your assistance. I will meet you both outside the base of the forest elves," Kismel said, walking into the brush. "You ready to head out, Kaharu?" Izuku asked, as the girl nodded. Heading out, the two walked down the paths of floor 3. They ran into many monsters along the way as they defeated and collected valuable loot from the monsters they came across. Izuku had also gotten some web chains from a spider monster that they'd killed enough of, although Kaharu was kind of grossed out by it. They were getting close to reaching the outer layer of the forest elves' base when they were approached by Kismel, who smiled. She ran over to the two of them as she gave them hugs before moving away from the two, as Izuku remained a blushing mess. "Thank goodness you two have arrived. I was wondering whether or not you survived the journey here," Kismel said, placing a hand over her chest. "Don't worry about us, Kismel, we wouldn't leave you behind," Izuku said, looking away from the woman. "Anyway, we need to know about their setup. Do you have any information?" Koharu asked, as the woman nodded. "Everything that you'll find is on this scroll. I need to wait out here, however. You both will be the ones entering and creating a distraction for me to get the key from inside the place," Kismel said, as Izuku nodded. "Well, Koharu, let's create a distraction," Izuku said. "Yes," Koharu said, as the two walked ahead. As soon as they saw the giant drawbridge leading to the forest elves' base of operations, Izuku took notice of how many elves were on the watchtowers surrounding it. Pulling out his bow, he pointed it upwards and just a bit above the elves themselves in order to factor in wind resistance and nonsense at drop. As soon as he let go of his string, the sword skill arrow had flown through the air and landed right in the elves' eye, killing them instantly. As soon as that happened, they suddenly disappeared in pixels of white and blue colors before another elf had arrived at the scene. Before they could leave and sound the alarm, they were shot in the face as well, causing them to die quickly. Looking to Koharu, the two rushed over to the wall and used some equipment they'd gathered and created from some of the monsters on the floor. And using their gadgets to create some grappling guns, they launched themselves up at the watchtower and seen a new elf standing there looking at them in shock. Before he could even escape, however, Koharu had landed on him and stabbed him through the head. When he disappeared into pixels, Izuku moved forward as he climbed down the ladder with Koharu not far behind him. Once reaching the ground floor, they rushed out into the main hallway of the place and gained the attention of all the forest elves. "Hey, if you all want to kill something, come get me," Izuku called out, causing all the forest elves to come out the woodworks. "So you are the one who killed our scout? I will have your heads," the commander of the elves called out, pointing at them. "Well, we did kill your scout, because they started it," Izuku retorted before pulling out his bow and shooting at the commander. "Kill them," the commander said, dodging the arrow and fleeing. "All right, Koharu, you know the drill," Izuku said, as the girl nodded. "Just play tag, we don't need to kill them all." "Right," she said, as Izuku nodded. The forest elves surrounded the two as they had their backs to one another. And when the elves attacked, the two reached out with their blades and countered the elves to the best of their ability. In the background of the fight, Kismel was seen leaping over the walls and killing any straggler elves who got in her way. Finding the key she was looking for, she left the place as fast as she could before Izuku took notice of her jumping over the wall. Looking at Koharu, he saw the girl was taking down another elf before jumping back to him with a smile on her face. "So how many did you defeat?" Koharu asked, panting. "I took down at least 15. You?" Izuku asked, his breathing even. "I took down at least 8, she said, as Izuku chuckled. "Well, we need to get out of here anyway." Kismel got what she needed, Izuku said, as he pulled out an item. Koharu smirked at him before wrapping her arms around him as he held out the teleport crystal. And as soon as he spoke out loud, the two were gone from the base of elves and the commander had returned from fleeing to find an item was gone. He let out a bastardized scream of pain and agony as the two reappeared in the middle of a pathway leading back to the Dark Elves' campsite. Moving through the forest, the two giggled about how the forest elves were duped by them before arriving at the Dark Elf camp. What awaited them back at the Dark Elf campsite was nothing what they were prepared to take on. Upon entering the base, they found that the place was in tatters. Every single person from the campsite were on the ground groaning in pain as they heard the sounds of fighting in the distance. Rushing over to see what was happening, they found a green-skinned elf fighting Kismel as the commander was laying on the ground groaning in pain. Entering the fight, they fought off the green elf as they smirked at the trio. What really surprised Izuku, however, was the fact that above them was the name Fallen Elf, written in bold crimson red coloring. There was something he'd learned in the beta of Sword Art Online in the past, that was if the enemy had a very dark red name, it meant they were a higher level than you were. So to see a deep crimson colored name on this elf, that meant that this elf was very powerful, and strong enough to kill them if they so choose. And like his knowledge of the beta, the elf had toyed with them the entire time before stealing the keys that Kismel had on her person. And left them all with some foreboding words that were ominous to him. The forest elves are mere pawns in our liberation. Nobody will be able to stop the fallen one's return. Just you wait, everyone will know that the dark elves and forest elves are the true villains. The green elf said, before disappearing in a mirage. Damn it, Izuku screamed out angrily. Koharu just stared at him in shock, because this was the second time now that he'd allowed his anger to get the best of him. And to see the fury on his face, it caused her to become slightly fearful of him in that moment, because she'd never seen him this furious. Especially at an NPC. Are you all right, Lord Izuku? Kismel asked, helping him stand. I'm all right, Kismel, just angry at how we got those keys, only for someone new to steal them. Izuku growled out. Don't worry, we'll get the keys back, mark my words. Kismel said, as Koharu nodded. I know, Izuku said, glaring out into the forest. Izuku and Koharu leave the small campsite of the Dark Elves as they were thinking about what happened the previous night. Although Koharu was thinking back to the fury written in Izuku's expression as the young man was angered at the green elf. The fury and anger he showed towards that elf was not something she'd expected from her partner. Much less how volatile he appeared to be after they'd lost their fight against them. She had noticed the crimson-colored name. But she thought nothing of it since Izuku was a higher level than her, but it appeared as though the crimson name represented an enemy who was far stronger than them. Ever since their loss against the elf, Enkidu had been training himself against the other monsters on the floor. Constantly attacking and killing them in order to increase his level, and it was getting to a point that she was taking note of his mental state. He was slowly getting better, but his facial expression was not leaving its neutral expression. From what she could see from his face, that he showed her through his fighting, he was being aggressive the entire time with the monsters. Are you really okay, En? Koharu asked, worriedly. I'm fine, just needed to vent out some anger. Izuku said, as he stood back up to full height. I wanted to know because you were really angry when we lost. Koharu said, as Izuku shook his head. Don't worry, Koharu, I should be strong enough to handle that elf this time. Come on, we need to find that base for the Dark Elves in the next area. Izuku said, leading the way. Just don't get ahead of yourself. Koharu said, running after him. In a bush near the two another few feet away another player was seen with their eyes gleaming a red ominous color. They chuckled to themselves before disappearing into the foliage, pulling out a small device that was on their wrist. It appears as though the two are on the move the plan into motion. A voice said, before they rushed off. Walking towards a small area near the forest, Izuku and Koharu came across a small lake that was filled with water-typing monsters. Smiling to one another, they walked over near the lake as they took in their surroundings, and they couldn't help but test their mettle against the monsters in the area. As they fought the weak monsters in the area, they were allowing themselves to lower their guards. Killing monsters had gotten completely boring as Izuku and Koharu moved about the place, so they went to begin another quest. Kya! A shrill scream called out. Let's go, Izuku said, as Koharu nodded. Running around the area back to where the scream had come from, the two came across a young woman with brown hair and a pink dress. She was fearfully screaming as she held a small mace in her hands as it trembled in her grip, and she was surrounded by multiple monsters. Rushing in to assist, the two took down the monsters with relative ease, causing the girl to take note of their presence as well as armor. She ran up to them, inspecting their armor as she stood up for the two of them to get a better look at her. Are you all right? Izuku asked, fretting over the girl a little. Why yeah, I'm fine, just wanted to see come here and get some supplies. I want to become a blacksmith and was surrounded very quickly because of my quest. The girl said, as she let out a sigh of relief. Well, that was dangerous to go out on your own. Koharu said, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. I know, but I needed the supplies in order to create some new equipment. The girl said, as Izuku looked at Koharu. What items do you need to make the item? Izuku asked, as the girl gained a happy smile. I just needed a light shell and a couple glare stones. A customer had wanted me to make an item from those drops from monsters. The girl said, as Izuku nodded. The girl watched as Izuku pulled out his inventory and clicked on a few items from it as the items she required from the monsters appeared. She smiled at them and gave the two a hug before getting right to work in creating the item from literally nothing. Izuku and Kaharu couldn't help but watch over the girl as she went into her own little world about making the item for her customer. And after about 5 minutes of watching over the girl, she had stood up revealing a necklace. Both looked at one another before shrugging their shoulders before the girl gained their attention again. Hey, see, can you guys get me some more items from the monsters in this area? She asked, as Izuku turned to look at her. What's your name? Izuku asked. The name's Lisbeth, and soon enough I will become one of the best blacksmiths of Aincrad. She said, as Izuku looked at Kaharu. Well, the name's Enkidu, and this is Kaharu. Nice to meet you, Izuku said, as he held a hand out. Nice to meet you, Enkidu-san and Kaharu-chan. Now, could you both get me some items from the monsters over there? I don't know their names yet, but I wanted to get some golem pieces as well as apples from the fruit nepenthes. The fruit nepenthes was for supplies to bake a cake, and the golem pieces are to make you both something in exchange for your assistance. Lisbeth said, as the two looked at one another. Shrugging their shoulders, they looked around the place for the monsters they needed to kill and collect their drops. Izuku, however, focused more on collecting enough so that he could sell a good amount of them before giving the amount Lisbeth needed over to the girl. Izuku really loved selling some of the drops he'd had to other players since that would increase the call he and Kaharu had total so they could get food of their own. And after a few hours of searching and collecting items from the dead monsters, they finally finished their mission. And as they sat down and watched Lisbeth in her element, they were slowly calming their racing hearts. The fact that this girl was making something for the two of them made the two feel slightly special in their minds. And she was telling them that getting the supplies for her were their payment for her, although after that she will be demanding call from them if they wanted any new weapons. Once the item was created, she showed them the item she made for them to wear on their person at all times. It was a bracelet that showed their names in the interior of it, and there were two of them, with Kaharu immediately snatching it up and placing it on her person. Izuku, however, did something different with it, as he looked at it closer before placing the item on his arm, showing a golden gleam around his bicep. Leaving Lisbeth, the girl had left to the teleport monument nearby as she went to a safe town within the 3rd floor. Izuku and Kaharu, however, went a different direction to follow the quest in order to see what else they both can do in order to finish the Floor 3 mainline quest. They arrived at a small opening in the lake near the shallow waters of it as they saw a small door. Knocking on the door, a small slider had opened up near eye level as dark-colored eyes stared at them from the opening. Who are you, and why are you here? The elf inside questioned. We're here for Kismel. We think that she might have a new quest for us, Izuku said, as Kaharu stood nearby sitting on a rock eating a small sandwich. Sure thing, come in. Kismel hasn't arrived as of yet, but she is bringing the remaining keys she had managed to collect from the previous base, the elf said, as Izuku and Kaharu entered. Looking around their surroundings, they found that the place they entered was a small underground hut. It had many rooms, but there were almost hundreds of dark elves with dark-colored armor walking around. They were moving weapons as well as other items for themselves to prepare for a big battle coming up ahead. Entering the main room where the commander was standing at a table with a map of the current floor, Izuku made sure to copy the map into his internal brain. The commander of the elves took notice of Izuku and Kaharu inside the room as he stood upright and smiled at them. We thank you for coming back to us again. We know that this must mean that you are the allies that Kismel had informed us about. The commander questioned. I thought you already knew about us helping you out, Kaharu asked, as the commander shook his head. I had only heard rumors, but the commander from the camp you both came from must have died. If only we were faster in collecting the reserves, we could have helped out with your battle, the commander said, sitting down letting out a sigh of exhaustion. Are you all right, sir? Izuku asked, as the elf looked at him. We lost our intel with Kismel. She had gone towards the labyrinth to the Aincrad floor. But from what we know, she never entered it since her position hasn't changed from its location. She appears to be talking to someone else at the moment, but we need your help. Another spy we sent out to get a key to our castle within our borders was intercepted by who we assume to be forest elves. Can you please save them? The commander pleaded. We will do what we can, but we can't promise that we'll be able to save them in time. Izuku said, as the commander smirked. We wouldn't have it any other way. The commander said, as Izuku and Kaharu left the building. Appearing outside of the small hut, they made to head out towards the labyrinth. And they had killed some monsters who'd gotten in their way, leveling up all the same before they arrived outside of the teleport monument for the labyrinth. But as they searched the area, they couldn't find anything on the spy. That was before they heard sounds of fighting. Rushing over to the fight, they had arrived when a green elf whose name wasn't covered in red lettering had defeated the spy they were looking for. Rushing in without thinking, Izuku had jumped in the way of the blade as he countered it with a parry. Kaharu had landed behind him, helping the dark elf and moving them into a different area out of sight from the green elf. So you're the one who managed to deal damage to our leader. I'm surprised that you weren't killed from that strike. She told us that you were unbearably weak. The elf taunted. Well, I was at a lower level than your supposed leader. I've gotten stronger since then, and you don't seem like a true threat. Izuku retorted as he spun his sword around his body. Well then, why not show me your strength? The elf said, as the two rushed at one another. The elf rushed at Izuku with a speed comparable to that of a frontline attacker for raiding the boss monsters. Izuku, though, had trained with far faster opponents as he kept up with the elf's speed. Swinging his sword in a fainting arc, the elf went to move back and away from the strike before Izuku threw the sword at the elf. They blocked the weapon with their own as the ground cracked underneath them as they grunted in effort. Izuku ran at the elf as he grabbed the sword from the small sword lock the elf initiated as he swung in a horizontal angle. But as the elf dodged, a knife found itself in the elf's leg as they fell over screaming in pain. Picking the elf up, Izuku had then tossed them over to Kaharu as the girl had pinned the elf to the ground. She had placed her legs over the elf's arms, holding them down as she pointed her knife at their throat, causing them to gulp silently. Kaharu's eyes, however, gained a certain glint in her eye as she noticed how this one was a male elf. Removing the knife from their throat, she heard the elf let out a sigh of relief before she pointed it at his groin, causing him to start sweating profusely. And that was when a knight's boot slammed next to the two of them as Izuku kneeled over the elf inquisitively. This isn't the elf that we're looking for. She has longer hair, and a much more dangerous aura around her body. Not to mention that she had a deep crimson name over her head. Izuku muttered, You will not hurt Lyuzla. She is the true leader of the elves. The Fallen said, as Izuku took note of the name. So her name is Lyuzla. That is one of the worst names to give an elf. Izuku said, taunting the elf to speak more. Don't you dare Bismarck her name like that. She will become the best of us. She may be the leader of the fallen elves, but you should not lower your guard so soon. She will free the fallen one and Aincrad will fall. The fallen elf said, before Izuku rather coldly pierced through the elf's chest with his sword. Enkidu, what was that for? We could have gotten more information. Kaharu asked, concerned. He wasn't going to give us more information. I know this because I've come across similar character types in the time I have played games. Come on, we still have a quest to do, Kaharu. Izuku said, as he stood up and helped the other elf to stand. Kaharu watched as Izuku helped the elf down the road with a pained expression on her face. It was the look on his face when he killed the elf. It was the same as it was back in the campsite. Except it appeared as though Izuku was slowly losing his mind. She could only hope that Izuku doesn't lose it at some point later on down the line. Enkidu, I really hope that you're alright. I don't want to lose you. Kaharu mumbled to herself with a hand over her heart. Izuku and Kaharu returned back to the base of operations for the Dark Elves. They had given the information about the Dark Elf as well as who they were fighting against. The commander of the Dark Elves militia within Floor 3 was appalled by the information that Izuku and Kaharu had given him. He was cursing to himself as he thought of a new plan in order to stop this infighting between both clans. That was before he came up with what he believed to be a very good idea before turning to the two who assisted him on this little quest. Say, you two know how to get the attention of the forest elves. Do you not? The dark elf questioned. We have a way of getting their attention, but what does that have to do with anything? Izuku asked back, cautious. I need you to get to the Forest Elves commander and inform them about the fact that we are being forced into attacking one another. We both have a common enemy. The Fallen Elves. The Dark Elf commander said. Fallen Elves? What kind of elves are they? Koharu asked, clearly not knowledgeable about the questline. Dark Elves are those who delve into the shadows or use very blunt attack strategies. Forest Elves thrive on the honor of battle, something that the Dark Elves value as well and adopted from them in their culture. But the Fallen Elves are those who stray from either path of the Forest and Dark Elf lineage. They decided to use nefarious deeds in order to get stronger. They essentially cheat to get the power they have in elf culture. But overall, they are the really evil elves you wouldn't wish to happen to anyone else. Izuku informed as Koharu nodded. So you'll head over to the Forest Elf camp in order to bring out their commander? The Dark Elf commander questioned. Sure thing, but we need to do this in our way, Izuku said, as the Dark Elf commander nodded. Do as you will to get the job done, he said, before the two were teleported outside of the base. Looking at one another, Izuku led Koharu into the forest as they went to gather their supplies. This will be one of their greatest missions yet. Moving towards a small dark elf who was in charge of a certain dungeon, to which the forest elves made their base camp within. They asked for the way into the place as she nodded and teleported the two inside. Looking at their surroundings, Izuku gave a brief nod. He stepped out into the open as he saw hundreds of monsters standing about doing their normal thing before he activated a passive skill for all but a moment. The passive skill increased aggro of his enemies on the battlefield, and each and every monster in the area immediately looked at him as soon as his skill was procced. Koharu, now is the time to begin the plan. Head over to the base of operations for the Forest Elves. I will bring the monsters to them, Izuku said, as he led the monsters through the forest. Be careful, Koharu yelled as she ran down the path towards their base. She ran as fast as she could over to the base where the Forest Elves were located. Once she had made it outside of their camp, one of their guards had shot an arrow in her direction, landing just outside of the range for his sight. Looking up at them, she watched as their neutral expression changed to that of worry as they looked at her with a glare. What brings you to our campsite? Have you come here to kill what remains? The guard called out. No, I need your assistance. I have news about the real foe both the Dark and Forest Elves need to take down and fight, Koharu said, as the guard stared at her. What do you want from us? They asked. I need to have your commander come out to talk, she said, as the doors opened not even a few minutes later. Off in the distance, Izuku was running towards the base with hundreds of monsters on their way after him. Looking behind him with a glance, he saw that all of them were essentially licking their lips as they closed in on his location. Increasing his speed, he found that the front gates of the base were opening up, and he sped himself up in order to tackle Koharu inside the base. Monsters incoming, the guard above called out, as Koharu took a glance behind herself. Open the gates, we need to get to safety, Izuku called out as he ran as fast as he could. Get inside, hurry, a male voice called out urgently to her. Looking in front of herself, she found an elf whose eyes were covered by their hair. Rushing inside the base, Izuku rushed in as well as the elves closed the gates. The two were breathing heavily, although Izuku was far worse off than that of Koharu. As soon as they stood back up to their full height, they found multiple weapons aimed right at their necks. The commander of the Forest Elves came out of his main building as he glared down at the two of them with growing anger. So, can you tell me what in the hell made you think that bringing a horde of monsters to our base was going to get you an audience with me? The elf questioned. After a rousing speech to the Forest Elves, Izuku and Koharu leave the base with solemn expressions. Koharu was looking at Izuku as she felt as though his anger would be coming out soon to express itself once again. But this time, Izuku was quiet, and she really didn't like how quiet he was during this point in time since they needed information on the floor boss. They returned back to the base of operations for the Dark Elves as they gladly gave them information on the floor boss of Floor 3. The name of the monster was Nereus the Evil Treant. He was a tall being who stood at 15 meters tall, and had the body of a tree, but had different sword skills. The two stood outside of the teleport monument that they had activated not even a few minutes prior. Looking at one another, they nodded to each other before hearing the sound of bickering coming from behind them both. Turning around, they found Kirito and Asuna talking to one another as if they were longtime friends. Koharu had rushed to the two in order to talk to them as well as get some girl time with Asuna as Kirito walked up to him. "You look like something bad happened. What happened for you?" Kirito questioned. "Not a whole lot, but we got our asses handed to us, Kirito. By a green elf who had surprisingly followed me and Koharu up to the dark elf base camp," Izuku said, as Kirito nodded. "Yeah, it's part of the game's story in order to be defeated by her. She is the second in command of a group of fallen elves, who had fallen from their paths as either dark elves or forest elves," Kirito said, as Izuku nodded. "I never made it to floor 9, but I sure as hell know that I was close to beating the story for it. By the time I was near the end of the story, I was taking a break from the overall story so I could slowly rest," Izuku said, as Kirito hummed. "I see, so you were close to beating the biggest story of the game but got distracted," Kirito said, as Izuku nodded. "It was a good distraction though, now I got a friend from it. The very first true friend I've ever had." Izuku muttered the last part. Kirito looked at Izuku with a concerned expression when he saw the boy change his expression from neutral anger to sadness. Shaking his head, he thought nothing of the boy's change of attitude when it came to his emotions. He always thought Izuku wore his emotions on his sleeve, which was why he was always quick to cry around people. He really thought nothing of it now, but later on in his life, he would severely regret not questioning Izuku further about his choice of words. The raid party were rushing through the halls of the third-floor labyrinth. They took down multiple monsters along the way whilst leveling up some through the intense battle against them. By the time everyone arrived at the boss chamber, they all took a small break in order to regather themselves. Izuku, however, was just staring at the door to the room with barely restrained nerves as he continuously paced around next to Kirito and Koharu. Asuna had tried to get him to stop pacing multiple times, but as soon as she checked on other players, she just couldn't get him to stop. "Hey, don't you think that you should calm down, Enkidu?" Koharu asked, worriedly. "Not really, I need to be cautious of this floor boss. It's one of the first bosses of Aincrad that has the ability to give us a status debuff," Izuku said, as Kirito nodded. "Yeah, Nereus the evil tree ant is one of the gimmickier boss fights. He poisons everyone as soon as we step inside, and our health slowly drops when we fight him," Kirito said, as Koharu looked at the two. "Is there at least a rare item drop from the boss monster of this floor?" she asked. "Not really, unless you think that getting a rare drop of tree bark with evil intent is a rare item drop," Izuku said, as Koharu blushed slightly. Sorry for asking then," she muttered with a pout. "Don't worry, we'll be fine. He isn't one of the strongest boss fights, but he's just more annoying," Izuku said, as the raid party collected itself once more and entered the boss room. Entering the room, everyone got the status debuff of being poisoned. Shaking their heads in annoyance, they activated their cure potions that allowed them to be without the poison status effect for 10 minutes. Izuku kept his on throughout this whole affair as he would rather try and defeat the boss without using his healing items. And as soon as everyone was inside the room, the doors behind them closed on their own as Nereus formed from polygons in the surrounding area. Once he was formed from literally nothing, he stood up to his maximum height of 35 meters in height and roared out to the heavens. The battle had begun. Rushing forward, everyone started launching attacks at the giant tree. He swung his arms around like the normal tree ants of floor 3, but everyone either parried the attacks or dodged them entirely. Even the tanks preferred to parry the incoming attacks rather than tank them entirely as everyone launched their sword skills at the creature. Izuku rushed in from behind some of the tanks as he landed a multi-combo on the creature as he switched out with Koharu as she ran up behind him. She launched herself in the air as she did a horizontal strike against the giant being before sliding on the ground and doing a square of slicing with her knife. The damage that Nereus had taken was enough that he used a new gimmick that Kayaba had placed into the game. Nereus had instantly regenerated most of his health that he lost, causing everyone to look on in shock as Izuku immediately recognized the ability. Kaharu was confused by how the monster refilled their health enough that the damage she dealt was basically null. That was when Izuku went forwards as he spoke to everyone. Everyone, what you all just saw was a quirk in action. Nereus has a regeneration quirk. Just continuously attack it until it can't regenerate its health. Izuku called out, as everyone followed his plan. All the players had immediately rushed in against the boss as they landed attack after attack. Sword skills were used recklessly, as everyone damaged the creature until it was nearing the red of the second to last health bar. Nereus tried to regenerate his health one more time but was immediately stopped as Izuku threw his blade into Nereus' stomach, causing the last bar of health to be remaining. Now that it couldn't heal entirely all the damage dealt to it, he growled at them all before pulling a weapon out of his back. A tree ant being used as a bludgeon was not something Izuku expected, but Nereus used the bludgeon to attack all the players. Everyone was suddenly aware that Nereus was a boss monster after seeing it lose its ability to regenerate. Izuku rushed forwards as he parried the boss monster's attack as he jumped back, switching with another player. Kaharu jumped in with the other player as they attacked Nereus again, sending the boss skidding across the ground. Kirito and Asuna came in with their insane combo attack of 144 slices with their weapons as Izuku jumped in from high above everyone. "This is where you fall, Nereus," Izuku screamed, as he spun around in the air. His body became a spinning blur of a blade and person as he spins towards the boss monster as it looked up to him. Kaharu became scared that Nereus was going to kill Izuku with his bludgeon but noticed that the tree ant in the monster's hand was being sliced up from how fast Izuku span. Eventually, Izuku reached the monster's arm and span around the creature with the speed of an extremely high-leveled wolf. Moving around the monster's arm like he was a spinning top, all before he span out from under the monster as he took a knee in front of everyone. Nereus stood still as it was still registering all the damage dealt to it as everyone watched in awe as Izuku slowly sheathed his blade. And once he was at the last part of his sheathing, he glanced behind himself as he slammed his sword fully into it. As soon as the sword was fully sheathed, Nereus let out a pained growl before turning into polygons. A massive banner of congratulations had been shown for everyone as the entire raid party were suddenly given extreme levels of experience, allowing them to level up at least 4 to 5 times. Kaharu did notice something, however. Izuku was looking at the item drop he'd been given by the game for a while, not moving. She walked up behind him and looked over his shoulder, and saw the item drop that was being given to him as she tilted her head in confusion. She thought that weapons like what Enkidu just got was something that you'd need to get on a much higher floor than floor 3. Congratulations Enkidu, you have attained 6 levels. Item drop. Chains of Heaven. It's been about a little over a year since Izuku found himself stuck in the game of Sword Art Online. He had been fighting tooth and nail in order to escape, and after a string of failures for raids on some floor bosses, everyone got a break and managed to clear floors 4 through 55. Floor 50, however, was probably the worst boss that everyone had to deal with, and Kirito was barely able to get the final strike against the boss. For Izuku, he had been getting better with his Chains of Heaven. They were golden-colored chained blades that allowed him a great amount of range as well as swift strikes. He had used them in great amounts during the last year and he couldn't help but smirk when he pulled them out into his hand once again. He and Kaharu had just defeated the floor 55 boss and were checking out floor 56 as they did a small check on the monsters of this floor. Their bond over the last year had been upgraded to a brother-sister-like relationship. They'd have a spat or two because of certain things they'd disagree with, but overall, their relationship was more cooperative than that of most. They checked out the area as they looked up certain areas on the floor for where they could take down monsters and farm. Their levels weren't that big enough to take on the harder monsters, unless they teamed up, but even then, it would be very hard. Over the last year and a half, leveling themselves had been very hard to do with how much experience was needed for each level increasing by a wide margin. But they'd managed to get themselves around level 92 for the last boss fight and barely made it out by a hair. Although they had won, they were low on supplies and wanted to see if they could create a new weapon or upgrade their current weapons and armor. They got around the corner of a small zone when they heard the voices of two of their closest friends in the game. Agile and Klein. The two were a boon for their mental health considering the fact that the two were some of the youngest people playing the game as a whole, aside from the literal children playing. Running over to see what the two were up to, they found the duo surrounded by monsters and rushed into the fray. One short fight later, the small squad of players had caught their breath as they talked to one another about the time that had passed. They walked down the path as they began to talk about their time in the game and how Agile brought up a topic that the two were unaware of up until this point. I think you two should take a break from the front lines at some point. There's no telling how much trauma you two have taken on without going through the motions. Agile mentioned through suggestive speech. I'm fine, Agile, we have you two to help us through it. Izuku said, as Kaharu looked at him in worry. Are you sure, Enkidu? I thought that the last time we experienced a life or death situation you weren't going to go crazy. Kaharu asked, as she stared into his emerald eyes. We'll be fine, we have each other's backs. So long as we continue to do that we will be invincible. Izuku said with a smile. I hope you're right, but just think about taking a break at some point. You both have been on the front lines battling floor bosses for over a year now. Agile said, before they found a path. Moving down the path, the small group had let out sighs of relief as they reached the first town of floor 56. Walking through the small town, they gathered their supplies as well as healing items in the event they might need them at some point. They even met a familiar face along the way, a girl with silver gray hair and wearing red clothing with black shorts. She had blue eyes as she smiled at Izuku and Kaharu before rushing over to the two and bringing the two into a hug. Splasaba, hello, my two favorite friends. The girl called out happily. Sonya, it's been a while since we last saw you. Kaharu said, returning the hug. It's been what, a few months? Izuku asked, as Sonya nodded. It has been about 8 floors since we last met. Kuso. I thought that I wasn't going to meet him here. Sonya said, pointing comically at Klein. Hey, last time I talked to you, you told me that you'd go out on that date with me. Why didn't you show? Klein called out. Busy, I was doing quests. Sonya said with a roll of her eyes. Anyway, what's been happening on the floor whilst you've been here? Izuku asked, as Sonya looked back at him. Everything has been going fine, just helping Argo-chan with some quests. Sonya said, as Izuku nodded. You guys hear about what happened with Kibao and the combined guild back a few floors back? Izuku asked, gaining everyone's attention. Who doesn't? Last I heard about them, Kibao lost his entire guild within moments and was forced to get back to floor 1. Agile said, solemnly. Well, from what I hear, he's joined forces with another grouped-up guild. He's calling his guild the Aincrad Liberation Front. Izuku said, as he growled under his breath. He's going to get people killed again. Kaharu said, a slight bit worried. Everyone continued to speak to one another before Argo arrived with the quest in hand before noticing everyone present. She smiled at the group and rushed over with a knowing smirk on her face as she stood in front of everyone and held out a hand. Can I have all your information about the monsters of this floor right now? She asked, fluttering her eyes at Izuku. Sure thing, Argo, you don't have to do the fluttering of your eyes to get the info though. Izuku said, passing his notes off. Thanks for the info, bud. Now everyone will be prepared for this floor. Anyway, can you and the others work on another quest one got for Sonya really quick? Argo questioned. What's this quest? Izuku asked, as everyone became intrigued. Well, it goes as follows. Argo said, explaining the quest to them. Alright, we got ourselves a dungeon to go through and collect items along the way. Izuku said, as everyone just followed his lead. A few hours of exploring later, the group had finally arrived at the dungeon that they were supposed to enter. Entering through the ominous doors, they walked through the halls of the place before fighting multiple creatures as well as monsters. They were leveled to be just a bit higher than the group as a whole, but with teamwork they defeated them handily. They collected the first item on the list as it was a couple more items that they'd needed to collect. They just left the dungeon as Klein and Agile had gotten information from their respective guilds requiring their assistance. Hey Enkidu, me and Agile need to leave really quick. Think you can hold down the fort until we come back? Klein asked. Sure thing. Nothing much out here right now in terms of monsters and other players. Izuku said, as the two disappeared in magic circles. Is something wrong with your guilds? Kaharu asked, as Klein nodded. Yeah, they need my assistance to take down a monster on the 49th floor. They took it on without any kind of items and are needing my help to take it out. See you all later, Klein called out as he disappeared. For me, I just need to get to a meeting between me and the guild where all the tank players are at. We are discussing a battle plan for the tank players for the next floor boss. Agile said, as everyone nodded. Once Agile and Klein were out of the picture, all that was left was Izuku and the girls as they moved through the floor to return back to the town. Izuku was a few feet in front of the group before he noticed some movement in the forest surrounding them all. Getting into a fighting stance, he stood in front of the two girls as they looked at the forest before they heard it. Ha 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 ha. The two men are out of the picture. Just like boss told us. Voices called out from all angles. A stray knife flew out from the forest and sliced across Kaharu's face, causing her body to immediately falter and hit the ground fast. Izuku called out her name before another dart came flying out as Izuku dodged it and used his chains to knock it into the ground, destroying it. Sonya had managed to move out of the way of a few more darts before someone came up behind her wearing a dark green cloak covering their face and head. Placing the girl in a full Nelson, he held her away before slicing her cheek with another poison dart. Damn it, Izuku growled, as multiple people exited the brush. What the? Kaharu asked, as she looked at each player. Red icons. What did they mean? Sonya asked, as she was shoved to a seated position on the ground. What do you bastards want? Izuku growled as he dodged another attack. We just want you to cooperate, one of the assailants said, as Izuku entered a combat-ready stance. Fight us all you want. You won't defeat all of us. The ringleader of the group said. Just like that, the fight was on. Izuku rushed at his opponents as he threw his chains around as he grabbed multiple people and tossed them around the place. He sent a kick towards one of the men holding Sonya as he then thrusted his golden chain into the face of the other as she fell to the ground groaning. Standing over the two girls, he had his chains fluttering all around them in a protective shield as the red players walked around it. Red icons. What do they mean? Kaharu asked, as Izuku growled out her answer. They're player killers. Izuku growled. Player killers? ? Sonya asked, horrified. What a knowledgeable man. Tell them about us. I'm sure you've heard of our guild. The ringleader said, happily. They're Laughing Coffin, a new guild centered around killing players and stealing all their loot. I feel as though they're here for a different reason though. Izuku said, as the ringleader grinned from under their hood. Bingo. We've come here to leave a message on one of the most powerful duos within this game. The ringleader said, before moving towards Izuku. Not one more step. I will make sure that you die here if it means you don't harm them. Izuku growled as both girls stared at him in shock. Kill. Why you don't kill players Enkidu? Kaharu cried out as she looked into Izuku's eyes. I'm not afraid of killing someone and going orange for a few days. These people are bad news, Kaharu. Izuku said, glaring at the ringleader. The man walked even closer before Izuku pulled the chains off the girls and attacked the ringleader as he was tossed into a tree. Rushing the man, Izuku had sent multiple attacks on him as he had the man near the red zone of his health as he was barely able to react to his attack patterns. But as Izuku was about to kill the man, he heard a cry of pain behind him as he turned away from the fight in order to get back to Kaharu and Sonya. Only for his heart to tighten in his throat as he saw the two girls being held at knife point. Kaharu had a knife to her neck whilst Sonya had a blade to her left cheek. Her head tilted a bit to the side. If you try and kill me, I will have those who hold them two hostage killed. How fast do you think you can kill me before they die? The villainous man asked, with a sadistic grin on his face. You're right, I won't kill you and get to them in time. What do you want? Izuku questioned with anger clear on his face. We are here to give you a message from our leader, he goes by the name of... Shigaraki. Heroes don't last in this game, only the villains will last long enough to beat it. He said, as Izuku growled at him. You all think this is some kind of game. Izuku growled. No, it is a game, we have no idea whether or not the people we kill are really killed. Only that statement from Kayaba from literally a year and a half ago when this game first started. Now you are going to stand still and take Shigaraki's punishment for getting this far. The ringleader said, cracking his knuckles. Enkidu-san. Don't listen to him. We'll be fine, just don't listen to them. Kaharu screamed as she struggled to break free from her attacker. The ringleader grinned as Izuku put away his weapons, and as soon as that happened the ringleader struck. He sent a flurry of attacks at Izuku's frame, a punch to the face, a kick to the gut, a knife being plunged into his thigh and many more. Kaharu and Sonya were glaring at the ringleader with pure hatred as this continued on. As time passed by, the trio didn't know how long it had been before the ringleader took notice of Izuku's low health. Hey little guy, you should probably heal up. Oh wait, you can't because you're about to die. Mahahahahu. The man said, before attacking Izuku some more. Izuku just stopped taking the hits. Just fight back already. Kaharu cried out, tears flowing from her eyes. Why you monsters? Sonya's voice trembled out in fear. This is going to happen whether you all like it or not. The ringleader said, before sending another punch that would have killed Izuku. Had he not blocked the hit? He looked at his attacker as he smiled at them with a grin that looked borderline insane as he sent a powerful right hook at the attacker. And as the guy fell back in shock, the girls noticed how the two Laughing Coffin members behind them were shocked at Izuku's return to the fight. They broke free of their hold and got away from them. Once free, they prepared to help Izuku when he gave them a look to get out of here and fast. Looking at Izuku, Kaharu rushed towards him as Sonya looked into his eyes as they told her that he'd be fine. And she ran off to get some help. You know, for a little guy you really hit like a truck. What kind of quirk do you have in order to hit that hard when quirks are deactivated in this world? The ringleader asked, as he got up from the ground. That's for me to know and for you to find out later. Izuku said, as he grabbed his weapons and healed. Please don't leave me, Izuku. Kaharu said, in a whisper. Don't worry, I won't die. Not when we have to meet in the real world. Izuku muttered, as Kaharu stared at him in shock. You hear me, you bastards. I will not die. Not until I've already left this game and made a change in life outside of this godforsaken game. Izuku yelled, an aura of bloodlust coming from his position. The aura was green in color as he glared at the group of Laughing Coffin members. His eyes were whited out by how intimidating he'd looked. The entire group stared at him for a moment before deciding that running was the perfect option in their lives. Once they threw a flashbang on the ground, Izuku and Kaharu covered their eyes as when they opened them only a note remained from what the members of Laughing Coffin who attacked them remained. Make sure that Shigaraki never finds you, he will find some way to cheat and kill you. The letter said. Letting out a sigh of relief, Izuku fell to his knees as he took in deep breaths. Kaharu was right by his side immediately as multiple people's voices were heard in the background as Kaharu hugged him as tight as she could. I thought why you were going to die. Please don't do that to me. Never again, she cried on his shoulder. As a hero, you must sacrifice anything to save the lives of others. Even if it means your own. Izuku muttered as he felt his eyes slowly closing. As he passed out in Kaharu's arms, she took a glance at his health bar and noticed how close he'd really come with death in that fight. Looking at the bar, she found that the entire bar was depleted except for a small sliver at the top left corner of it. And there was a number to how much health he had left next to it. 164,956 HP. 0/100 SP. Express. 3,009 millionths. Clearing the last few floors had been a struggle, but Izuku and Kaharu had finally made it to floor 61. After hearing about how the floor will be story-driven for the quests, the two wanted to get in on the whole questline. They remembered the problem with floor 47, and really hoped that Laughing Coffin wouldn't be as centered around in this story as a whole. They walked over to the nearest vendor and upgraded their equipment so that they could take on the monsters on this floor. Looking over the beach, the two smiled as they looked at everything that moved across the floor itself with both awe and happiness. The last few floors were very stress-inducing, and Izuku really thought that floor 61 might provide a small amount of relaxation for the two of them. Although they wanted to get some rest for this floor as a whole, they decided to rest during their questline to find the floor boss room. And as they moved across the beach, they eventually found a quest that centered around the mainline quest of the floor itself. Defeating some monsters that put the NPC in danger, the two managed to get the NPC to safety before activating their little quest. As it would turn out, this questline had a certain gimmick towards the final boss of the floor that couldn't be completed so long as the person with a weird sigil on their body was killed. They were eventually brought over to the one-person NPC who had this sigil on their body, and Izuku was feeling kind of sick about it. He looked at Kaharu with a weird expression on his face, and she met his own with one of hers as she didn't feel like that was okay. Just because they're NPCs doesn't mean that they should live a life to bring an end to the floor boss. Are you sure that you should be the one to die, ma'am? Izuku asked, as the NPC looked at him. It was my family lineage's main goal to give our lives to free our people from the tyranny of the monster in the labyrinth. The NPC said, as Izuku sat down on the chair nearby. Hey, I don't think that is how someone should live. You shouldn't have to live with the fact that you need to save your people alone. Isn't there another way you can save them that doesn't involve them losing you? Kaharu asked worriedly. I'm sorry, but that is how it must be. There is a way to transfer the sigil from one person to another, however. The NPC said, as Izuku immediately stood up. Transfer it to me, Izuku said, as Kaharu stared at him in shock. Why are you so adamant to save my life? The NPC asked, curious. Because nobody should have to live their entire life for only one goal. You should have the ability to choose what your heart desires. NPC or not, Izuku said, clenching his fist. A few hours later, Izuku and Kaharu were seen walking through the town of Floor 61 as they were preparing for their run with the NPC to have the sigil transferred from her to him. Kaharu, however, wasn't having it as she got in his face as she caught up to him. What is wrong with you? Don't you want to return back to your home? Kaharu asked, incredulous. Kaharu, all I have left in the outside world is my mother. If she found out I died protecting others, she would be fine with it. Izuku said, a very solemn expression on his face. I don't think so, Kaharu said, as she blocked his way. Kaharu, this isn't up for discussion. I am giving my life so everyone can move on to the next floor. Izuku said, finality in his tone. I won't let you. There has to be another way for us to pass the floor. Kaharu said, as Izuku looked into her eyes. I'm sure that there isn't. The boss can't be killed unless the person who has the sigil dies with it. We need to prepare for the boss fight, Izuku said, as Kaharu shook her head. I can't live my life without you. You're the first friend I've ever made in this place. If you do this, then I will kill myself to be with you. Kaharu said, as Izuku immediately changed his tone. You will do no such thing. Izuku growled at her. Or what? She asked, glaring into his eyes. Kaharu, you can't throw your life away like that. I'm quirkless. Nobody cares about the quirkless person dying. Izuku yelled as Kaharu looked into his eyes. I do, she said. Those two words coming out of her mouth caused Izuku to pause. He was a few steps ahead of her when he stopped completely, causing Kaharu to hope that he would look at her. When he turned his head, however, she saw him with tears streaming down his face as he fully turned his body to her. Do you really mean that? Izuku asked, tears falling from his eyes in droves. I've cared for you ever since we first met. You've done everything in your power to protect me and everyone around us. How could I not fall in love with you? Kaharu all but screamed at him. Love, what are you talking about? Nobody has ever told me that. Izuku said, as Kaharu grabbed his face. I don't care what everybody says about you. The moment you saved me back in the beta, you showed me that humanity isn't all that bad. You were the person who made me think that if I got out of here, there would finally be someone who cared for me. Kaharu said, as Izuku stared into her fear-riddled eyes. Are you in trouble? Izuku asked, as Kaharu nodded. My family hates the fact that I had a quirk. They are incredibly quirkist, for all the wrong reason, she said, as she sat the two of them down on a nearby bench. From there she talked about how her family had always had big expectations for her growing up, how they wanted her to follow in their footsteps as a politician. But all her life, she'd wanted to become a hero, just like her hero in present Mike, her favorite hero. Izuku listened in on her life story of how her family beat her day in and day out just to make sure that she was serious about living the life of a politician. It even went as far as physically and mentally abusing her completely, which caused Izuku to become overprotective of her in that moment. My life, as a quirkless, is probably as bad as yours, except I had a good parent, Izuku said, as Koharu stared at him. You never told me your real name, is there a reason to that? Koharu asked, worriedly. Not really. When I entered this world, it is my way of escaping reality. A way to escape everything that just doesn't want me to survive in a world full of quirks, Izuku said, as he took off his upper armor and shirt. Every day when I go to school, I am physically and mentally abused by my peers as well as teachers. The teachers stick strictly to mental abuse and child neglect, but my peers, the students who are in the same grade as me, they are the ones who dabble in both, Izuku said, as Koharu stared at scars that were definitely not there when they played with one another on quests. What did this society do to you? Koharu asked. Everything that your parents did to you, except making sure that I was shown my place, Izuku said, as he placed his armor and shirt back on. That's just cruel, Koharu muttered. Yeah, we're one in the same, but different backgrounds, Izuku mumbled. The two remained quiet as they stood up from their bench and continued walking down the road, emotionally exhausted. They were gathering supplies for the upcoming mission to beat the floor boss when they passed by a monastery where a couple NPCs were getting married. Taking a gander at what was happening, the two watched on in embarrassment as the NPCs left the place with a happy smile on their face. Looking at one another, the two began to blush before looking away from one another. And when Koharu rushed forwards and down the street, Izuku looked at the price of one of the rings for marriage. Ruby and emerald ring. 100,000 call. Looking at his call, he found that he had more than enough of money in order to get the singular ring as he bought it and placed it inside his inventory. Eventually though, Izuku caught up with Koharu, who was looking at a house for the two of them to stay in. Izuku was about to think about everything he'd told Koharu when he saw the girl smiling at the house. Entering the house, the two explored the place as they saw the price of it was just in the area where they could rent it out for them to stay. It had a beautiful view of the ocean nearby, as well as had the city in the distance at the bottom of a mountain. The two stood at the balcony as Izuku bought the place for the two of them as Koharu enjoyed the fresh air. This was nice of you, Izuku. Is there anything I can do in order to pay you back for all of this? Koharu asked, as Izuku stared at her for a moment. Well, there's one thing I could do, but I'm not sure you'll like it, Izuku replied, playing coy. What is it? She asked, curious. I don't know. I made a decision earlier and I'm not sure if you'll like it, Izuku said, looking away with a blush. What did you buy? She asked, a little annoyed by his shyness. I feel the same way towards you, Koharu, Izuku said, as Koharu stared at him for a second. She asked as she watched Izuku take a knee. Izuku pulled up his menu and searched through his item box before finding the item he wanted to give to Koharu. Her face though was shadowed by her hair as they were in front of one another with tears coming down her face. You've stood by my side through everything we've been through, Koharu. I have never felt the way I do with you, with pretty much anyone. You are the one person who I cannot lose right now, because if you were to leave me, I don't know what I'd do with myself, Izuku said, finding the words he wanted to say. Ultimately start to die in his throat. Are you asking me to? Koharu asked, as Izuku nodded. Will you stay with me, forever and always? Will you be the yin to my yang? Izuku asked, as Koharu stared at him for a moment. Will you find a way to live through a different direction on our quest? Koharu asked. I had told you no earlier, Kaharu, but now that you explained your feelings to me, I can't bring myself to tell you that again, Izuku said, as Kaharu brought him into a hug. Apology accepted, and to answer your question, yes, I will marry you, Kaharu said, as she pulled Izuku to his feet and kissed him on the lips. As the two stayed on their balcony kissing one another, Izuku slowly placed his arms around her body and pulling her close to himself. She wrapped her arms around his neck as she stood on her toes a little to reach him as they moved back inside the house. As the sun set in the distance, the lights in the house slowly turned off before night had come and the two were asleep in the bed. Off in the distance, near the area where Izuku and Kaharu meet the NPC who was a part of their quest, a man wearing a green cloak stood over the mana-filled crystal. He smiled down at the NPC as they waited for the people he wanted to meet, and he couldn't wait to turn the two against the entirety of Aincrad. Even if it meant that Enkidu had to kill the other players to protect one of his own, the man chuckled to himself. This is going to be the best plan that I've ever created, the man said, as the wind blew off his hood. What was revealed was wavy light blue-colored hair and chapped lips as he smiled sadistically towards the NPC. He then placed a hand on the ground before it started to decay into polygons as it was then replaced with some more and a sign showing a mortal object was shown. Damn, it appears as though Kayaba had thought of everything. I hope Sensei isn't mad at me for falling for this kind of trap. The light blue-haired man muttered to himself before disappearing in polygons and white light. 1. Izuku and Kaharu woke up the next morning as they prepared themselves for the biggest mission of their lives. They were going to have to choose between which one of them will be getting the sigil that essentially marks one of them for death. That is until they find a different way to save the person who gets the sigil placed on their bodies. Gathering their supplies, they head out and move to where the quest brings them before they find the NPC where they are going to meet is located. The NPC stands over a small glass-like structure as she begins using the game's magic in order to pass the sigil on to Izuku. He had been prepared for such a thing after all, but as soon as they were about to be in the middle of the whole transference of the sigil, a new person arrived at the area covering their body and face with a cloak that was dark green in color. But Izuku immediately took notice of the tattoo on the man's hand as it showed a black coffin with a smiling face. Laughing coffin, Izuku growled, causing Kaharu to look at the newcomer. So you already know who I am. That will make this all the more beautiful. I will bring down two of the best players on this game, and cement myself as the top strongest player of Aincrad, the newcomer said, attacking the duo. Izuku and Kaharu rushed at their opponent at the same time. Their opponent, pulling out a giant meat cleaver from their pocket, how the person did this they didn't care. They thought they'd taken care of Laughing Coffin earlier on a lower floor, but with this person's survival, they need to keep them from stopping the ritual. Izuku swung his chains from left to right as Kaharu was grabbed by the chains as she was thrown right at their opponent. She pulled out her dagger as she slammed it into the meat of the blade of their enemy as it glowed ominously. Don't think that you can destroy my cleaver of gamers with just a small blade. You'll need to try harder than that, their opponent growled, tossing Kaharu away. Kaharu, Izuku called out, as the girl smashed into one of the rocks nearby. Keep your eyes on your enemy, the Laughing Coffin survivor said, as he threw his cleaver at Izuku. Dodging the attack, Izuku used his chains to grab the weapon and throw it back towards its user. They dodged the attack, of course, but they managed to grab it before swinging it towards the chains of heaven. Some of the chains broke apart, but they were ultimately regenerated by Izuku's willpower alone. The two entered a high-speed battle as they moved across the battlefield in a blur of motion as Izuku flung his chains around at high speeds with their enemy swinging his cleaver at the same speed. What resulted was a beautiful display of gold and metallic black arcing around one another as the two moved across the sandy beach of floor 61. Izuku swung his chains in a swift motion that their enemy had managed to catch in his hands, but at the cost of losing his cloak. Izuku was caught off guard by how familiar the young man looked as he froze in place for a microsecond, but he swiftly got back into the fight as they still exchanged attacks. You handle yourself quite well, I wonder though. How about your girlfriend? The blue-haired man questioned as he threw his cleaver at Kaharu. Kaharu was standing next to the NPC as she watched the whole transference begin to take place as the magic became more and more powerful. But she noticed a flicker of movement in her peripheral vision as a giant weapon was coming in her direction. She immediately went to protect the NPC who had just pushed her out of the way of the attack before saying her name at the end of the incantation. Kaharu looked confused, before a burning sensation took over her left arm as the NPC was killed by the attack. No, Izuku's voice could be heard as she watched the NPC fizzle out into polygons. Kaharu, are you alright? Izuku asked, as he checked up on her. What did I say about turning your back on your opponent? The blue-haired man's voice called out behind him. Their enemy had been up in the air above them as he was swinging his blade in a downward arc, and Izuku immediately turned around and in a swift motion Kaharu had never seen from him before. Break the weapon that was coming to kill them both in one hit. Their enemy had the look of pure shock on their face before they started to laugh maniacally at Kaharu, who had begun to hide the sigil on her left arm. I see that my job is already done. See you both at the boss room. The villainous man said, before disappearing off into the distance. Kaharu, are you alright? Izuku asked, as he helped her up. I'm fine, Jay, just a little banged up, she said, as Izuku let out a sigh of relief. So did the transference spell work? I didn't feel a burning sensation of the sigil being placed on me. Izuku asked her. No, the NPC was killed before we could even finish it, and I don't think that she'll be respawning anytime soon, Kaharu said, as Izuku nodded. Okay. We'll just have to figure out a different way to stop the boss. Come on, we need to talk to Kirito and Asuna about the floor boss, Izuku said, as the two left the place. Kaharu watched as Izuku walked slightly faster than her as she pulled her left sleeve down a bit and saw a skull and crossbones on her left shoulder. She sighed as she watched Izuku enter the main building for the guilds to speak about the floor bosses as she ran to catch up to him. He wouldn't like what happened during the ritual, but so long as he doesn't find out, she can live happily with her decision. Inside the guild hall, Izuku was seen conversing with Asuna and Kirito as they tried to figure out a way to kill the floor boss without the sigil. But as time went on, they were running out of ideas, all because of the fact that they couldn't have the sigil to defeat the boss with. Everything was so scuffed because the last remaining member of the Laughing Coffin Guild had entered right when they didn't need to. Izuku let out a sigh of exasperation as he looked at Kaharu, who was giving him a smile like she always did. I'm sorry that this happened, Kaharu. I'm sure that we can figure this out, Izuku said, as Kaharu nodded. I'm sure that we'll figure this out, Izu-kun, Kaharu replied as she gave him a hug. So, are you two a thing right now? Kirito asked, as Asuna smacked him upside the head. What does it look like, dingus? Asuna growled. Yes, we got engaged just yesterday, Izuku said, as Kaharu nodded along. Well, me and Asuna got engaged a few days prior. So I hope that you all know what you're doing in a relationship, because I sure as hell don't, Kirito said, as Asuna pouted at him. As the day continued further, Izuku started to prepare himself mentally for the fight against the floor boss. He was sharpening his heavenly chains, the pointed ends of them by the way. He was watching as Kaharu was writing on a small piece of paper as she held a small light over it as she prepared to head out with him. Izuku decided that now was the perfect time to head to bed as he bade Kaharu a good night as she smiled at him as he fell asleep swiftly. Kaharu was left with her own devices as she thought about the sigil and what it might mean for her and what she'll have to do going forward. She knows that she will have to die in order to defeat the floor boss, and if that happens, she glanced back at Izuku for a moment. She doesn't know what will happen to Izuku. She loves him. God knows how much she loves him. From the first day that she met that young man, she knew that he was the one for her, and looking down at her final letter to the boy, she knew that what she was planning on doing was going to hurt him forever, especially since she didn't tell him about her having the sigil itself. Dear Enkidu Midoriya Izuku, you are the greatest thing that has ever happened to me in my own life. I love you more than anything the world could ever give me. You are so kind and compassionate, that sometimes I forget that even you can have your moments where rage overturns everything. When you are angry, I feel as though I should do something to quell that hatred that burns brightly underneath all your kind and compassionate outer layers. From the very moment you saved my life in the beta, I have always felt a large love towards you and the things you do. You inspire me to be the very best person that I can be, but because I am gone, doesn't mean that you should be alone. Find some friends to live your life with happily without me. You deserve it for how your life was before meeting me and everyone in SAO. I know that you will miss me, and that's okay. Just know that you should move on from me. I'm not someone who should hold you back from getting into another relationship with. Just do one thing for me after I die. Survive. Survive anything and everything, and make sure that nobody ever feels what you did when you see me die. Your love, Honda Kaharu. As soon as she rereads her letter to Izuku, she hides it inside his inventory so that he can't find it until she has long passed from the Sao plane. She feels the tears still falling down her face as she gets into the same bed with him as he instinctively pulls her into his chest. She curls up as he wraps himself around her as she placed his hands over her stomach as she slowly falls asleep within his warmth. It is early in the morning when Izuku wakes up with Kaharu sleeping in his arms. He kisses her cheek as he gets out of bed and prepares breakfast for the two of them so they can at least have eaten something before taking on the floor boss. As soon as Kaharu wakes up, he notices that her eyes were red and puffy, as though she had spent a major portion of the night crying. Finishing cooking the items, he moved around the table and stood in front of her, fretting over her look. "Are you all right, Kaharu? What happened?" Izuku asked, as Kaharu looked up at him weirdly. "I'm fine, Izuku, just had a nightmare is all. No need to worry so much, you big baby," she said, patting his chest. Are you sure? You look like you've been crying all night," Izuku said, placing a palm on her cheek, worry evident in his eyes. "Don't worry, I just had a nightmare last night. But you made it leave with your presence alone," she said, before thinking back to her little letter. "All right, but you would tell me if something was wrong, right?" Izuku asked as he looked into her eyes, searching for something. "Yes, I would tell you. Now come on, we have a floor boss to beat," she said, smirking at him. "Yeah, let's do that. After all, we're partners," Izuku said, smiling at her. Kaharu, when seeing that smile, couldn't help but look sad at it. Today was going to be the last day that she'd ever see that smile ever again. Shaking her head at that thought, she ate breakfast. It was a few hours later that Izuku started to notice things wrong with Kaharu. She had become more at peace when they were clearing out the labyrinth. She was making moves that were far too reckless for someone of her intelligence, and he was becoming more and more worried for her safety. When he asked her about it, she told him that everything was fine, with that damn smile that he always wore. He knew how she was hiding something when she had been smiling very badly at him. It was as though she was straining her smile whenever looking at him. He wondered if he'd done something wrong to her to make her smile that strained to look at him with. But that was put on the back burner as everyone took a break and were sitting just outside of the floor boss room. As everyone was finishing up their preparations, Izuku looked to Kaharu one last time as he saw her face of that peaceful expression once again. "I have a bad feeling about this," Izuku muttered to himself. "What are you talking about?" Kirito asked curiously. "I don't know, but all I know is that I'm having a really bad feeling right now," Izuku said, as Kirito nodded as the raid party entered the boss room. As everyone moved about the room, they saw the floor boss forming far ahead of them as it suddenly roared out to the heavens. It was massive in height as they saw they were in an aquatic zone for the floor boss room, yet somehow, they were able to breathe in the watery depths. Izuku and the others observed the floor boss and how it appeared as Izuku mentally wrote down its proportions. It not really stood, but more like floated upwards at a height of around 20 meters tall and was around 30 meters long. It had blue scales and red gill fins on their head and body as it slithered through the waters as it rushed them all. Izuku took a chance to look at the health pool of the monster and was surprised to see 9 health bars. But that wasn't the last thing he saw. The last thing he saw was its name. Nausea, the 9 live snake. With that information placed in the back of his mind, Izuku and the other members of the raid party had attacked the monster. If the floor boss was supposed to be difficult, then it clearly didn't show it, as everyone in the raid party had been attacking it faster than it could even react. They brought the health of the creature down to its final bar of health, which caused most of them to become cocky. And some of them managed to bring the health pool of the monster down to its final pieces of its bar of health. That is when the bad feeling Izuku had the entire time kicked in. He watched as from the corner of his view, Kaharu rushed in towards the monster as she jumped into the air. The monster took the charge as a challenge and rushed at her as well, and Izuku didn't like how low Kaharu's health was. And once Kaharu had been hit by the monster, he let out a scream of fear as he watched her health bar slowly dwindle down to the last few hit points. She then let out a guttural roar as she slammed her knife into the monster as it was killed from her attack. But Izuku rushed towards Kaharu as she fell to the ground as he kept a mental eye on the health she had left. It was dropping very fast, and before he knew it, her health dropped directly to 0. He had just barely grabbed her and lifted her into his arms when she disappeared into white motes of light and polygons when he felt her presence in the game disappear. Everyone else, aside from the friends he'd made along the way, had begun to cheer as the floor boss was defeated. Izuku looked at the ground with a completely blank look on his face as he looked around the place for Kaharu. His mind was completely breaking as he searched for her. That was until Kaharu's knife appeared in his hand as he saw it being there as his only reminder of her. Everything around him went silent as he felt and heard his heartbeat as he stared at the dagger, the very same dagger that he'd given her on the 60th floor. It was a green curved dagger that had a silver hilt and could use her own life force in order to deal out massive damage to mobs. But there was something inscribed on it that he couldn't take his eyes off of, as he looked at the words written in the Japanese language. Loving friend, Kaharu. And no. What happened? Izuku mumbled to himself as tears flowed from his eyes faster than he could see. So the bitch finally died. I wondered when she was going to show you the sigil on her left arm. But it appears as though she didn't show you. A very familiar voice called out. Izuku turned his head to the very familiar sounding voice. And in the distance where the boss monster originally was located, he saw the blue-haired young man as he smirked at him evilly. Although there was something seriously odd about how he looked now, his skin looked cracked and more or less fragile. He stood up as everyone stared at him in confusion as Izuku glared at the man. What in the hell are you talking about? Izuku asked. I thought the bitch would have told you. She was given the sigil during our fight. And when you have the sigil, you need to die in order to kill the floor boss. She did an excellent job at doing that, by the way, so tell me. How does it feel to lose someone you love, and they never even told you a thing about it? The villain said, as Izuku slowly felt his moral compass snapping. It started as glass breaking in his mind as he thought back to Kaharu earlier that morning, the stuffy eyes and red overall look around them. How she had spent a little bit more time writing everything down in the paper on the desk the previous night. How she smiled the entire time before the boss fight, and that is when the line tethering him from murderous thoughts was like a rope being torn apart and snapping. I am going to make your end as miserable and painful as possible. But not before tossing you off this floor and having you fall to your death on floor 1. Izuku growled as he summoned his chains. That's what I've wanted to see from you. That look of utter hatred. Now you know what it's like to lose everything like I did, the man said, as the two rushed one another. Izuku's face was hard-boiled rage, as the enemy was of pure evil elation at what he had just revealed. And as they appeared right in front of one another, their heads smacked into one another as their auras had blasted most of everyone out of their way. Izuku's was of pure rage as well as sorrow, whilst his foe's was that of elation and maniacal happiness. Izuku rushed the laughing coffin survivor with vengeance on his mind. It was all this guy's fault for having Kaharu hide everything from him. He attacked with his heavenly chains as he tossed them about the field with reckless abandonment. His allies and friends had moved out of the way as he threw his attacks about the place without any regard for the safety of his friends and allies. Unknown to Izuku, but available to everyone who was watching him, Izuku's entire body was changing to match what his emotions were displaying. A green bunny suit that looked worn out and needed a wash with a red sash appeared on his arms before a small device was placed over his mouth. His hands had randomly turned into claws of support items as Izuku attacked the blue-haired member of a dead guild. I will castrate you before I then make sure that you can't leave this god-forsaken game. Izuku roared, as he sent a punch that was stronger than a skill used in the game at the blue villain. The punch landed on the villain's chest as he coughed up spittle as he was blasted away from the boy. Rushing at the man with nothing but rage and sorrow in his heart, Izuku released a massive number of consecutive strikes with the heavenly chains and normal strikes. Each attack combined with his actual attack as his enemy suddenly noticed his health not regenerating like it was supposed to. He fought back as he attacked Izuku in desperation to not be killed, and Izuku was not having any of it. Kicking the villain into the ground, he landed in front of him before charging a yellow-colored clawed fist and slamming it into his chest. The force of the attack caused the ground to crack before being regenerated and replaced with an icon of a mortal object as Izuku continued his relentless assault. Grabbing the villain's face and tossing him in the air, even though the villain was much taller than him, he kicked him in the air before jumping in the air to catch up to him. With the other players, they were staring at the scene in front of them with confusion as well as complete shock and awe. Enkidu was definitely holding back on the entire raid party if he was this strong to actually be capable of changing his attire to fight this person without mercy. But for Kirito and Asuna, they noticed something that was definitely not present before the guys showed up at the raid battle today. There was just so much sorrow. Kirito prepared to rush out to assist Izuku in taking down the man, but Asuna placed a hand on his shoulder. "Why are you stopping me, Asuna?" he asked, looking at her. "Look at him. He's gone crazy. He will not distinguish friend from foe in that state. We need to let him vent out his fury and sorrow. There's nothing we can do but wait until he stops," Asuna said, as they both watched as Izuku essentially tossed the laughing coffin member across the boss room floor. "That's it, Enkidu. Show me your hatred, show me that you can become a villain like I am," the blue-haired young man called out, laughing. "Shut up already. You're not something that I wish to become right now," Izuku growled, as he sent a kick into the villain's stomach, sending him into the ground. Damn, you really hit hard. Did you cheat the system in order to get a quirk?" he questioned angrily. "No, I am hitting you with the full power of my level right now," Izuku growled from behind the villain. The villain turned around only to be receiving a yellow-colored fist in his face as it sent him tumbling across the boss room. Izuku appeared behind him as he sent a kick into his face as he then spun around and landed a flurry of punches on his chest and upper torso. He pulled the villain's head down and slammed the face into his knee as he then grabbed their arm and spun around in a circle around 15 times as his speed increased on each roundabout. Izuku then stopped entirely as the villain was stumbling about the place as he struggled to regain his bearings, but was met with a fist piercing through his chest. Staring down at his chest, he looked at Izuku as the boy was glaring at him with what the young man could only say was complete fury and anger. Then he began to laugh hysterically as he looked at his health. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. The villain laughed hysterically. "What's so funny?" Izuku yelled, punching the villain off his arm. "It's funny that you say that you won't become like me, but if you pay attention to your actions. I haven't initiated any fighting. You did. If you wish to become a hero doesn't start a fight," the villain said, as Izuku glared at the man. "You know, you're right. A hero doesn't start a fight," Izuku muttered, as the villain glared at him. "So what, you're going to let me live?" he asked, confused. "No, I'm ending this already. I've had enough of pummeling someone who can't die," Izuku growled before grabbing the young man's body and tossing it over the edge of the world. The villain grabbed onto the ledge as he stared into Izuku's eyes as he struggled to keep himself on the floor itself. Izuku walked over to the ledge as he glared down at the villain who had dared call the girl, the woman he loved, names that didn't fit her attitude. He watched as the villain attempted to get himself up the ledge and get himself to safety, before stepping on his left hand. As he increased the amount of pain the young man was feeling in his hand, Izuku kicked the arm away from the ledge as he focused on the second hand. At this point Izuku's eyes glowed an ominous toxic green as he glared hatefully at the villain who was scrambling to hold on. Lowering his head to glare into the eyes of the young man, Izuku opened his mouth to speak to them. "What's your name before you fall 61 floors back to floor 1? Izuku asked. "The name's Shigaraki Tamura." "What about it?" he growled. "I hope you enjoy your free elevator pass down to floor 1. Izuku grumbled before kicking the second hand off the ledge. "Youyuuyuuyubasssstarrrrrrrrrd," Shigaraki called out angrily as he fell all the way down past the clouds. Izuku stared as the man fell down to the point where he couldn't be seen anymore as he took a deep breath. Once he let his actions towards the man fully set in his mind, Izuku sat down at the edge of the floor as he started to feel the sorrow he felt over Kaharu's death hit him hard. Rubbing his eyes, as tears continuously fell from them, Izuku tried to think of all the good times he had with the girl, the woman he had grown to love in this entire game. Just as everything was about finished, and everyone was moving on to the next floor, Izuku heard a notification sound for himself. As he looked over at it and he felt his mind halt entirely. It was a notification for an item that was placed in his inventory list. Opening his menu and looking for the item, he found an item that was stated to only be a letter. Pressing on the letter icon, he watched as the very same paper that Kaharu was writing on the previous night was in his hands now. Quote. No. There's no possible way. Izuku muttered, as he read the letter entirely. Dear Enkidu Midoriya Izuku. If you are reading this, that means that I am dead. I know that you are going to want to see me survive this death game with you, but at this point I'm going to go ahead and say that I killed myself in killing the floor boss. Izuku, you are one of the most powerful and compassionate players in SAO and I can't express how much you have influenced my life. You are the greatest thing that has ever happened to me in my own life. I love you more than anything the world could ever give me. You are so kind and compassionate, that sometimes I forget that even you can have your moments where rage overturns everything. When you are angry, I feel as though I should do something to quell that hatred that burns brightly underneath all your kind and compassionate outer layers. From the very moment you saved my life in the beta, I have always felt a large love towards you and the things you do. You inspire me to be the very best person that I can be, but because I am gone, doesn't mean that you should be alone. Find some friends to live your life with happily without me, you deserve it for how your life was before meeting me and everyone in SAO. I know that you will miss me, and that's okay. Just know that you should move on from me, I'm not someone who should hold you back from getting into another relationship with. Just do one thing for me after I die. Survive. Survive anything and everything, and make sure that nobody ever feels what you did when you see me die. Your love, Honda Kaharu. No. No. I can't live without you. Kaharu. Why did you do it? Izuku mumbled to himself. Izuku held the piece of paper to his chest as he cried to himself as everyone left him alone in his moment of vulnerability. He stayed by himself in the room as everyone's presence had completely disappeared from sight as well as his senses. He had now long since placed the letter to his side as he pulled his legs up to his chest as he looked over the edge and saw the town of beginnings in the distance. He looked at the knife in his possession as he pulled it out and pointed it directly at himself, his hands trembling as he watched the offending item. He never noticed how Asuna and Kirito had returned back to the boss room to find him literally thinking about ending his own life. But they watched as his hands were trembling from what he was about to do before he stopped shaking entirely before he placed the knife down next to him, on the letter itself. Izuku looked off into the distance before he felt the presence of Kirito and Asuna coming up behind him with two more people. Turning his head, he found Klein and Agile standing there with solemn expressions on their faces as he stood up grabbing the items. Walking over to the four of them, tears falling from his eyes, his new attire had long since dissipated from existence, he handed the items over to Agile and Klein. He got a few feet away from the two who were the most kind to him aside from Kaharu as he spoke to them. Please, make sure that you keep them. I don't know what I would do if I look at them anymore. Izuku said, as Agile spoke up. Do you want to have them back at some point? He asked, softly. I don't know, all I know is that when we get out of this game, I personally want to make sure that this never happens again, Izuku said, as he slowly walked up the stairs to the next floor. Back with Kirito, Asuna, Klein and Agile, the four looked at one another as Kirito just sighed with Asuna doing the same. He might try and kill himself to be with her. It hasn't even been 2 days since they both got engaged, and this happens. Kirito said, as Agile just looked at them shocked. They just got engaged. This isn't just physically and mentally exhausting. This is traumatic in general. What if he can't take another relationship under the pretense that he'll think that they'll hide things from him that might cause their death? Quote. Klein asked, concerned. We'll make sure that we can find him before it gets to that point. Agile said, as Klein just looked at him. We only know his screen name Agile, we don't even know what his real name is. Klein questioned. Well, the paper said that his name is Midoriya Izuku. But it states that his player's name is Enkidu. Kirito said, as everyone looked at him. Hey, I dabbled a bit in espionage in the game, give me a break. Kirito said, as the others sighed. We're going to need to keep an eye on him. Losing someone who has been with him ever since floor 1 is definitely not going to go well with him mentally. Especially with what happened on floor 56. Agile said, as he shook his head. What happened on floor 56? Asuna asked. Izuku had his first encounter with Laughing Coffin. It happened so fast that because me and Agile had left him entirely with Kaharu and Sonya alone, he wasn't able to fend them off entirely and nearly died for it. It was only because of Kaharu and Sonya escaping their paralysis effect in time to help out that he was capable of surviving. Klein implied. Damn, he's going to be downright suicidal from here on out. Kirito said, glaring at the ground. I wouldn't be so sure. Agile said, as everyone looked at him. What do you mean? Didn't you see how pissed off he was at that Laughing Coffin survivor? Klein asked. Kirito, when you saw the letter, did you read the final paragraph? Agile questioned. Yeah, what about it? Kirito asked. Well, it specifically told Izuku to quote-unquote survive. He will be suicidal, yes. But his actions will be focusing on him surviving long enough to make sure that her death wasn't in vain. Agile said, as he rubbed his eyes. What's the problem though? Asuna asked. The letter doesn't explicitly state when he should stop surviving. Only that if he gets out of this game, that he should find some love outside of her. Agile said, as everyone grimaced. It's going to take one hell of a lifestyle change in order for him to move on from her death. He had just become engaged with her, damn it. Klein growled out. What about the Russian? Agile asked. What about her? Kirito asked. Well, she displayed some form of attraction to Midoriya. Agile said, as everyone sighed. I'm not sure that she'd be capable of keeping him sane right now, Agile. Asuna said, as they all sighed once again. They all gathered their items as they left for the next floor. Although what awaited them on the next floor was bound to be even harder and way harsher than this floor was entirely. But they wouldn't allow it to stop them from making steps into completing the game and escaping from it. After Kaharu's death, Izuku just wandered the safe zones of each floor that came after floor 61. Every time he'd go to bed, he would have a nightmare of Kaharu telling him that he let her die and that everything was his fault. And each time he woke up he was met with the dark crimson eyes of his failures as he sat up and stared into a mirror each day. His eyes were slowly showing signs that he hadn't been getting as much sleep as he needed in order to move on to the next day. Each and every day he would enter the raid parties with less and less energy as he eventually collapsed due to pure exhaustion. Kirito and Asuna were there for him when the trio were out on a raid run on a small dungeon that wasn't much trouble for the trio. But it became deadly as soon as Izuku, whilst he was in the middle of an attack, had collapsed to the ground unconscious. The other two paused what they were doing and saved his unconscious body from an attack from behind that could have killed him. It was here that they noticed the dark bags under his eyes before he suddenly jolted awake and got off of Kirito's arms. They became alarmed when Izuku's own expression was showing signs of survivor's guilt as well as sorrow that was becoming worse and worse. They eventually forced him to stay behind on the floor in order to do the raid boss fight without having to deal with him passing out mid-fight. Izuku had never felt so useless in a fight before in this damn game. And it all stemmed from his loss of Kaharu, and he just kept thinking that it was all his fault that he never noticed Kaharu's signs of what she was planning to do. It caused him to begin to lose trust in others whenever they were close to him. Other people in the game who had feelings for him couldn't get through his barriers that he'd placed up. He stood up every single girl who'd asked him out after Kaharu's demise, and each time he felt worse. All right, Izuku, we need you to tell us what is wrong. Kirito said, as Izuku sat next to him on floor 75. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, eating some food. Dude, ever since Kaharu died, you haven't been the same. Why, you've lost a lot of yourself. Kirito said, as Izuku glared at him. Don't you ever mention her name. Izuku growled as he drank some water. Izuku, I'm not trying to get you to forget about her. But do you think she'd want you to be like this? All over her? Kirito asked, concerned. Why do you care? Izuku asked, as Kirito stared at him in confusion. Why do I care? Kirito parroted. Yeah, why do you even care about me? Izuku asked, as he stood up angrily. I care because I don't want to lose a good friend to me. Kirito said, standing up as Izuku started to walk away from him. I don't need a friend right now, I want Kaharu to come back, Izuku said, as he left the building. Off to the side of the room, Asuna stood quietly as she stared at Kirito with a glare that was silently telling him off. Did you really think that me talking to him would work? Kirito asked, exasperatedly. I at least came up with an idea to get him out of his home. But this is worse than we thought, the fact that he is causing himself to fall apart because of her. She wouldn't want this, Asuna said, as Kirito nodded. We can only hope that he can get over this soon. Kirito said, leaving. What? You're not going to help him. He clearly needs help, Asuna said, as Kirito sighed. He literally yelled at me to leave him alone. Why should I stick around if he doesn't want me around? Kirito questioned. Because friends don't just abandon one another, Asuna said, as Kirito just sighed. You try then, I'm pretty sure that he'd react the same. Kirito said, as he left after Izuku with Asuna not far behind. You'll also like Izuku Midoriya the Betrayed Celestial Dragon. 15.6K 455. Izuku was framed by the League of Villains and nobody in UA believe in him, not even his own kids, Eri and Kota. Because of that, he lost 3 years of his life. Izuku Almo. The Hunter Yaskshas. 22.8K 446. A boy who was kind to all, helped those who needed it. Began to get nonsense IED by those close to him and neglected and abandoned by his. He would then run away and awaken H. The Dragons will My Hero Academia. 2.6K 103. Izuku Midoriya has been a victim of nonsense ying all his life. As a quirkless child he's a laughingstock at school, with no one to go to. Izuku was blessed by his deceased. Opposites attract. 2.4K 135. Join Lauren and Ria on a captivating adventure filled with music, wrestling, and the heartwarming reminder that love transcends all boundaries, showing us that sometimes. Izuku within High School of the Dead. 86,250. Instead of this being a complete timeline of Izuku being within a zombie apocalypse and living within the MHA universe, Izuku will be transported to the High School of T. Rebirth of the Fallen Hero. Deku's in the D. 14.8K 278. Betrayed and stripped of his powers, the once heroic Deku vanished into the shadows, emerging as the feared vigilante known as Aincrad, the Phantom. Aincrad, his pursuit of Ju. Shot through the heart. Kyoko Kirigiri x Mal. 32.3K 687. A quiet, stoic girl and a quiet, shy boy meet. What will happen? YNLN was never really that popular in school, not really. Dot 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 dot. Izuku finally made it to a small creek, an area of floor 61 that he and Kaharu had found when they weren't worrying about the sigil. He sat down on the ground as he pulled out an item that Kaharu had given him early on into their time in the game. Scrolling through his inventory list, he found the item that she'd given him earlier on floor 25. It was a small acorn that she'd gotten from a quest on that specific floor. Tears flowed out from his eyes as he stared at the small item. Minuscule in appearance, but it meant so much to him as he wrapped the item in his palms and held it up to his chest. He sniffled as he couldn't hold back any more feelings he'd bottled up inside as he pushed his head into the ground softly. He grunted and heaved as he felt all the emotions coming to the surface far and away from those he cared about who were just friends. If there was one thing he hated being shown during the time after Kaharu's death, was the fact that everyone looked at him with pity. Not to mention that most of the girls he'd met up with and actually went out with had stated that they'd be an upgrade from Kaharu, which had turned him away from them. Right now, he felt as though he saw Kaharu standing in front of him right now as she pulled him into her arms and gave a hug. I'm sorry. I wasn't fast enough to save you. Izuku mumbled, holding the acorn with everything he had. I wanted to find another way to save one of you us when it came to the S sigil. Izuku mumbled even more. Don't worry Enkidu-san, you're safe. Just let it all out. The mirage of Kaharu said, as Izuku just cried more and more. He had no idea as to how long he had stayed at the creek, but he just stared up at the creek before looking to his right only to see someone who was downright beautiful to him. She had no distinguishable features on her face that would allow him to figure out who she really was. But if anything, she felt familiar to him somehow, and Izuku was struggling to figure out what was going on. Finally wiping his eyes from the tears that were falling from his eyes, he took in the person who was here to help him in his moment of weakness. She had long blonde hair with blue eyes that made her appear as though she was very young in age. At least around his age at the moment. But if anything, he found himself immediately pulling away from the young woman as the blush on her face was prominent as she spoke up to him. Sorry for coming here and listening in on your mumbling. I just wanted to make sure that you were all right. The young woman said, leaning back on her hands. I should be sorry. Why, you shouldn't have seen me like that, Izuku said, looking away from the girl. Hey, not to pry or anything. But who is Kaharu? The girl asked, confused but curious. She is the one, that I had devoted my heart to. But she's gone, Izuku said, tears coming back out with a vengeance. I'm sorry if she's a sore spot in your heart right now. The girl said, immediately preparing to leave. Don't. Please don't leave me alone, Izuku mumbled as he held one of her hands. She looked down at Izuku with a face that was concerned, but at the same time, she sat back down and just took in the view with him. They watched as the sun was rising off in the distance, and Izuku for some reason felt himself calming down in the presence of this young woman. But for now, he'd allow himself some time to bask in the glow of the sunset, for a few hours as the two remained quiet. Finally, Izuku looked over at the young woman as she smiled at him, her glasses covering her eyes as she looked in his direction. By the way, what is your name? Izuku asked, looking at the girl. Oh, I go by the game name of Gijusai. But you might know me better as Melissa Shield, the girl said, with a smile as Izuku just stared at her in awe. Off in the distance from where Izuku and Melissa sat, a small mirage could be seen. It was a familiar face of a girl we have all come to know and love. Kaharu, her ghostly form watched over Izuku as the young man was just staring in awe of Melissa being trapped in this game as well. She let out a sigh of relief before looking at Izuku from afar. You've been this hurt over my choice, huh? I'm sorry, Izuku, but in order to move on, I guess I should move myself into your soul and provide some closure. Kaharu mumbled to herself as she flew over to Izuku. When she came close to the boy, he was still sitting in complete shock at how Melissa had been sitting right next to him. But he never noticed a small white ghost enter his body from behind, and in that moment, Izuku shuddered as though a small breeze caused him to shiver. Are you all right, Enkidu-san? Melissa asked. I'm fine, just felt a breeze. I should probably turn in for the evening, Izuku said, standing up. Well, hope you guys finish the last 25 floors before we can get out of here, Melissa said, before standing up and walking away. Looking at the sunset, Izuku never noticed but a small ghostly form had overshadowed his entire body and covered itself on his body. But he did hear a voice ringing in his head, and as he looked around himself, that was when he felt as though he were being hugged. I'm so sorry, Izuku, I didn't give you the chance to figure it out. But you need to let go. Seek help from the others, they are there to help. Kaharu's voice rang out in his head, bringing a new set of tears. A couple of days had passed since Izuku's talk with Melissa. He had gotten better than he was previously when he went to the creek in order to clear his mind of everything. But now that he was back, Kirito and the others had noticed an uptick in his skills enough that they weren't as worried about him joining Kaharu in the afterlife. They actually smiled when he joined them for a small raid on a dungeon, and he was actually having fun with them all. But now though, everyone was moving through the dungeon that led to the 75th floor boss of Aincrad as a whole. And everyone was getting antsy about what was going to happen on this raid, as nobody knew what kind of monster this was going to be. For all they knew, it could have been similar to Gleam-Eyes, the floor boss of the previous floor that they'd just defeated. But now that the one that everyone dubbed the lone wolf of the raid parties was back, they were more pumped as well as determined to beat this boss and move on. After a few hours of searching around the dungeon for the boss room, they finally found it as they all entered it. Entering combat stances, everyone got into their strategic placements for the boss fights as they heard the sounds of something crawling around. Izuku was the first to take notice of something when he heard some rocks fall down from above himself and a few others. Chancing a glance upwards, he found a giant skeletal behemoth who was massive in terms of height, length, as well as width. "It's above us," Izuku called out, using his heavenly chains to pull everyone away from the spot the boss just dropped from. Pulling everyone out of the way, they watched as the boss monster grew in height as it glared down at them all. 10 whole health bars appeared on the side of its head as everyone watched on in horror as each one filled up. Izuku glared at the health bar of the monster as the number went from 0 all the way to 2,569,251. Swinging his chains around, he pulled multiple others who were in the way of the rest of the boss's body falling down towards them. And as they prepared to mentally and physically fight such a monstrous being, Heathcliff, the leader of the Knights of the Blood Oath Guild, had stepped up and gave a speech. "Men, we've come all this way in order to complete this game. We cannot back down now. We have people in our homes back in the real world, we cannot give up here. Show them the real strength of those who protect the weak," Heathcliff called out. Hearing those words, Izuku didn't pay them much mind before he paused in his movements. They were hitting really close to home ironically. Looking over at the man, he noticed Heathcliff's health bar hadn't gone down yet from the boss monster hitting the ground. Looking at the man's overall health, he did note that his health was far above that of anyone he'd ever seen before. Even more than the blue-haired player killer back on floor 61. Shaking his head, he thought that it'd be impossible that Heathcliff was not who they thought he was. The simple fact that everyone thought that this boss fight would be like many other boss fights that they'd gone through the entire game was an overstatement. The fact that this boss was still alive even after they'd brought its health down to 0 within the first 2.5 hours of the fight was ridiculous. But here they all were fighting against a boss that could bring itself back from the dead, quite literally. Most if not everyone's health was nearing the red, and those who had enough DPS in order to attack the boss weren't faring too well either. But if anything, Izuku paid more attention to the boss's attack patterns, trying to decipher how it would attack next. And without even thinking, he stepped up with Kirito and Asuna as the trio had launched themselves at the monster and attacked it with as much power and speed as possible. Izuku rushed the boss, throwing his chains everywhere around the room as he wrapped the chains entirely around the boss. Kirito and Asuna then came in and attacked from both sides of the monster as they released both of their most powerful sword skills. Pulling hard on his chains, Izuku felt some of them groan as though they were about to break, but Izuku held firm onto them as he used a martial arts skill in order to keep them going. Within the next hour of the two strongest DPS players in the game releasing each and every strongest attack they could at the boss, they had finally brought it down to the last sliver of its health. At this point Izuku just wanted this fight to be done and over with. So he pulled the chains closer together and with enough power he created a new sword skill that he could use with his chains. For some reason multiple golden portals appeared with each and every sword that he'd come across in the game up until this point had pointed straight at the boss. Feeling a grin hit his face, he released each and every sword at the monster as it screeched out in pain and misery. Each attack that landed on the boss created a massive explosion that cratered the ground underneath the boss. Eventually though, the boss couldn't handle any more punishment before it turned into many polygons and motes of white light. As soon as the skill was over, Izuku fell to his knees as he took in deep breaths as though he had used a quirk. He felt as though he'd used way too much energy in this fight against the boss of floor 75, and to think they had 25 more floors after this. Everyone took a break in the boss room as they drank some water and other utilities. Some even tried to use the bathroom over the edge of the stage, but nothing came out since they were essentially a bunch of ones and zeros. But out of everyone in the boss room, Izuku took note that Kirito was glaring at Heathcliff with malice. Something that took Izuku off guard until he glanced at the commander of the Knights of the Blood Oath as he spoke to some members of his guild. He watched as the man was talking to some of his subordinates as he glanced at the commander's health pool. From what Izuku could see, the man hadn't even left the yellow in terms of his overall health, and Izuku realized what Kirito was about to do when the young man equipped his swords. And before Heathcliff and Kirito could react, a golden chain with a tipped end smashed right towards Heathcliff's back as one of his men warned him of the incoming attack. Izuku and Kirito watched as the man slowly turned around and the golden pointed edge of his weapon had poked directly at the man. And for all but a moment, all Izuku heard was the rapid beat of his heart that muffled all sounds as he glared at the health bar of the man. Once the pointed edge had smashed into the man, a purple hexagon had appeared to block the surprise attack, showcasing the words that were around the place if you smacked it hard enough. A mortal object. CC Commander. What is that sign on your body? One of the Knights of the Blood Oath questioned. Sigh, I didn't think that I'd be doing this today, Heathcliff said, ominously as he opened his menu and clicked something. What are you doing? Izuku growled before he felt his body be incapable of moving anymore. Looking to his health bar, he watched as a paralysis debuff had appeared next to it as Heathcliff glared at everyone present. He didn't even say a word, that was until Asuna spoke up from where she was on the ground at. But Izuku did notice something peculiar. Kirito wasn't suffering from the paralysis that everyone was afflicted. Commander, what the hell is that? Asuna questioned, suspicion in her voice. You see, Asuna, the answer to that question should be obvious. I was never one of you, Heathcliff said, as he looked at everyone with a complete emotionless facade. Gee, that doesn't make sense. If you entered the game, how did you switch characters? Izuku asked, confused as Heathcliff just looked bored. I'm the game developer. I gave myself the ability to change how I look in order to blend in with all of you, Heathcliff said, as he walked over to Izuku. Everyone was feeling worried for the green-haired young man as he growled at Heathcliff, the man just chuckling at him all the while. He stopped before Izuku and used a command in order to keep Kirito standing still over where he was located. The two glared into one another's eyes before Heathcliff spoke again, this time with something akin to annoyance towards the young man. You see, Enkidu, or should I say Midoriya Izuku, I have been keeping an eye on both you and Kaharu ever since you both entered the game about 2.5 years ago. The fact that you appeared and started to screw up everything that I had set up, it was preposterous. But there was something different about you when I saw how you played. You were far too used to the controls of how games like mine worked, Heathcliff said, as he stood back upright, and Kirito looked at Izuku in alarm. There's a thing that I love to call you and your lover, well, before she gracefully kicked the bucket, Heathcliff said, as Izuku let out a low growl. Don't you dare say her name in vain, Izuku growled. Oh, I hit a button on you, didn't I? I guess her death was something that still is on your mind, Heathcliff said, before walking over to Kirito. You see, I was originally going to betray you all and show you all that I was going to be the floor 100 boss that you'd all have to fight. But since you two found out about me early on, how about this, one of you will get the chance to fight me. Only one, Heathcliff said, as Kirito glared at the man. Kayaba, why, what's the meaning of all this? Izuku called out. I never knew that you'd be an integral factor to breaking my plans down the longer you survived. So I decided to code your little girlfriend's life to where she could hide everything from you, Heathcliff said, with a smirk. Everything that you'd seen on floor 61 was fabricated, Heathcliff said, with a villainous laugh. Why, you bastard, you played with his feelings. Why, you forced someone into a relationship all for what, your amusement? Kirito called out. Well, the relationship wasn't entirely fabricated. Kaharu Honda did in fact love Midoriya Izuku. The fact that she didn't tell him earlier was very frightening to me. So I sped the process up and led her to her death. It always makes me happier when I see love be created before it's stamped out in front of their lover, Heathcliff said, as he smirked. Izuku couldn't hear anything after that, as he thought about all the times he'd hung out with Kaharu. Every little detail about her that he'd seen on floor 61, her being exceptionally shy, how she was hiding information from him the entire time after receiving the sigil. He couldn't make heads or tails of it, but all he knew was that Heathcliff shouldn't get away with murdering a young woman scot-free. Before he could get up to challenge the man himself, Kirito rushed the man instantly. And almost as fast as Izuku saw the fight starting, he could feel his anger and hatred for the man grow even more. The fact that he'd gotten Kaharu killed, and it wasn't in fact Kaharu's own fault for not telling him about it, he now had a person to let all his years of pain and suffering against. And nobody would even care about him, so as he tried to overpower the paralysis, Kirito's battle with Heathcliff was beginning to reach the climax. The two moved across the battlefield with grace, as they dodged and blocked one another's attacks. Kirito had begun to use his most powerful sword skill that he'd gotten from pure chance, when one of his blades broke against Heathcliff's shield. He watched as his own blade had broke in front of himself as it disappeared in polygons and motes of light. And Heathcliff had then went to strike at Kirito in his moment of complete bewilderment, and just before he could pierce through Kirito, someone else got in the way to protect the young man from being killed by Heathcliff. It was Asuna. She had taken the hit as her health went straight to zero. Kirito held her in his arms, not even sure of what he should do, until he felt her rapier enter his hand as he felt a tear fall from his eye. Heathcliff moved forward as he prepared to pierce Kirito through the chest, and just as he was about to, again, someone else entered the fray this time. Izuku used his chains to grab the weapon from Heathcliff's hand and yank him away from Kirito, causing the young man to look at him confusedly. "Don't give up, Kirito. This is our chance to end this," Izuku called out, rushing at Heathcliff. "That's right, Kirito. You shouldn't give up after your loving wife was killed. Make sure that you give me a good fight before I meet you all at floor 100. Heathcliff said, as he entered battle with Izuku. Izuku threw his chains around with a passion that wanted to make sure that Kaharu didn't die in vain. He threw them with precise and powerful strokes as Kirito immediately got his head together and attacked through his chains. Their precise and swift attacks caused Heathcliff to be put on the back foot of the battle as they moved across the field. Multiple chains grabbed onto Heathcliff's shield and tried to pry it away from him, but he held firm and pulled Izuku towards him. The man's shields bashed Izuku, sending him crumbling to the ground, tumbling near the edge of the stage. Kirito then entered the fray by using a newly made skill he'd earned from Asuna protecting him. He used his dual-wielding sword skill in order to wield both blades and activated his strongest sword skill he could use. Starburst Stream. Kirito threw a sword first at the shield, as Kayaba blocked the first strike. Kirito then thrusted the blade into the shield itself, causing a small unnoticeable crack on the outer layer. He then continued this trend as Izuku re-entered the fray as his chains moved around Kirito, creating a pathway for him to reach Kayaba without even blocking his exits. Kayaba managed to grab his sword as Izuku's chains finally managed to pull his shield away and knock it off the stage's edge. And the two sword fighters were then left in a duel of fate. Kirito initiated his Starburst Stream as Kayaba tried his best to defend against it. The multiple attacks coming from different angles had caused him to be incapable of blocking all the damage. His health dropped from the yellow to the deep red. He was becoming more and more desperate with his attacks. That was when he thrusted his blade at Kirito as the young man was about to make a horizontal strike against him. Kirito didn't see the blade coming until it was already too late in his eyes, but a chain got in the way and pulled the blade away from Kayaba before a yell came from above. Both fighters looked up and found Izuku speeding down towards Kayaba with tremendous speeds that would rival Ingenium. And with a massively powerful kick to Kayaba's gut, the man had his guard broken as he could do nothing as Kirito finished the attack. "This is for Asuna and those who were killed by your actions, Kayaba." Starburst Stream. Kirito screamed, as his blades pierced through his head and chest. Everything was quiet for everyone as they watched Kirito and Izuku finally put an end to the man who caused them all this hell. Izuku climbed back up to his feet as he saw Kayaba looking dead inside his eyes before Kirito pulled his blades out of the man. Izuku then held the man up in the air as he grabbed at his armor-plated throat. "This is what you deserve for playing with everyone in this game as though we were mere puppets in your damn amusement park." Izuku growled before slamming the man in the face with a haymaker, sending the man into the ground and disappearing in white motes of light and polygons. As everyone just sat there and stared at what was happening, they had defeated the last boss of the game based on technicalities. So as everyone was looking at each other, they started to disappear in white motes of light and polygons. Fear spread through them all until Kirito and Izuku were all that's left of those in the game, and the two looked at one another. "Izuku, do you think that you'll be okay back in the real world?" Kirito asked. I don't know. All I know is that everything that I've suffered, it will probably come back to haunt me from here on out," Izuku said, rubbing his hair. "Well, hopefully we see one another in the real world," Kirito said, before he disappeared from Sao. Izuku stayed in the chamber as long as he could. He looked at the place one last time as he took in the place that he felt as though he could escape the real world in. This would be a place of nightmares to come for him in the future. Not only that, but he would never forget his time with Kaharu. The thought of who was now coming back to him as he sat down at the edge of the stage as he slowly turned white. Polygons were now falling off of him as though he were decaying from the world of the internet. He couldn't help but chuckle at that. He wondered how such a quirk would work on the internet or games in general. Musutafu General Hospital. A woman with long green hair and a thinning body was rushing through the halls. She'd gotten information that the people who were trapped in the Sao game had finally been waking up. Since her son had never been flatlined, she never thought for a moment that her son would die. But the fear that he would succumb to death in the game was never something that she would never want to remember but be forced to. She made it to the hallway where her son was currently sleeping in, and as soon as she turned around the corner to where she would find her son's room, she found a young boy, who was shorter, but at the same time, much scrawnier than she last remembered him, was standing there. He'd been seemingly walking for a while as she took in his slightly frayed and longer green and black hair. His eyes were something that she wished she could bring hope back to again as he looked at her with wide expressive eyes. The freckles on his face showing shock and immediate regret as he pushed himself to her as fast as his very bony legs could muster up. Mom, her son called out, as Inko Midoriya hugged her son. Izuku, Inko called out, as the two fell to the ground, uncaring of all the sounds they were making in the hall. Izuku and his mother stayed in the other's arms. They were too afraid that what they were seeing at this point in time was just a big dream and one of them was dead. Although his mother squeezed him tighter in her grasp, Izuku took notice that his mother's frame had definitely gotten slimmer. He hugged her that much harder when realizing that she became like this all because of what happened to him in Sao. I'm sorry Mom. I didn't want to leave you like this. Izuku mumbled into her shoulder crying. Don't cry Izuku. When you cry, I cry, Inko said, as she hugged her son as tightly as possible without hurting him. It's not your fault that this happened Mom. Can we get back in my room? Izuku asked, as he pulled away from his mother. I'm sure that we can. Let's go meet the doctor inside your room, Inko said, as she led the boy back to his hospital room. When they were back in the room, Inko called the hospital staff and informed them that her son had woken up from his game-induced coma. The staff rushed into the room and immediately were checking everything they could about his body and health. Once each and every bit of their tests were done and over with, they left the mother and son alone so that they could spend some much-needed time together. Izuku had leaned into his mother's side as she hugged him on the bed. He felt tears continuously fall from his eyes as he began to tell her everything that happened in the game. From floor 1 all the way to floor 75, he told her everything that happened in the game, especially the moments he'd shared with Kirito and the others. The friends he'd made along the way. He even spoke about Kaharu, the first girl he'd fallen in love with. Inko was so happy to hear that her son had found someone who had actually shown him the love he needed. Especially so in the time that he couldn't receive it from her, what with her job and how busy she'd been for the last couple years before her son was trapped in Sao. But to hear that Kaharu had sacrificed herself before he could even make their marriage official in the game was heartbreaking. Especially so when her son informed her that the man who trapped them hacked into her emotional intellect and forced that upon them both. And only to have her not inform him of anything to the point of which she wouldn't tell him about the apparent sigil that was on her. He spoke even more about the fight against Heathcliff as Kirito and him took on the man who would be their captor. How it took their combined might in order to put an end to the madman known as Kayaba Akihiko, the man who trapped 10,000 players inside of Sao. Izuku had also told her about the battle against the villain who had gotten the game in order to kill other players. She had been sitting on the edge of her seat when Izuku had informed her about his near-death experiences. By the time he'd finished his story, Inko had pulled her son into another hug as she promised him that she'd make sure that he's properly cared for this time around. Not to mention the fact that she'd make sure that he isn't trapped in another game ever again, even going as far as to tell him that she will openly support his dreams for heroism. A few weeks would pass for the Midoriya family as they helped one another cope with everything that happened to them. Izuku was leaning on his mother more now than he was before he was trapped in SAO. But he had also been helping her with her open fear of losing him due to something happening to him. It got to the point that he decided to learn something else aside from gaming as well as heroes, as he'd come across a musical store. Looking at the name of the store, he shrugged his shoulders as his mother pushed him inside of the store itself. Looking around the place, they found so many different instruments laying around the place. They came across certain instruments that they had some slight feeling of familiarity with. That was until they came to the guitar area. They heard the sound of a young woman singing in a small area, as Izuku led his mother to where the singing came from. Turning around the corner of the area, they found a young girl who was around Izuku's age, with long earlobes with jacks at the end of them. She was using one of the guitars as she was singing a song that was on some paper right next to herself. Inko moved the wheelchair over near the girl as Izuku looked at his mother as she spoke in a whisper at him. She might be able to help you choose one of these instruments, Izuku. Not only that, but she might teach you how to use one. Inko whispered, as the girl immediately looked at them. What? She asked, as Izuku looked at his mother in a deadpan expression. Sorry about my mom, are you one of the owners of this place? Izuku asked, as the girl nodded. The name's Jiro Kyoka, the girl said, extending a hand as Izuku extended his own. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku replied as the girl looked at him closely. Are you a survivor of SAO? Jiro questioned. I guess I am. How many others were able to escape that death game? Izuku asked, as the girl scoffed. The bastard Kayaba managed to cause the deaths of at least 90% of all players in his game. But he allowed the last 10% to escape from his game. I'm glad the bastard died in his own game. Jiro said, as she pointed at the television nearby. Looking at it showed a news anchor woman talking about the dreaded death count of each and every player who had been killed in the game. As the numbers went up into the high thousands, Izuku was becoming very worried about the numbers of survivors left over from the beginning of the original 10,000 players. Sorry if this causes you to lose some faith in your friends from that game. But unless one of their names is officially stated on the news, then they're not dead. Jiro said, as Izuku sat in thought. Was someone named Honda Kaharu stated to be dead on the news? Izuku asked, some hope in his heart for the girl of his dreams. Sorry, but she died about a month ago. Just a few weeks first before the SAO death game was defeated. Jiro said, as Izuku slumped in his wheelchair as Jiro looked panicked. Don't worry, he was holding out hope for the girl he loved surviving. Inko said, as Jiro looked at Izuku. I knew it was a long shot, but to hear that she's actually dead. It hurts, Izuku said, as he looked at a nearby guitar. If you don't mind, could we take this instrument home with us? Inko asked the girl. Yeah sure, Jiro said, as the trio grabbed the device and walked to the cashier. One acoustic guitar, mom, Jiro said, as the mother happily smiled. One guitar for the young man, I see. Planning on impressing the ladies? Jiro's mother asked, with a mirth in her eyes. Not really, just wanted to learn something new, Izuku said, as Jiro nodded. If you come back here another day, I can teach you some things. Jiro said, as her mother looked at her in shock. Once the Midoriyas bought the guitar, they left the building as the two Jiros talked about their future learner of musical arts. Although, on the way back home, Izuku was beginning to already learn how to use the guitar and his mother was loving how he was spending his time at the moment. The fact that her son was spending time with her as well as learning something new, it really made her heart clench for how her son really felt about his situation. The girl he loved is truly well and dead, and there is nothing he can do about it in a way that can help him recover from it. All because of a madman who wanted to have power in a virtual world that he created. By the time mother and son arrived at their apartment, they entered the living room as they prepared for Izuku to begin learning to use the musical instrument. The two remained in the apartment for the remainder of the evening as Izuku did his best to learn how to use a guitar in front of his mother. It wouldn't be until a few more days passed that when Izuku was wheeled out of his bedroom by his mother, that he heard the front door open and close again in a hurry. Both Midoriyas were confused as to who was entering their home in a hurry, and as they moved out into the main room, they found a man with black curly hair. His red eyes glaring through the entire place as though he were on a mission to find whoever was here. But as soon as his eyes landed on the two of them, he immediately smiled as a sigh of relief had fallen from his mouth with some black smoke leaving his mouth as well. "Izuku," the man said, rushing both mother and son. "Hisashi, what are you doing here?" Inko called out as Hisashi picked their son up into their arms. "I heard about what happened on the news and came here as fast as I could. All the flights into Japan were closed down at the time and I couldn't get here fast enough." "Are you both all right?" Hisashi asked, worry evident on his expression. "Didn't you leave us for America, dear?" Inko asked, curiously. "Why would I leave you guys for living in the States? I only went there to pay for the bills. I'm sorry for not being here enough for you, Izuku, the same for you too, Inko," Hisashi said, as Izuku felt tears anew coming down his eyes. "Hisashi, are you actually going to stay this time?" Inko asked, as Hisashi smirked at her. "Of course, Inko, I will never leave Japan ever again. And to further cement that, I got a replacement job here in Japan as an HPSC representative. I'm going to be taking Yokumiru's place as the lead instructor for the provisional licensing exams," Hisashi said, smiling. "That's all well and good, Hisashi, but can you please tell me what is going on right now?" Inko asked, confused. "I came home from work and I'm going to make sure that you both are protected," Hisashi said, with determination. As the family were standing in front of one another, with the exception of Izuku as he was stuck in his wheelchair, Inko and Hisashi brought one another into a large hug as Inko held onto the man and Izuku wheeled himself into the living room. He picked up his guitar from the couch as he moved himself from his wheelchair and onto the seat himself. As Izuku began to strum the chords of the instrument, he couldn't think of anything to sing about, so he just played some beautiful music. It had gathered the attention of his mother and father as they both sat on the couch next to him as they listened in on his music. They bobbed their heads to the beautiful sounds of the instrument as Izuku continued to put his heart into making the music pop to his parents. He eventually stopped playing the guitar as he was suddenly pulled into a big hug from his parents as they hugged him as tight as they could. It caused him to actually thank the universe for giving him something good for once, and not have to be worried about it later on. His father was back in his life, and his mother was more protective of him, mainly because of how he looked. But he will get back into working out. He needs to train to become a hero after all. It has been a week since Izuku had a reunion with his father. The man had followed his word about keeping in Japan as he worked as hard as he normally did. Although with the clear change being that he's actually home in the evenings instead of being gone for years on end. It was something that Izuku actually liked since he got to spend some more time with his father when he wasn't in school, considering what happened. Because of his time in SAO, the doctors as well as government had to place those who were SAO survivors in a small camp for a day. Just to make sure that nothing from the game transferred over into the real world, such as a need to kill people more. They were trying to make sure that those who survived relearned a behavior of holding back when they fought back against those around them. Izuku, however, steered clear of all of that. He knew that he probably should have gone there, and he did, just that he made sure that he got the band on his arm. Once people saw the band on his arm, they knew he was a survivor of SAO, and everyone only knew Kirito as the savior of SAO itself. He just wanted to live his life without the whole media trying to gather his perspective of things that happened. But as he got onto a train filled with those who had heard about the SAO survivors thing, they were all moving away from him in a bid to make sure he didn't look at them. They were scared about his ability to kill easier than most people, and he would have been in their position if he came across someone like him if he was in their position as well. But at least he wouldn't even be glaring at the person with hatred the entire time. He would arrive at the school he went to for years about an hour later. And he was so not ready for whatever the world would decide to force him through now that he was out of the game. Sighing, he walked through the front gates as he walked towards Aldera High School. Looking at those around himself, he found that they were either glaring at him, or they were looking at him in awe. That all went out the window however, when he came across someone who he thought that he'd never see again. Bakugo Katsuki stood in front of him with an impassive expression taking over his entire visage as he looked down at Izuku. Their height that used to be similar in junior high, was now at a great difference as Izuku was now up to the nonsense-wise upper torso as he had to peer up to look into those red eyes that gave him constant nightmares. So the useless Deku survived a death game meant to kill people like him. Good, at least then I can have my punching bag back. Katsuki growled before walking away. Are you only glad that I survived because of the fact that I was stronger than most people in Sao? Izuku asked, as Katsuki let out a barking laugh. The only reason they died is because they weren't strong enough. I'm sure that even with my quirk, I could have easily beat that death game. Katsuki said, as Izuku lowered his head as his body trembled. What, got nothing to say? Katsuki growled out looking over his shoulder. No, because you weren't there. You will never know what it's like to survive in a world where anything can kill you if you're not cautious enough. Izuku said, as he brushed past his once nonsense why. Katsuki stared at the boy as he walked into the school. He shook his head. He'll get him to be like he always was, it was only a matter of time. The day at Aldera had continuously got worse over time. Izuku was starting to feel a massive headache as soon as he entered the classroom as he found himself in a seat not too far away from Katsuki's seat. In fact they were in the same row, but different columns. Pulling out his stuff for the lesson plan, Izuku waited for the teacher to arrive as he listened in on everyone talking about him. Hey, did you hear that a quirkless survivor of Sao is here? One student asked another. Really? What's their name? The student the first talked to questioned. I don't know, but all I want to know is how they survived. Surely, Kayaba didn't force everyone to fight without their quirks. The first student replied as Izuku grit his teeth. He was saved from further headaches as he heard the teacher enter the room with a smile on their face. They walked over to the podium as they began to talk about the day's lesson with a happy-go-lucky smile on their face. Great, a teacher who was overly happy with whatever they have planned for the day, just what Izuku's headache needed. As a surprise, the teacher had actually been really nice towards most of the students. Answering questions they had for certain problems before helping them through the overall problem in the first place. Towards Izuku however, the boy noticed a certain trend for each class after that one. Most of the teachers were extremely wary of him and his actions within Sao. He had heard a few days after he'd woken up in the hospital that everything that was done in the game was broadcasted towards loved ones as well as the government. So to see his teachers becoming really worried about him specifically, was not something he was mentally prepared for. They were extremely rude towards him like most teachers from his previous schools were, but that was for his grades. But when it came to his actions, they were extremely wary of him since they didn't know if he was going to immediately attack someone for slighting his name. Of course, Izuku wouldn't ever think of doing that. But his face showed that he might have been close to showing an inkling of anger that his classmates were shoving his way by constantly questioning him and his survival. But the worst offender of that was Katsuki, basically telling the class that he probably hid behind all the strong players of the game and acted like a coward. With that specific boy, his patience was slowly wearing thin. The constant berating of his skills in the game to the point that Izuku was seriously thinking about having him live through his memories to prove him wrong was a tempting thought. But he thought against it, as much as it would be to show him his memories of everything happening, he chose not to. He would show him the true strength of the quirkless when he gets into UA. Although he'd need a way to see if he could bring a sword that breaks down into a pair of Eskrima sticks though. But he thought against that idea at the moment, as he focused on his classes for the day. He wanted to present himself as a dutiful student, not some kind of delinquent like Bakugo was. Once the school day was over, Izuku was preparing his things in order to leave when Bakugo strutted over to him. The boy's expression was not happy, but not something he'd never seen before, and as Izuku let out a sigh he looked into Bakugo's eyes. Hey Deku, how about you tell me what life was like in that death game? See if there was any opponents that I couldn't beat. Katsuki said, as Izuku shook his head. I'm not having this conversation Katsuki, as much as it would be to see the look of shock on your face. I'd rather not have to come home to see my parents and get called a nonsense wife for kicking your face so hard into the dirt that you'd get a black eye. Izuku said, as he stood up before walking to the door. I never said you could leave Deku. Katsuki growled as he blocked his way again. Katsuki, have you ever heard the saying, "Don't poke the bear"? Izuku asked, as the boy growled at him. Are you saying that you're the bear in that saying? Because I haven't seen what you could do yet. Katsuki growled. Of course I am, are you deaf? Because last time I checked, you really need to get hearing aids added into your hero suit. Izuku said, as Katsuki released a big explosion next to his head. How many times should I beat it into you, Deku? I don't need help from those pieces of shit. Katsuki growled again. Because I am only looking out for you. Those explosions can make someone whose hearing is their quirk deaf. Izuku said, as Katsuki glared at him. I'm going to beat you up now. He said, as small sparks appeared from his hands. You don't want to do this, Katsuki. Izuku said, placing his backpack on the ground. I really want to do this, because some stupid, quirkless freak wants to try my patience. Katsuki yelled, as he launched at Izuku. In the next few moments, the two clashed in the air as Izuku sent a kick towards Katsuki whilst the explosive boy sent an explosive punch towards Izuku's stomach. When both attacks landed on the other, Izuku sent Bakugo down into the tile flooring as Izuku was blasted backwards. Whilst Bakugo was slammed into the ground, Izuku landed with his feet skidding across the tiles. Katsuki's own followers then entered the fray as they attacked Izuku from two angles, one jumping at him from the air, and the other coming in from below. Izuku raised his defense as the one in the air, used his quirk to transform a part of his body into a rock-like layer of protection as he slammed his fist towards him. Dodging to the right of the attack, Izuku watched as the other follower pulled out his own quirk for the fight as well. Fingers stretching in an attempt to pierce through his guard and leave a gash on his body, but that failed as well as Izuku grabbed the offending arm and tossed him into his buddy. Moving back to the middle of the hallway, Izuku heard another explosion-powered punch coming from behind him as he immediately turned around catching the offending fist. An explosion rang out in the hallway as Izuku kept his burnt hand around Katsuki's fist. The boy was giving him a look of pure confusion as Izuku pulled himself out of the small cloud of dust and headbutted him. Katsuki had fallen to the floor holding his nose as blood was pouring from the wound, and as Izuku turned around to look at the boy's lackeys, he found them glaring hard at him as they attacked in unison. One went for his left, as the other went for his right as he ducked under each attack and sent a single kick into one and collected the other with their body as he sent them onto Katsuki's own prone form. Katsuki let out a wail or rage as he blew the two lackeys from his body as he glared at Izuku, who was merely wiping his hand on his pants. Looking into the explosive boy's eyes, he found that he was actually showing pure hatred personified as Izuku spoke up, hoping that Katsuki would see reason. Katsuki, if you really want to know what it was like in SAO, you should already know this: if you died in that game, you wouldn't be remembered, you would be forgotten because nobody would have even known until it was too late. Anyone and everyone was at risk for death, especially those who you would most definitely come to love. So if you really think it would have been easy to live in that game, you are dead wrong. Izuku said, as he walked away. Katsuki glared at Izuku as the boy walked away. Katsuki was the loser of this fight. Not only that, but their wills clashed hard that day and Izuku had won that one as well. Showing Katsuki that he wasn't some all-powerful young man who could never know defeat, Izuku showed it to him quite easily. And from that moment onward, he would train to try and make sure that Izuku stayed far behind him. Although neither would be aware of the fact that their interaction had garnered the attention of the school's hierarchy. As they immediately planned to get Izuku sent out of their school, they just had to wait for another issue that Katsuki would immediately begin the next day. They were sure of it. Izuku spent the time he had out of school actively searching for a place to train himself for the entrance exams for UA. His mother had sent him to a dojo in order to help him learn how to fight with far better techniques than what he had learned from Sao. Ever since she'd seen him shadow boxing in the park earlier that month when he'd been training to get himself back in shape, she saw how good he had been and decided to assist him. She had always been guilty of not helping him in his attempts to become a hero in the past and not supporting his dream. But if he was able to survive a death game that could have killed him many times over, then she had full trust that he wouldn't die on his first day out of her home. So, in a bid to make sure that he was training like he should and not pushing himself too far, she had him enrolled into a fighting dojo. But as Izuku walked around the neighborhood in search of better training than the dojo, as it was only teaching him how to fight that much better, he came across something that he'd never seen until now. Looking over the rails of Takoba Municipal Beach Park, he found thousands of pounds of trash on the beach as he tried to look past the large trash piles. He stood there looking at the trash before a thought occurred to him in that moment as a smirk grew more and more on his face. I can work out here. Well, I can work out my muscles here whilst learning how to fight at the dojo. Izuku exclaimed in his mind. As he left the place, something stood out to him, forcing him to stop. Walking over to where he could see the item that caught his attention, he stood in front of one of the trash piles. And sitting out of one side of it was a small blacksmithing forge that was seemingly looking in perfect condition. He managed to pull the pieces of it out of the trash pile as he looked at it, then he placed it in his backpack as he left the trash heap. I can probably learn how to use this forge to create weapons that I can use for the entrance exams. Izuku muttered as he left the beach. Izuku was seen sleeping on his bed as he tossed and turned under the covers. He had been undergoing the process of a nightmare from his time in Sao, and his mother had been at work during this point in time. So she wasn't there to help him get out of it, and had to brave it out until he could physically wake himself up. Kaharu, don't go, Izuku screamed as he ran as fast as he could to her location. The young woman looked at him, her face nothing but dark shadows covering it. She turned around and rushed towards the Floor 61 boss as she attacked with swift moves before it slammed its teeth into her hologram-like form. No, Izuku screamed as he ran at her falling form. As he caught her in his arms, he pulled her into his chest before pulling out a healing potion before she pushed it back at him. Looking into her face filled with shadows, he could only see a mouth move in slow motion as the words that he thought she'd told him that day rushed forwards. Your fault, everything is your fault, Kaharu yelled at him. All around Izuku the darkness had tendrils come out of their hiding spots and wrap themselves around his body. He struggled as much as he could in a bid to escape from his prison as Kaharu had suddenly disappeared in front of him. She then reformed as she rushed at the boss monster over and over, only to be killed by it in a way that Izuku felt himself becoming more and more incapable of showing emotion. And each time she fell to the ground, she was replaced with a different way she was killed, causing Izuku so much pain before he noticed her final attack towards the monster immediately switch targets. He watched as she brought her knife up to her chest and rushed at him. Struggling to escape from the tendrils holding him still, he managed to break an arm free as she thrusted the blade at him. Kaharu, what are you doing? Izuku called out, holding her wrist in his hand. You're the one at fault. You were the one who sent me to my death. Kaharu screamed, as Izuku shook his head. It's not me who's at fault. It was Kayaba. He reprogrammed the ones and zeros of your mind in order to force you to do that. Izuku called out, his hand barely holding her back. The knife slowly moved even with his grip towards his body as he tried to stop her from doing whatever this dream was doing. And before he could push her back, she pulled his hand off of her wrist before pushing the blade into his chest. Ah! Izuku screamed as he flew up from his bed and onto the ground next to it. As Izuku tumbled to the ground, the front door opened up in a rush as Izuku breathed heavily. He tried to sit back upright as he managed to lean against his bed. His bedroom door was broken down, not literally, as his mother stood in front of him with worry writ on her features. I thought those nightmares had left you, Izuku? Inko asked, pulling him into her embrace. Gee, they were. This is the first one I've had in a long time. Izuku said, tears flowing from his eyes. Inko rubbed his back as she kept him in her hold as Izuku got his breathing under control enough to where he could get changed. When he was patting her shoulder as if to say that he was fine, she moved away from him, albeit reluctantly. She left his room and closed the door before walking down to her bedroom, the night shift she worked at the hospital causing her tiredness to take over. By the time she was in her bedroom fallen asleep, Izuku was out the front door and heading to school. Ever since his fight with Katsuki a few months ago, the boy hadn't done anything towards him. And Izuku knew that the school really didn't want him here, especially since now he wouldn't take anything from them as well as his normal nonsense IEs. Izuku went through the whole school day work as usual. Katsuki was the only one who didn't mess with him, although Izuku didn't do anything back to the others who nonsense IED him. He only gave a glance to them before they left the boy alone and giving him the time to get through his day without any kind of trouble. The teachers tried to place him in detention for being late. That was until Izuku mentioned that he was the first student in the class. To hear that his teachers were still the same even after hearing him survive a death game was not surprising. But when he left the school, he walked back home so that he could see if he could learn how to use a forge. It would be a perfect backup plan for if he failed to get into a university through their entrance exams proper. If he couldn't become a hero through the hero course, via entrance exam, then he'd enter through the support course. His mother always stated that he had a way with costumes that'd help others. And he wouldn't mind working hard in order to make a hero suit for those in the hero course until he was forcing his way inside. He had 4 years until high school was over, and that gave him ample amount of time to learn how to use the forge as well as clear the beach. He knew that he had friends from Sao who'd like to meet him, but he stayed radio silent with them. He didn't want to have the bad memories of making friends only for them to betray him in the real world to bite him in the ass. So he spent most of his time moving trash about the beach and using some of the scrap metal in order to use the forge. He would create his own kind of weapon to use against the robots of the entrance exams. The site did say that you could create your own support item for the entrance exams. And for the next year and a half, he set about cleaning the beach. It was slow at first, what with him trying to see how much he could lift before he couldn't continue anymore. But overall, he found it to be a good place to train himself without the presence of others breathing down his neck. The best part about it all was that there was nobody who could tell him that it was impossible to do what he was currently doing. Alright, so I know that there was some scrap metal around here, somewhere. Izuku mumbled to himself as he walked around the giant piles of trash. It had officially been a full year and a half of another before he'd managed to clean at least half of it. And this was with him being very hard on himself in a bid to push himself as hard as he could without causing problems for his body. Now though, he'd managed to sort out the trash from the scrap metal that he could use for the forge. As much as he'd like to use his heavenly chains from Sao again, he knew that they wouldn't really do much against robots. So he decided to create blades on the end of some chains that he'd worked hard to create from the scrap heap. Needless to say, he'd done pretty good after screwing up a bit of his projects from the forge early on in his training. Apparently, it was a bad idea to put iron wires inside melted silver. Which was why he was sporting a burn on his left arm around the back of his hand. So thank you past Izuku for being a dumbass when it came to smelting different metals together like an idiot. Although he did learn that he could combine already melted silver into copper in order to create an alloy that held the two together. And he'd managed to create a hilt for one of the blades he'd use for the entrance exams that were coming up closer and closer every day. But he was about to leave the beach when he heard a sound of movement coming towards him. Looking to his right, he found a man with a bony structure that looked as though a brush of wind strong enough to knock him over could kill him. The sclera of his eyes was a deep black color which concerned Izuku, but the blue in his eyes were so deep and powerful that Izuku felt he'd seen them before. This was the man who had come by about 5 months ago as soon as he saw Izuku cleaning the beach and had become friends with him. His name was Yagi Toshinori, and he was someone who helped him around the place when it came to learning about heroism. "Hey Yagi-san, how was your walk here?" Izuku asked, as the man chuckled. "I wanted to get here fast enough to make sure that you didn't clean the beach entirely. But not only that, but to see if you managed to make the view bearable from here. And you certainly didn't disappoint my boy," Yagi said, as he smiled off at the sun setting in the distance. "My mother always complained about how the city wouldn't clean the beach. So I took it upon myself to do it for her, although I am learning how to use a forge better than I currently am," Izuku said, as Yagi looked at him, curiosity evident in his expression. What do you plan on making with it? Yagi asked. Just a weapon to use in the UA University entrance exams. Izuku said, with a wave of his hand. So long as it's not used against the other contestants, I'm sure that they'll allow you to use them. Yagi said, before entering a coughing fit. Yagi-san, I know that you've been healing a bit. But you really need to see a doctor about coughing up blood, that can't be healthy. Izuku said, worriedly. Don't worry about me, young man, I'll be fine. I've been dealing with this for the last 6 years. Yagi said, waving the boy off. Well, make sure that you don't fall over due to the wind then. Izuku said, before walking away. Yagi let out a screech of annoyance at the boy, as he ran off into the wind. Yagi smiling all the while. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.